It's not a joke. It's like quite literally stuck. In like a minute, I'm gonna actually have to probably go and try again. But we'll leave it for now. Starting from the top and PC issues. Aiden, did my dono work? You crispy critter, keep that cam off. Thank you so much for the 199 Patrick Star. So I guess Mamamax has made a response. This was a drama I was actually gone for. So we're gonna start it off with a quick recap from somebody who actually is gonna make this quite fitting. That we're gonna play this guy's video of all videos. But Lerix, we're actually gonna be checking him out a little bit later. So Lerix or Lerix. All right.
Mamamax.
Ow, fuck. Let me turn down my volume. So we'll put this 1.5 times speed. My understanding is that Mamamax claimed to be a predator hunter. He lied about, or no, he didn't lie, I think he lied about something. I don't remember exactly, but he didn't have like any track record for actually catching a predator. He ended up mixing and this is what everybody does, but he mixed an entertainment aspect with seriously attempting to catch predators, and he mixed the entertainment aspect with seriously attempting to catch predators, and that's fine, but he started inserting like fake entertainment value, predator catch kind of stories intertwined with supposedly real stories, which makes it like very hard to like if you want to be like a serious predator catcher or victim advocate, do that by all means. But if you want to be like a filmmaker doing fake stories, you should probably specify the stories you're doing are fake if you're also known for doing real stuff of the same light.
This is a self-proclaimed pet file hunter.
I'm the pedo hunting guy.
Who has gained a massive audience, respect from his peers, and a more than generous living via his Patreon that his fans donate to him based on the understanding that he's cleaning up the streets catching pedophiles. But that's not true. He's a complete fraud. He has faked videos, lied about arrests he's made, mishandled investigations so poorly.
All right, we can skip the intro.
What else do I need to say?
In the early stages of Mamamax's channel, he would fake videos entirely, where he would create a whole fake story and problem for himself to come swoop in as if he's the hero and save the day, taking all the honor, despite him making the whole thing up. In his Japanese cult video, Amshin Rikyo, he claims just by talking about them on his channel is going to put his life in grave danger, and the only way you can help him out is by paying him on Patreon.
Wait, okay, is Amshin Rikyo even like still active? Because if I remember correctly, okay, so they are still active, but their leader was executed by the Japanese government, if I remember correctly. I mean, they're probably like technically still active, but are they like still like a dangerous kind of organization that is like actively targeting people? Like, I highly doubt it, because I think they committed one of the deadliest terror attacks in Japanese history, and the Japanese government ended up cracking down on them.
May have just made myself a target to this cult, as they are still very much alive today. But guess
and also, they don't really exist outside of Japan, do they?
what? They can suck mama's fat, throbbing because I'm not gonna live a life being afraid of standing up to evil people. Plus, I got all of you watching my back, don't I? Speaking of, by the way, you can watch my back real good by supporting me on Patreon, link in description. But I think it's safe to say that I am no longer safe from the likes of Aleph. But as I said, I'm not going to live a life being afraid of standing up to evil people. And the best way you can help me, non-jokingly, truly, seriously...
Okay, so they're technically still active, yeah, and the way Heaven's Gate is still active. Like, the main leader is dead, and it's probably just, like, a few fringe members that are not engaging in, like, the violent aspects of the cult. I could be off on that, but no, they most certainly... He doesn't live in Japan. They most certainly don't pose any sort of, like, active threat to him. That's, like, ridiculous.
Is supporting me on Patreon.
Shameless. And in his next video, he says the deadly cult is now trying to attack him by...
Why didn't you show up in my subs? I have no idea. I've been hearing that. I don't know what's going on.
Sending him death threats in his email box and sending him a video game that apparently gives people brain hemorrhages.
Today, I'm going to apparently risk my life for you and play this game. In the video, I specifically mentioned that this cult may now be targeting me, and from what it looks like, that may be true. She responded back in Japanese saying this, which means...
I'll kill you. Wow, Mamamax is so committed to bringing us good entertainment and content. He's even willing to risk his own life for us. Man, what a fucking good guy. I know it sounds crazy, but this gotta be real, right? Mamamax wouldn't lie about his life being in danger for more donos on Patreon. I mean, it seems like his fans bought it. This man has risked his life multiple times so he could expose some dangerous sites and games and crap. Props to you for
his life is not actually at risk. Like he's a guy that wants to be a filmmaker. He's like an artsy type, you know, that wants to be a filmmaker. But if you want to be a filmmaker, as I said before, and you're pursuing like a path that involves you engaging in like serious activities, like being a fucking predator hunter or whatever, the like fake staged aspects should probably be explicitly clarified as such when you're selling to your fans that you're doing very real work in the light of like exposing predators and cults and shit, right? So is the cope gonna be that like I'll kill you message was for the dramatic effect? Because if that's the case, you should be adding some kind of disclaimer.
being this brave, man. I have a weird feeling that these cultists is actually gonna get him someday, and we wouldn't even know. No one is gonna talk about how he got a whole email from someone from the cult, and they actually threatened to kill him. Well, guys, luckily, I don't think you have anything to worry about. You know, it's been nearly 4 years since he dropped this video, and conveniently, ever since, Mamamax hasn't gotten any word from the Japanese cult since this. Weird coincidence. I guess he got enough Patreon cash to keep him nice and safe. But in case you were still worried for Max's well-being, he admits it's bullshit. But not just this one, nearly every last one of his videos is completely faked or fabricated.
It seems that the line between the fictional portrayal and the underlying truth became blurred for some, leading to confusion and concern. While the narratives were crafted in fiction, the predator and pursuit was very much a reality.
So the POs are real, but the narratives and everything else in your videos are fake? You released these as 100% real, and everyone in your comment section took them that way, and your fans paid you based on the fact that they were real. But now years later, once you're getting heats, you just casually admit they're fake after reaping the benefits of them for years. And it's not just him scamming his audience into donating.
Yeah, it's not. Wait, hold on. Why are you summarizing stuff? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? What Max says in his videos that all the actual proof for the real investigations was provided in the description file dumps. Okay, but then why intertwine like fake stuff with that for dramatic effect? Like that seems like super fucking irresponsible when you're discussing like real world events and making yourself like a part of the investigation.
To him under false pretenses. He lied about a girl killing herself in his IMVU video and then blamed the creator of the game that the girl apparently got groomed on for her death.
Will Harvey expeditiously pave the way?
Yeah, and when you're like staged kind of entertainment value stuff is talking about real people who didn't do things, and the staged part is that they did do something and you're known for doing real things. Like this is what is it? Slander is spoken. Would this just fall under like slander or defamation? Like, I don't understand. Like if you want to be a filmmaker doing fake stories for entertainment value, make a movie. Go to film school, make a fictional movie. I mean, this is just like wildly fucking irresponsible.
Way for himself, finally finding his road to the throne. But what was the cost?
Everything. A teenage girl, known only as the moniker KC157434, takes her own life after being groomed and raped by a man she met on the platform.
Dude, I've seen this. I've just seen this part before, and just like knowing in hindsight, this is gonna look like really unhinged if you are watching out of context. But knowing in hindsight that this is just like completely made up, this is like the most like pathetic shit ever.
Update on Casey. Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it? Yeah, that's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about KC. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that yes, she's okay. That's all I'm gonna say.
And then that right there gets rid of all like cope about, oh well, I'm artistic. It's just like I was doing a film. It's not real. It's fictional. That gets rid of the cope because you can tell, and by that admission, he is trying to attempt to pass it off as like a real story, which isn't just like you making up fiction. You're just lying. You're just like outright fucking lying.
Oh, thank God. I didn't even know that. Holy shit. Thank God.
Takes her own life.
Yes, she's okay.
Is this girl Casey even a real person? He claims in his video that he found her no subscriber YouTube channel through a reverse image search using her profile picture on the game IMVU, where he then hacked this girl's YouTube channel and found an unlisted video called "This is where you raped and killed me," which is a video that shows assumingly Casey filming the site of her rape and has bloody sheets and a pillow in the middle of the woods. So if the narratives are fake, you not only lied about her death, but also that she was raped too, and made up this whole Batman ARG fake story that you had hackers behind the scenes get into her YouTube channel and find this secret encrypted unlisted video that she uploaded days before like killing herself. This is nuts.
I can't talk too much about Casey.
Yeah, no wonder you can't talk too much about Casey. You either
She's
made her
not real.
entire existence up, or even worse, she's a real person that you lied about being dead to use as an argument point to blame her suicide on the creator of the game. So now that we know the narratives are complete.
Dude, these videos, like, this is like, this is like a side tangent. This is a good video, dude. This is a good fucking video. Why did Lerix give this up, dude? Why did he give this up? We're talking 12,000 likes, 200k views. I mean, this guy had it all. He truly had it all. He gave it all away.
Completely fake in all your videos and can write those off. What about the
He didn't even have to stream. He could have just done videos like this.
predators and the pursuits? Surely those have got to be real, right?
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody. And it
Was that as a result of your video, or was
Yes.
that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because
Okay,
of the video.
alright.
The video
Hi 80, how you do? Nobody has called me that in like 7 years. Please, never do that again. I'm doing great until you said that.
was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being imprisoned?
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like find him. And we did. We fled to Mexico. We found where he was in
So-
Mexico.
That makes it even more fucking dangerous that you're just like lying about real people. If a big part of your videos is the involvement of the fan base to like take matters into their own hands, it's like even that much more irresponsible for you to like intertwine fictional aspects that discredit like real existing people amongst that, because you're then jeopardizing those people's careers and potentially their safety, although I think that's a bit less likely. But yeah, that just makes it like 100 times worse.
I don't know if the police, he was from Canada. I don't know if the police asked him to come back or he went on his own volition or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody.
A few moments later.
I'm so sick of having
199 from Lumpy Willie. Mein Mund ist bereit für dich, Heise. Okay, I'm not reading the last part. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Unfortunately for you, I understood. I know just enough German to understand what the fuck that meant.
predators that run away like Pablo Sonny and we don't get them.
So not even the pursuits are real, Max? You market yourself by saying, every dollar helps me find another pedophile.
So why don't you go to Patreon and show your appreciation? Every dollar helps me find another.
We don't get them.
But then lie about getting them locked up while they run away, but you still get to reap the social benefits and credits and money from acting as if you really got them arrested. It's a complete grift.
But yeah, I am super blessed to be in this position, and I know I do carry a lot of the weight y'all say to me on my shoulders, and I want to do my best to be the best representative for y'all, because
Yo, Tanner with the 2, oil up. Appreciate it, buddy. I will not be doing that.
I know a lot of y'all feel like you've gone unheard, and there is a lot of injustice.
You admit yourself your audience is full of CSA victims, and you exploit that fact to get them to pay you more money, scamming them into believing that you're really ridding the world of pedophiles and bringing justice to victims. Take a look at this. In his short film trailer, he shows a bunch of statistics of how over 1 million kids get trafficked, and yet there was only 5,000 convictions last year. This is unacceptable. There are ways to stop them before they enslave children, and here's a QR code that will link you to where you can learn how to help. So you would assume this would link you to some kind of organization or article that has information to inform you on how to help, but no. This QR code links directly back to Mamamax's fucking video, shilling his Patreon.
Together,
Are you serious? Dude, that's so shameless. Has he ever, and also, did he ever actually put in ways you could help? Like, did he ever, like, tell you, like, what to look out for, like, for signs of human trafficking? And, like, when to say something? Or, like, I mean, they have, if you ever go to, like, a big, like, international, I don't know if they have this at every airport, but if you go to, like, the big international ones, like, LAX, JFK, and I think in some of the big European airports, I think they have like signs that tell you like what to look out for, I think, for like human trafficking and to like call somebody. But there's no, like, that's like so fucking shameless. That's so shameless, especially if he's not going and giving them real ways in which they can help.
we can compel a ripple effect that will obliterate evil off the face of our planet and forge an impenetrable bastion for our children. To support our cause, you can donate to my Patreon through the second.
It's so corny too. You know what? Maybe I could forgive everything he's done if like he wasn't like the corniest like person I think I've ever watched. It's literally, yeah, it's like a fucking wannabe Batman. It's like the way Lyle Convoy talks. Do you really want me to berate you like I just berated my staff? Do you know what I have to do? Do you know I'm sick of fucking cleaning the streets of the internet of scum like you? It's like, dude, you're a fucking fat 40-year-old guy who gets yelled at by his wife every night. You're not fucking Batman. Like, calm down, little bro.
Link in the description. The fact that they're trying to profit off of subjects like rape and CSA is probably one of the most fucking disgusting things you can do as a human being.
Go to Patreon. So why don't you go to Patreon? Supporting me on Patreon. Go to my Patreon.
Sorry if I'm being like a shill.
I got doxxed multiple times in Max's video. Hasn't your full name literally been public for the last 5 years? I mean, I know I think I know your full. I'm not gonna say it obviously, but like, how is he gonna like? Did he give away your address? What do you mean? How is he gonna dox you any more than you've been doxed? I feel like at this point, there's just been you're like a slug. You've just gotten into so many dramas over the years. Somehow the internet knows like your social security number, your mom's maiden name, the name of your first goldfish. Like there's way more info about you than there should be for somebody of your size. So I don't know how you're getting doxed like any more than you've already been.
Well, I'm not trying to be.
Give me $1.
So the narratives are fake, the pursuits are untrustworthy at best, but what about the pedophiles? Well, I can say, from as far as I can see, Max does seem to find real predators in his videos, but the fact that they are real is actually a much worse reality than as if he would have faked all of them completely.
I am investing all of me into you and the Survivor, Spencer, because I will not stop until we see justice.
If you're a pedophile and want to ensure that you will never go to jail for your crimes, make sure to give Mamamax a call, because he will fuck up the case against you so bad that you have a literal 100% guarantee to not get convicted. Max hasn't gotten a single one of the pedos that he's found locked up, convicted, nothing.
Dude, yeah, I love these guys. Always keeps me...
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to call yourself like a predator catcher or give yourself like any authoritative position over like an understanding of like predators and how to find them, etc., if you've never gotten a pedo like caught by like law enforcement. Because once again, and I'm assuming this is a big assumption, you can correct me if I'm wrong, a big portion of the pedophiles that people like Max will go after, if not all of them, are people who operate through the internet. And without any sort of law enforcement engagement, you're not really stopping their ability to go and predate on more children. Right? Because they're still going to have access to the internet. I'm pretty sure if they do see a court and get convicted and get put on a registry of some kind, they can have their like access to telecommunications limited, inhibiting their ability to go harm future children. But if that never happens, they're still going to be out there to be able to do whatever the fuck they want. So you haven't really achieved anything. Augie's take is like, oh, well, the pedo's embarrassed. Do you think they care about embarrassment? Like, this is like a fundamental misunderstanding of how like these people operate. Like, these are people that it's not just a combination. It's not just being attracted to children. It's being attracted to children and having like super low impulse control. So despite like the potential life ruination, a lot of these people, if you watch Chris Hansen or whatever, they're married, they have wives, some of them have kids, good paying jobs, etc., and yet they still go and pursue these kids knowing full well what they're risking while doing it. Because in the moment, the risk isn't what matters to them. It's getting with the kid. It's the pleasure. So the mere embarrassment isn't really doing a whole lot.
Keeps me on my mission, I think, and the importance of my mission, of our mission.
What mission? You haven't done shit. Is that MLK on his wall? Give me a break.
I have a dream.
Because of the irresponsible way he conducts his investigations by not abiding by the legal system, Max actually makes it harder to convict the predators that he's trying to catch.
It is dangerous work, and a lot of shit that I...
Okay, do I have any mods in chat? Okay, Rita, you're getting mod. I trust you. I trust you with my life. Jannies, delete the spam. Don't give anybody like... Don't give anybody too long of timeouts, by the way, just 10 minutes or so. Unless they're like not stopping.
I do might not be considered legal.
Yeah, American Schizo, you could get mod too. Why not? Why not? Why not?
In every country, including our own country. So
we definitely we operate within the bounds of the law, Max, of course. Of course, we would never.
Of course we do.
We would never break the law.
We would never break the law.
In a video game. I mean,
I am deeply honored to be like this representative for y'all, and to do the things that a lot of people won't do just because it's not very legal.
You realize by saying this, you are destroying any potential case that you are trying to build on these guys. Why are you trying to catch them through illegal means in the first place?
Exactly. Because the thing we want, in my eyes, the only good end result of something like this is a conviction, and this person is limited from the usage of telecommunications devices. If that's not happening, to me, your investigation, your predator catching, etc., is completely worthless, because these impulsive sexual deviants have the ability, as I just said, to go and harm more kids. And if you're operating and admitting to, in a kind of subtle, in Minecraft, the cringe kind of way, any person you do get arrested, the evidence that you were able to obtain probably you're probably making a good case for the defense to get shit thrown out. And that's the other problem with amateur predator hunters. They don't understand the law. They don't understand trials. They don't understand how to gather evidence, how to make sure evidence is admissible, etc., which just harms any potential case being brought against them and the achievement of an end result that I see as the only good one.
Place. And secondly, even worse, why the fuck would you ever admit to that?
When I do see a subject line that interests me, like by like a bounty hunter or like a hitman, not that I would ever respond to such things, and everything I'm about to say is of course fictional. Depends who they are. If they're a hitman, they'll basically like offer services for like very expensive prices.
Oh, that's fun.
But they give me a discount since it's files.
Do you have any other people you're hunting?
That's such a fucking lie, dude. He wants to sound cool. So he's being like, of course this is all fictional, to imply so everybody gets the message. Yeah, this is real. I don't think any like actual legitimate hitman is just going to be hitting you up, offering you their services. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, like professional hitmen, you have to go and find them, because they're not really going to stay hitmen for long if they're going and advertising to people, hey man, I'm a hitman that murders people and does bad stuff. Want to give me money to go murder somebody and commit an illegal crime? And it's like, at that point, you're either lying about it or you're talking to a fucking federal agent. Okay? Like, hitmen do not operate like that.
And that don't get turned into videos. Any stories you'd be willing to share?
Yes, like there was that one dude from the IMVU video, that old man, the creepy ass dude, that old fucking man. Yeah, sometimes things happen to them that I can't put in a video.
You are admitting on camera that you interact with fucking hitmen for your investigations, and then shortly after say that things...
Okay, that's really Lerix's takeaway. His takeaway is, you're admitting you work with hitmen? No, the takeaway is, this is like a fucking ridiculous claim. This guy's obviously like an egotistical liar trying to market himself as cool.
Happen to the pedos that are so egregious that you can't even include in your video. What the fuck are you doing? Like, I'm 99% sure he's just LARPing and Mamamax doesn't actually have hitmen in his inbox, giving him friends and family discounts to kill the pedos he finds in his videos. But saying shit like this publicly is a death sentence for you in court. Good luck trying to get any of these pedos locked up when you're doing this shit, and clips like this exist of you. These pedophiles getting away is directly your fault, and if they end up abusing any kids later down the line, you hold a huge responsibility for that because of your—
Well, the other thing too is, if you catch them and then let them get away without a conviction, they're now able to learn from their mistake, and they're not going to be on law enforcement's radar now as a result. So a lot of times when they do get caught, when a pedophile slips up, a lot of the time they slip up in the case of the cops are able to get them. And when that happens, you go through the legal process, get put on the registry. I agree sentences are way too light in many cases. But you've now given them the opportunity to do that kind of slip up where they can learn from it, but they've done it in a way where it's going to have no real consequence to themselves. So you're kind of aiding them and they can learn from experience.
Your negligence. In his IMVU investigation, he directed his audience to quite literally hunt one of the predators he was trying to track down by doxing the hotel that he was staying at and told his fans to go pay him a visit.
We traced the very hotel he was staying at and made a phone call to confirm. Afterward, I left instructions for the children in Mexico who had every desire to go see the famous Ham son in the flesh.
This guy's fucking unhinged. You know, it sounds like an over-exaggeration, but I can't help but wonder with the things he says and does. Is he actually trying to get these people imprisoned or just straight up murder?
Okay, Lumpy, if it's TOS, I'm not going to read it, even if you're putting it in German.
Murdered.
I honestly think that we should just be pulling them out of their houses.
But thank you so much for the $1.99. Much appreciated. Super, super generous.
And executing them on the street.
And I want to be the one to do something about it and make other people like me who like violence to stand up for what's right. Like I want to, y'all know what I want. I say it in the uncensored version.
Send me a picture of their face that
What the fuck? Why is he just like shaking his ass? What the fuck?
then published all of you who will decidedly grant these predators the most
delightful dreams
they could never even fathom. There really is no other option. Is there, children?
There are people.
Who is this?
Is there, children?
Dude, can you imagine he just like found a random mugshot for like his like for like the entertainment quality, and he just like picked the mugshot of like a guy who like this guy was like arrested for like vandalism because he like threw an egg at somebody's house.
There are people who will literally kill for me, you know, specifically the more dangerous you guys. You know who you are.
Well, there's a few I got emails about.
It's statements like this that just indicate to you, and he's not an exception, he's not unique in this aspect, but it's statements like this that, and this should have been a red flag for anybody, that show you it's not about any form of justice, and I don't need to be the one to tell you that, but I'll talk about it anyway. It's about power. So like that famous clip, I could cancel you, but I choose not to. Or the idea of having people, the idea of like having people want to kill for him, etc., calling himself God Cult or whatever. This is a guy who wants to be like a cult leader. He wants to be a cult leader. He's like mentally, he's like, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, but he's obviously very clearly like fucking mentally ill and addicted to power. A fucking megalomaniac.
Can't talk about that, but just know that justice has been served.
Kill for me.
Justice has been served.
You know who you are.
Like, it's one thing to hold the position that all Peters should get the wood chipper, right? But it's a whole nother deal when you have a 750k sub YouTube channel and direct your audience to hunt down and do harm to these guys. Because not only is that beyond illegal, that could potentially put innocent people in harm's way, because Max is no stranger to baselessly accusing people of being pedophiles in the past, which I'll get to later on. But also, again, this kind of stuff only damages the case against these guys. You're helping them get away. I mean, with the shit this guy says, I'm not surprised he's being investigated by the FBI himself.
I literally got a card on my front fence from.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, Jonathan Jew? Dude, Jonathan, you haven't been here for like, what has it been, 9 months? Dude, Jonathan Jew is back? That guy's from like season 1. Welcome back, buddy. So great to see you here again.
The FBI. They were willing to come to my house and leave a card on my front fence. That shows how much more they care about my case than yours.
Yeah.
But the whole reason Mamamax has been getting so much attention lately is because he decided to take on his most ambitious investigation yet. Not only this time is he taking on a pedophile, but a vampire werewolf hybrid pedophile.
Camden. Gerard Davis. It was basically a supernatural cult where he convinced all of us that we were vampires, werewolves.
Dude, what the... I still, like... It's been so memed to death. I don't know if this guy actually did anything or not, but it's been so memed to death that, like, whenever Count Dracula shows his fangs, it's like the funniest fucking shit ever.
Hybrids.
Led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god that has victimized hundreds of minors.
Demod this person? Demod who? What are you talking about? Why are you guys always fucking complaining? What is the who do you want demodded? What is the issue? No, okay, they're allowed. Okay, you guys are actually right on this one. They are allowed to put emojis. If they're doing what Ali Khan is doing, and they're doing it for like 3 messages in a row for absolutely no fucking reason, you can delete it. But if they're just doing emojis, like, you don't have to delete it or anything. You're allowed to put emotes in chat. If they're doing it to spam, then you can go and remove it. All right. I want names, Aiden, now. Yeah, good one.
mentally abused me, physically abused me, sexually abused me, and at either one point tried to kill me.
The story is, this girl Spencer, who went to the same high school as Max, asked him if he could help her out with her story, and Max took on the case. Which the alleged story is that in 2016, when Spencer was 16, she was—
Dude, what is this backing track? Is he playing like fucking Bach? Like, sounds like— what's going on here, man? This is background music.
lured into a supernatural sex cult where she was convinced that she was a vampire by the alleged pedo Camden Gerard Davis, who also says he's a werewolf/vampire god. I'm not fucking with you.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire.
Was this missing poster even real, by the way, out of curiosity? Was this like a real missing poster?
On some random corner of the internet, she actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous sex cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god.
Dude, my biggest regret in life was that I was gone for this. My biggest regret in life is that I was not around. That I wasn't around for this. Can you imagine being like a 15-year-old on the internet that's like a fan of this guy and you hear like, a werewolf god, and then like this guy comes on your screen?
Camden Gerard Davis. Leviathans are coming for you.
What the fuck is a Leviathan? A sea monster? You're unleashing sea monsters on him? Dude, you're making—
Dude, it's so awesome. I forgive Mamamax, okay? I forgive Mamamax.
a mockery of this. If what you're claiming is true, you have a real criminal on your hands with apparently hundreds of victims, and you decide to make a YouTube video in a Batman voice saying that you're gonna unleash sea creatures on him? There's real potential victims relying on you here to bring them some form of—
Don't you understand? Mamamax is Poseidon, okay? Don't you get that, Lerix?
Justice, and you're doing this shit.
Leviathans are coming for you.
And in the same video, he then weaponizes his—
You called into the stream with Spencer and Max. You keep ignoring me, but it's in the stream. What? I never did that. I don't think I've ever— that has never happened. Unless I have like Alzheimer's or something. I've never spoken to Spencer or Max. I remember, I've spoken to a lot of people. I remember the people I talked to. I never spoke to these people. Lies, Aiden, why would I lie about that if it was on stream? I never did. I'm not why would I— oh my, you're so retarded. Why would I lie? Why are you accusing me of lying about— what incentive do I have to lie about this? I've never spoken to this. I've never spoken to Spencer. I might have spoken to Max like many years ago. I don't think I did, but I could have. But this was like pre him becoming a predator catcher. I don't think I've ever spoken to him.
Audience to guilt trip other YouTubers into covering this vampire werewolf pedophile that we don't even know anything about.
Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer. We will test them on the content of their character. Do not listen to their words. Look at their actions as your first
MLK couldn't have said it better himself.
command. I kindly ask you to share Spencer's story with the following.
What is that, Bob? Wait, okay. Was that Bob Marley? I know it's PewDiePie. I thought I just—
Spencer's story with the following.
I thought— okay, I must be like tripping or something. Before it became PewDiePie, I thought it was like Bob Marley. I'm like, you want them to share this with Bob Marley? Bob Marley's been dead for like, what, 40 years?
You're calling out PewDiePie, Mr. Beast, and Joe Rogan, and you seriously think you're gonna get a response here? This guy's delusional.
Can he throw Donald Trump in the video as well? Can we get Trump in here?
Felix, as a new parent, you're undoubtedly experiencing the transformative mechanism that we describe here. You're bringing his kid into this to try and pull on his heartstrings to cover your story? Jesus, man. And also, what do you expect these people to do after you make a video calling them out? To make a video baselessly accusing some random guy they don't even know of being a pedophile just because you say so? He hasn't shown any proof of this guy being guilty and has the balls to ask other people to stake their reputation on the line to report his story. All he's shown is random pictures of the guy, videos of him showing off his fangs, screenshots of his Snapchat.
You really want me— I think this was like a big gaslighting attempt from the commentary community to make us think that this man wasn't a vampire when he very clearly is.
Account and tweets like this: getting dick sucked by Kirby equals raisin balls. That's a real screenshot from—
Dude, Camden is so awesome. Dude, Camden is so great. I love this guy. Could we get... Has anybody interviewed Camden before? Has anybody reached out to Camden for his side? I would love to get Camden on and talk to him. Okay, we need Camden's side of the story.
His video. You even called out the needle drop? What the fuck is he gonna do about it? The banner you're currently enjoying is Replicant's Army by Filmmaker. We believe your audience would appreciate this fiery composition. Would you consider exposing them? You can't make this up. You got a girl who was saying she was beaten and raped and went to you to help her out with her story. And you're asking fucking...
No one's been able to find him. If I can get Camden, I will make it happen. I'll drop thousands to get this guy on. I'll make it happen. I'll make it work. I make magic happen. All I ask in return is that when we're done watching this, before we watch the Mamamax video, you give me like 5 minutes to go close my window because it's really like bugging the fuck out of me. I might have to tinker with it for a sec. So, yeah. I will do everything in my power to get him on though if you let me close my window.
Anthony Fantano to review your music in the same video just a few minutes later that she describes being raped. Holy shit, man. And he justifies all this by basically saying all press is good press.
Every single day, issues like this go unreported or underdiscussed precisely because they lack the flashiness or drama or edge that captures mainstream attention. My approach has always been to fill that gap by making these critical stories unignorable. The goal is to give these stories the attention they so...
Is it true? I don't know if I believe this. Is it true he used to like scream until he like lost his voice? Just to like get his voice to be deeper, and he like allegedly had like vocal cord surgery. I feel like that's like a myth, cause that's like a Marilyn Manson-esque myth. Cause remember people used to say Marilyn Manson had his like ribs surgically removed. There's no way, like this guy is like a total like narcissist.
So desperately need and deserve.
If you would have made a longer comprehensive documentary detailing how Camden is guilty, it's literally proven by your previous videos it would get 10 times the attention that you're getting right now. All your other long form content got millions of views, if not at least bare minimum 500,000. But this guilt trip, call out other YouTubers approach hasn't even broke 100K.
The goal is to give these stories the attention they so desperately need and deserve.
You could potentially have a real story here, but the way you're going about it is just making people roll their eyes and write this off as bullshit. And it's not their fault, it's yours. Max says the reason they haven't released any evidence to the public yet, though, is because he's protecting it for the legal case.
We have a lot of evidence we have not presented because we are protecting the legal case.
But Mamamax...
So that's what he really sounds like, I'm assuming. That's what he actually sounds like. I know the voice we just heard was not what he really sounds. I know that's like a voice changer. People like to say Pirate Software overdoes it. The thing about Pirate Software, as much as I hate the guy, I think the weakest criticism of him is the voice stuff. I don't think he's using a voice changer. I think Pirate Software did get voice training and then adds bass to his microphone. But if you listen to like interviews with him now, his voice really is that deep. It just doesn't have the bass to it. This guy is using this guy's obviously, I don't need to be the one to tell you this guy's using a fucking voice changer, but that's hilarious, bro.
Max showed Mudahar this evidence behind the scenes in private, and Muda says specifically, nothing I've seen there is definitive. It's all screenshots of messages, which I can't verify. So even the proof doesn't verify anything, it's just vague screenshots and girls' testimonies. This is rough. But then after Max's first call-out post didn't work and no one responded, which me personally I'm pretty surprised at. I thought Joe Rogan would hear this and be right on the case, but he then made specifically his own video calling out Moist Critical for not responding to his DMs about this.
The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Oh my God. And dude, what is this like 2016 ass like vaporwave intro? Looks like total shit. This is like BPD fucking ex-girlfriend behavior, because this is like an uninterrupted chain of messages, right? Like if somebody was like messaging me in the way that he's messaging like Charlie, I would have just blocked him.
Charlie didn't respond to your spam messages, and your reaction is to make a public video calling him out, adding him, and leaking the private DMs to guilt trip him into covering your story. You're nuts. And he knows exactly what he's doing by this. He's purposely putting Critical on blast publicly, implying that if you don't cover my story, then you don't care about children getting raped, and weaponizing his audience to spam Critical to guilt.
No, he just knows there's nothing he can realistically do about it because he doesn't have any evidence of it, right? I think Critical's like a fucking fence sitter. I don't really like his content. But, like, to think that, like, he's acknowledging there is nothing he, like, why would he take this story on,
him into talking about it. Just because Charlie has a lot of subscribers and influence doesn't now mean he bears this responsibility to talk about world tragedies on his channel. Trying to push this standard onto people is ridiculous.
Wow, you care about children? How come you don't talk about every single time a children has been hurt, ever? He's not even like a true crime channel. Critical's not like a pedo investigation channel, a true crime channel. For the most part, right, Critical kind of covers other people's investigations and videos. It's not like he's the one on the ground doing the work. So I don't... If you're giving him an incomplete investigation. So why are you expecting him to do anything with that?
Ridiculous. He got fame talking about internet drama. Why does he now have this obligation to talk about child rape? And plus, don't forget, this guy hasn't even shown proof Camden is guilty yet, and is still asking Charlie to call someone a pedo that he doesn't even know or have proof of. But after Critical doesn't respond to Max, he starts to get desperate, which is where things really start to go off the rails.
He lives in, last we know, correct?
Yes, Marissa. His mother is currently is where his mom is.
They're talking about Camden. Yeah, Camden.
He does for sure have a brother named
Even if Camden was like a vicious fucking actual predator, which we've seen no proof of, by the way, even if Camden was a vicious predator, to go drag his mom into it, like, is inexcusable. Completely inexcusable. Like, you're blaming, like, she hasn't committed a crime. She hasn't done anything. So it's like, why bring her... they might have alleged she did something, but I don't think they did, if they did do that. But why bring her into this? That's, like, really gross.
Someone asked to type out Camden's brother's name. I will go ahead and type that in chat.
And this is the retirement home that his fucking 90-year-old grandma with Alzheimer's is in. Go call her and ask her about her silence. And this is the pet cemetery that his fucking dead dog is buried at. Let's go do, like, bring a Ouija board over there and ask the dog why he hasn't made a statement. It's like, what are these people doing for you? Why are you going through this guy's whole family tree?
Camden's mother's name is... If you have information on actual locations, then you need to be contacting me or Max privately.
Yes.
Max starts live streaming and directs his chat to find the location of not only Camden, but allows his guests to dox Camden's mother and brother's name in hopes that his chat would find them and get answers out of them. And when I personally asked him if he has any evidence of the mother or brother being involved whatsoever in Camden's crimes, he admits
or even his life. Or even his life. Like, do we even know if they're on, like, a talking basis, or if they're estranged from one another, or like you've no basis for the fact that they would be able to give you answers, and even if they could, that's still not a justification for putting them at risk.
He doesn't at all.
You don't have any proof that they're even involved, right? Like, the mom didn't help out Camden with his potential abuse to these kids.
Okay, bit of a side. Has anybody, like, ever... I think I've pointed this out before. Have we, like, ever realized how much he kind of has, like, an emo Trump hairstyle? I've pointed this out before, but just, again, it's like, it's where, like, the hair is, like, it kind of defies physics. You know what I mean? Because, look, it goes, like, forward and to the side over here, but it's going to the back, in the back. So it's like, where is the hair parting? It's going forward here. It's going back here. Where does your hair part? Is this a wig?
Or the brother.
Is he wearing a toupee?
You can't prove either of that, correct?
Correct.
So he's doxing innocent people publicly to thousands, directing his audience to find the location.
Emo Trump haircut versus noodle haircut. If your noodles look fucking black, which they probably do, because I know you haven't been able to afford food for like 3 weeks and never clean out your pantry. So I know, like, you've revealed this to me and I'm leaking it. I know you have this, like, rotting fucking cabinet filled with rotting food. So the only reason that my hair looks like noodles to you is because your noodles are black because of how fucking rotted they are, because you can't afford anything. Talk to me after the stream and I'll go give you some money to go get some fucking ham and bread.
Of them, which, you know, Max, given the nature of the internet and especially your audience, will 100% get them harassed.
I don't want to talk too much about it because I don't want people getting harassed. Like, because every time I say something, people get harassed.
You even alluded that the mom and brother could be in cahoots with Camden, helping out a pedo.
Your curls are so forced. Yeah, I just sit here. I'm like, come on, do it. Curl, curl. And the hair just, like, goes fucking curl. Yeah, dude, so true.
and then sick your audience to go find them and get answers out of them. You know what you're doing.
I mean, we don't even know if it would be collateral damage. We don't know the extent to which they were involved, but...
These people are now going to get their phone blown up to all hell with texts and calls, emails spammed, work called, accounts hacked, or potentially worse, and to all of our knowledge, they're innocent. This is not the way you do this shit. Hire a private investigator or something and go and contact them in a private setting if you really think it will help you out with your case. But don't put them on blast publicly.
Liam uses hairspray? Yeah, no shit. No shit. He actually, didn't he like take a photo once and he like left the hairspray was like left like in the photo?
Where now they become collateral damage of your audience harassing them. But he justifies it all by saying if it helps them catch Camden, then the ends justify the means.
Okay, but how come it's like being like the names are being made public and stuff, like for the chat, like the mom and the brother names?
I think if we can find them, we will find Camden, and it is worth having their identities out there, just to find Camden.
What if you contact these people and they just don't have any answers for you and are not in contact with Camden? Well, now you just doxed and harassed innocent people for no reason at all and have nothing to show for it. Do you see how irresponsible this is? And the irony is that you literally had the same exact thing happen to you, Max, when your exes doxed your mom when they came out with their allegations against you.
Are you safe, and how do you stay positive after the things you cover? I am currently safe. My mom is not so safe after, you know, my exes doxed me and her. I mean, they should have known doxing me was not a good idea.
Also, if your family is in real danger, like I think if your family has been doxed and is like put in danger as a result of that, I can't see any conceivable reason for bringing like more attention to that fact. Isn't it just kind of letting people know that your family's dox is out there? Like, I don't know why, unless you like are trying to sympathy bait from your audience. Maybe I'm being uncharitable because I know this, I already kind of have like a preconceived notion of what kind of person this guy is. A fucking attention-loving, power-hungry, like, maniac. But yeah, it's just like seems like more like attempts at like baiting sympathy.
Anyone should know this, it's fucking you. And this isn't even the first time that he's doxed family members in his investigations, even though he has no proof of them being guilty. He did the same thing with Pablo Sonny's dad and doxed him in his IMVU video. But continuing the timeline of Max trying to take down Camden, he then makes a YouTube short a little after these streams to announce new updates on the case and that he's now working with the Atlanta Bar Association.
Colton's still waiting for me to reply to his DMs and watch Star Wars with him. Okay, this is like a little bit ridiculous, okay? This is like a little bit ridiculous. I'm normally of the mindset, you know, fuck whoever you want, whatever. But this guy is like, this Colton guy is like the worst man whore I've ever seen. Is there a single woman in this chat right now that Colton has not sent like a DM to? Is there a single woman in my chat right now that Colton has not sent a DM to? Like anyone? Anyone, like a single fucking woman, because I've gotten DMs from regular female chatters like, yeah, and there's nothing wrong with it, this is all consensual, but this guy, dude, he sent a DM to me. You're a fucking guy, I think. Aiden, you know he was hosting a watch party for Lerix's streams today and inviting chatters? Liam Donovan chatters. He was inviting Liam Donovan chatters. Isn't that a bunch of like 15-year-olds? Like what? He added me from Lerix's call-in server. This guy will never learn. This guy will never fucking learn. Oh my god, dude. This guy will, that's your guy? Are we doing the thing again where it's like you've spoken to somebody, so like they're now your guy and you need to be held accountable for like everything they've ever done? So true.
To ensure that justice is served and to locate Camden.
With new survivors and witnesses coming forward, we are currently in contact with law enforcement and the Atlanta Bar Association.
Wait, Ellie, has he DM'd you as well? Has he DM'd you too? Who is this guy not DMing? Who is the... This is ridiculous, dude.
To ensure justice is served, we are preparing the timeline with new accounts and evidence. Please bear with us as the situation continues to develop. Thank you for your contributions, and we'll see you soon.
Why are you even saying this publicly? All this information needs to be in private so you can discreetly collect evidence to build a case against this guy. You realize if he sees this, or any of your coverage to be honest, he's gonna leave the state and you or the police won't be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, let's like tip off the guy we're actively attempting to investigate and catch. So based.
It's to catch him. What's stopping Camden from doing exactly what Pablo Sonny did to get away from you? Fleeing the country to get away from all of this. Hell, he probably has. I mean, why wouldn't he? You announce your every move publicly for him to see. You have fucked this up beyond belief, Max. This isn't one of your fake ARG videos. I mean, these are real people coming to you with their stories of being abused, and now you are held completely responsible if Camden ends up getting away, which, given your conviction rates, I mean, he's got a fucking 100% guarantee to ride off into the sunset with no consequences. And when you give this guy any type of criticism that he may be doing anything wrong, well, you must be pro-pedophile.
Basically, next time they remove my video is the next time they're getting another pedo tube.
Whether it's random commenters, other YouTubers, or even YouTube themselves, it's all the same response from Max. If you disagree with my approach, you must be pro-pedo. The most egregious example of this is when he accused
I'm gonna start using that one. Anyone who disagrees with me, I'm just gonna start like accusing of being like pro-pedophile.
Entire platform of YouTube of supporting and protecting pedophiles just because he had 2 of his videos struck down for violating TOS.
Our children are exploited, molested, and raped every day, and you choose to side with their abusers. I'm here trying to protect sexual abuse victims. I worked 3 long, hard, traumatizing months on this project just for—
Oh, this is what they do as well. They act like they feel bad for me, like I'm on the streets having to they do like the beaten detective aesthetic, where it's like, you know, the fucking stereotypical noir movie. God, the shit I've seen on this job, man. The shit I've seen. Should have retired a long time ago. This job changes you, man. That's what like people like Max and Lyle Convoy do. They're like, I've spent 3 months looking at the scum of the internet. Calm down. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Like, go do something else. Aiden, why did you data mine me? I thought it would be funny.
for you to obliterate it completely. Is this what we get for publishing on your platform?
Dude, your video got taken down for harassment and bullying. This isn't that deep. There isn't some conspiracy that YouTube secretly loves pedos. It's probably because you make violent threats in your videos and send your audience to harass people while doxing them. Ever thought of that?
On November 26, 2021, my good friend Max published a video exposing the colossal ring that is IMVU, and to no one's surprise, YouTube tore it down like none of it ever happened. And for what? Because of the bare ass of a virtual character. Is this a joke?
We don't like pedophiles. Something you don't seem to see eye to eye with us on YouTube.
Let me get this straight. You included some guy's bare naked—
No, sir, you can't show somebody's bare naked ass to your audience, which consists, I would imagine, of a lot of like younger kids. You can't show a bare naked ass, sir. Sorry. Wow, so you must like pedophiles then. Incredible logic, dude. Honestly, when he puts it that way, when he puts it into that perspective, dude, thank you so much for showing me the light.
Naked ass in your video, and YouTube told you specifically it got taken down for nudity, and you somehow take this and draw a conclusion that YouTube is pro-pedophilia because it got taken down for the nudity of the ass that you showed in your video? Hey retard, maybe don't include nudity in your videos if you don't want to get them taken down. Just a piece of advice. There's no conspiracy here. You're just a fucking idiot.
I don't like people throwing around the word pedophile like it doesn't mean anything. I don't like that shit. We shouldn't just be throwing around the word like it doesn't mean anything.
But not only will
It's funnier because Aiden giggled. I laughed. Stop saying I giggled. What is a giggle? A giggle is like tee-hee-hee, tee-hee. It's like I'm laughing. You could say I chuckled. You could say I laughed. I'm not like a little fucking girl. You don't need to say I giggled. Okay? I laughed. What is a giggle, bro? Bro giggles. Good one.
Insinuate that others are pedos if you disagree with his methods. If you get on his bad side enough, he'll outright basically accuse you of being one entirely.
And I do not make a video on them until I have verifiable proof that they are a pedophile.
Back in July 2022, Mamamax was accused of being a pedophile, abuser, and rapist in a video by 4 of his exes and previous friends. For the most part, I can't confirm whether he's guilty or innocent of a lot of these things he's accused of in this video.
Dude, you guys suck so bad because now the more you're I should never say like what I don't like because then you guys just go and do it and then it's causing me to laugh. So now you're just gonna type it more and it's like I'm now stuck in this like endless fucking feedback loop. Bro, shut the fuck up. I'm not looking at chat. Shut the fuck up.
Due to it just being his word versus his ex's. But the guy who uploaded the video is someone named Magnetar, who's a YouTuber with 30k subs, but also the boyfriend of Haley, which was one of the girls who came out against Max in the video. So he and his—
Dude, why do people have a K
subs, but also the boyfriend of Haley, which was—
you couldn't have picked a worse camera angle. Like, you could not have picked a worse camera angle if you fucking tried, dude. You're like, the top half of the fucking frame isn't even you.
Was one of the girls who came out against Max in the video. So he and his girlfriend reached out to a lot of other girls that Mamamax has previously been interested in to craft a video, and then he uploaded it on his public platform because he already had a pretty big YouTube channel. And in Max's hour and 5-minute long video responding to the allegations, in the last 6 minutes, for some reason, he accuses Magnetar. Actually, he doesn't even accuse Magnetar. He states Magnetar is a pedophile for 100% of a fact, while saying his full legal name and doxed where he worked at the time.
Anthony Field, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube. The one who published this video on me.
Me, when somebody in chat accuses me of giggling, my reaction when I'm accused of giggling.
For 100% of a fact, while saying his full legal name and doxed where he worked at the time.
Anthony Field, Haley's boyfriend, Magnetar on YouTube. The one who published this video on me.
And as proof to show this is Max talking to some girl in Instagram DMs who claims that Magnetar sent his dick to her when she was a minor. This is it? Are you fucking serious? You don't even have any screenshots of Magnetar even interacting with this girl one-on-one? Not a single conversation. And based off of this, you're calling him a 100% pedophile just off her testimony that it happened. It's fucking poetic.
Has Lerix ever considered that the proof is in the pudding? Have we ever considered the proof is in the pudding? I don't think this is a perspective not many people have seen.
In the same video that you claim you have been falsely accused by 5 different girls, you do the same thing to Magnetar, not even accusing him, just stating he's a pedophile based off of one girl's story. If you think one girl's testimony is enough to prove that Magnetar is a pedophile, with your own logic, you would now have to admit that you're guilty of being an abuser, rapist, and pedophile yourself, since 5 girls came out with their stories of their testimonies against you.
Do you still feel confident just with that one girl's like testimony to go on your 750k sub channel and just openly say his name, Anthony Field, and then call him a pedophile?
Dude, why is Lerix repeating his name?
To like that video got like 1 million views, right? I mean, I feel like that's an insane thing to do.
He is a pedophile.
Based off
Why
of...
is that insane?
Yeah, but I'm asking what it's based off of, and what you're telling me is like one girl's accounts. And like I think that's fine for you to believe it behind the scenes. But I think when you have a 750...
No, let him talk. Oh my god. After he said it based on one girl's account, you need to let him talk. Let him talk. This is like the best way to keep your talking in these kinds of interviews as like minimal as possible when you know you're dealing with somebody that's gonna like trip over their own story. You need to let them do the talking because they'll dig the hole for themselves. I've learned this the hard way. You have to not... You want to get your owns in. That's great. But sometimes the owns are better if you subtly, without being too opinionated, ask the question and then let him dig his own grave.
BK sub YouTube channel, and you're confidently calling someone a pedophile, you gotta have like a higher bar. Don't you think so?
I think we should listen to survivors.
I agree, Max. We should listen to all women and survivors only up until they accuse you. Then they're the liars. And even when I confronted him about this on stream, he shows no remorse and doubles down.
All I wanted to do was share the information that someone sent to me, was that he sent a dick pic to a minor.
Okay, that is when you have a platform, you can't just innocently share that he's a fucking pedophile. Like, you have a higher bar of responsibility. You gotta understand that. Because now you're telling 1 million people that Anthony Field is a fucking pedophile. And you have one...
Dude, why? Just call him Magnetar. Lerix is like, Max released this guy's full name, so now every time I reference him, that's what I'm gonna refer to him as.
Testimony to back it up. Yes, but your one piece of evidence is one girl saying so. And I'm trying to explain to you how it's fucking so ironic for you to make a video.
I am simply sharing that
You're making a video defending yourself from false accusations of people falsely accusing you, and then you can't have this.
No, the response would be to this, Max, I'm pretty sure when I was like 13, Max, you were like trying to take me out on a date. So you're a pedophile, and then go and call him one, like for the rest of eternity. And then be like, I'm just simply sharing a statement. I'm sharing a statement of what you did. So let him set the standard, that's fine. But then that's like such an easy... That's such like an easy thing to work with, because now we can accuse him of anything. So base.
The same empathy towards someone else?
Not to someone who is a pedophile, no.
He smeared Magnetar completely and knew what his audience would now do after releasing the guy's full name and showing multiple photos of him and showing where he used to work, which, of course, the natural progression is that his fans did end up harassing him, finding out his current job, and emailing his coworkers that he's a pedophile.
You guys are the reason why it's so goddamn difficult to believe actual victims.
Oh yeah, also, he threatened to strike me.
And even worse, if you are like somebody that wants to catch predators, the worst thing you can do is, for him, it's the ultimate, probably the ultimate power trip when he tells them what to do and then the masses go and do it. If he was doing it himself, he probably wouldn't nearly get the same satisfaction. But the problem is when you're leaving that to an angry fucking mob, you're being super irresponsible because they don't know what, you don't know what you're doing, but they especially don't know what they're doing. A lot of these people that watch him are survivors themselves, so they're very fucking emotional, and they may be letting out the emotion from their own experiences into the situations that Max is covering and then calling them to action about, and then potentially innocent people will get caught in the crossfires, people will be slandered, innocent people will be doxxed. It's like you never want to give that kind of responsibility to the fucking mob. I don't understand this shit. Magnetar created a whole 4-victim video accusing Mamamax of being a rapist and shit, and Mamamax said, fuck you, you're a pedophile, and we were only blaming Max for shit. I didn't see Magnetar's video. If he did that, that's fucked. If he did that, that's fucked. Bro really dogged Magneto hard. I sympathize with Magneto for sure. Damn, this was back when Loam was based. Now he is soy and cringe. So true. So true. There was evidence in it? Yeah, and then additionally, right, I'm not saying, if Magnetar stated it as fact without conclusive evidence, yeah, that's irresponsible. But Magnetar had, like, the corroborating statements of 5 different women. And did he have proof that Max even knew these women? Because wasn't one of them his, like, ex or something? So Magnetar had way more to work with, right? That doesn't, if he stated it as fact, that doesn't matter, right? But that's still, like way, to have 5 different women, still way more than, like, the statement of one woman who you can't even verify knew the guy in question, right? Accusing is way different from outright saying they're a thing. Yeah, so which one did Magnetar do? Did Magnetar frame it as an allegation, or did he frame it as a proven fact? Because Max framed this as a fact. He just showed the woman's testimonies, he didn't even say anything, then these aren't comparable. Then this isn't fucking comparable.
My channel down in Discord DMs after I had a conversation with him on stream, claiming I promote a community that bullies child sex victims. You know me. If you don't want to get striked, I must express my concerns regarding the patterns we've observed in your behavior and the nature of the community you are cultivating. Your channel is at risk of being terminated if these issues persist. Promoting a community that engages in bullying, especially targeting survivors of child sex crimes, is deeply troubling. I strongly recommend you reflect on the impact of your actions and the environment you're creating. So I mean, he's just basically threatening to strike me if I keep—
Dude, I get it. I empathize with Lerix. I'm empathizing with Lerix because Jake Weddle called my community vile, so I get it, Lerix. I get it, Laraze. Okay, have any of you gotten the notification since we've gone live? Like, can you now see me in the live section of your video? Or of your YouTube page? Okay. Wait.
Keep talking about him, but he's got to veil his intentions under the victims, hiding behind that shield and acting as if I'm bullying them, when in reality, he's just mad at me and looking for an excuse to try to get me to shut up. And ironically, no one has done more damage to these victims than you. That case is completely fucked, dude. Like, you're letting their abuser get away with ease because you're completely out of your depth on how to handle any kind of investigation or building a legal case against someone to get them locked up. You gotta drop this case and pass it on to someone, anyone else. It's gotta be better than you.
I don't know about you guys, but I've wanted to be a superhero since I was a tiny bitch boy, and
what the fuck?
Even now, as a grown man, I still want to be a superhero.
It's not even a hero complex. It's just a cult leader complex. He wants to be a fucking cult leader.
Even after sadly realizing how impossibly stupid of a goal that is.
I wanted to end off this video taking a trip back where it all started for Max. One of his early videos that he made years ago.
To be fair, I do as well, so that's why I understand. I'm kidding. I understand him.
That was titled Superheroes.
Why do I have to be a gay-ass human being made of soft skin? Like, seriously, dude, a car can just run into me at 20 miles an hour and I'd probably break every bone in my body if not die. That's fucking gay.
I think... Huh?
Yeah.
Whoa, now, Max.
Is he Mr. Glass from Unbreakable? Is he Mr. Glass? 20 miles, a car hitting you. Maybe I am. I can't understand speed. A car at 20 miles an hour, that would definitely do damage. Would that break every bone in your body? I mean, yeah, maybe, probably, yeah. No, that would do some damage. Nope. Yeah, that would.
Max. Well, has Spencer seen this video? I think she needs to be informed about this.
That's fucking gay.
But in this video, he talks about this movie called Only the Brave that inspired him to believe that he, despite being an everyday citizen like the rest of us, could be a superhero and have a big impact on the world.
Even someone like me, who's a shockingly shameful shipwrecked shell of sheepskin who should have a shotgun shootout with their own mouth. If Brendan can do it, so can I.
Would a car going at 20 miles an hour that hits you do any damage? Okay, I know what we're gonna test out the next live stream.
Are you a pathetic piece of shit that can hardly even hold the weight of your own body for a few minutes before you have to lay down and lazily waste your entire life away? Well, so are all of us. Now do something about it, you stupid little bitch. And I don't know about you.
Dude, I remember like in 2017 or 2018, I saw Mamamax's video on like nihilism, and I'm like, wow, this is really fucking good. This is a great video. I'm like, this guy's got a lot of potential. In hindsight, these types of videos are like super fucking corny.
You bunga be superhero.
But it's an interesting video to look back at that kind of explains his motivations and foreshadows what to come in the future. This is exactly what he wanted to do. Be a hero, be a representative to CSA victims, and bring justice to those in need.
I am deeply honored to be like this representative for y'all.
He says himself he has a hero complex.
I guess I have like a hero complex because I want to take care of everything and protect y'all.
Also that he vows to protect children.
I have vowed to protect these people.
And is addicted to the attention and praise.
Is he wearing a chicken mask?
Complex.
I guess I have like a hero complex because I want to take care of everything and protect y'all.
Also that he vows to protect children.
Is that a chicken mask? Yes, I'm sure the victims of child rape sleep soundly at night knowing that you're out there patrolling the streets in a fucking chicken mask. So true. So fucking true. Hey guys, controversial opinion. I don't like pedophiles.
And is addicted to the attention and praise that he gets from being worshipped as a hero.
A lot of people are rewarding me with compliments and encouragement, and like they're like thanking me like I'm a fucking hero.
But when you really take a deeper look, it's all grift. There aren't any repercussions for the predators he finds in his videos. He lies about it when confronted and reaps the benefits from lying, earning thousands and thousands of dollars, along while gaining respect from his peers by being a complete con man. Mamamax isn't a hero. He's a fraud.
Why are you running cover for these vampire pedos?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Keem. I'm fucking
It's true. Did I not say this? Did I not say this?
defending pedophiles right now. You nailed it on the fucking head, my brother.
Subscribe to the Patreon and support this work.
Dude, who is that on his wall?
To the attention and praise.
Why are you running cover for these vampire pedos?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Keem. I'm fucking defending pedophiles right now. You nailed it on the fucking head, my brother.
Subscribe.
Okay, we've got MLK. Is that David Goggins or whatever his name is? Malala. And then some dude from... Is that Vietnam?
To the Patreon.
Huh?
And support this work.
Okay. Interesting stuff happening. So... Yeah, we did a quick recap of the Mamamax stuff, but for those of you that want an even like better, more in-depth recap of this guy, this fucking wannabe cult leader, posing as a predator catcher, making up lies about several people, you can go and watch Nicholas Diorio's. I think he made about 2 videos on it. I know Nick is a controversial figure, but those 2 videos in particular are really fucking good. So go check those out. That gives you an even more in-depth recap. But the reason we're talking about this guy once again is because today he made a response.
Hey everyone, welcome.
The trial of Mamamax, okay? And I was gone when this drama went down, so I do have some biases against the guy. I'm going to attempt to remain as unbiased as possible. It's 2 hours and 30 minutes. But before we do get into it, because it is 2 hours and 30 minutes, I need to figure out how to get this window shut. So I'm going to do my break early today. I know I tried at the beginning. It's been all over the place. We're going to be here like all night because then I have to cover more shit. So I'm going to figure out how to get my window shut. We're going to check out this video and we'll get into it, and I'll be back in like 8 minutes. Aiden has the fairest and most honest coverage. So fucking true. But yeah, so for those of you that missed it the other night, this is I had a conversation with a convicted felon that admitted to me that he was a diagnosed sociopath and got his wife deported. So for those of you that missed that, I'll put this on real quick. I'll be back in a few minutes. And then we'll be here for like 3 hours. So stay here, stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. And my stream is still not showing up as live in the YouTube bar, which is great. Truly incredible fucking things happening here on youtube.com. I'm starting to agree with Max, to be honest with you. I'm starting to agree with Max. So it's hard to get people. I say I'm gonna call somebody and then it never ends up happening. You got kicked from verbal combat. Thoughts?
That's some bullshit.
True, it's rigged. I think it's rigged. I saw them stuffing ballots last second.
Yeah, and I'm a Trumper, so we never admit defeat.
Listen, man, I totally get that. We're gonna send a false slate of electors to Speakeasy and get this rectified immediately.
Yeah. Yep.
So what are your thoughts on the deportations? You're happy with where that's going?
Yeah, it's based.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're a Christian, right?
Yep.
Okay.
You gonna tell me about Deuteronomy and the stranger and the sojourner?
No, I know I don't really know a whole lot about Christianity. I just know that the moral aspects I've heard I actually tend to like. But it seems like there's like wide interpretations of like Christian morality. But it seems like I don't know. I feel this actually has nothing to do with Christianity, more with the premise of it. I feel like you're not like a libertarian type conservative, right?
No, I'm pretty authoritarian.
Okay, then it's going to be harder to appeal to you on this one, because a lot of the conservatives I talk to are like pretty libertarian leaning. They don't like government overreach. What they really mean is they don't like government overreach if it's not benefiting them. So at least you're honest on that front, right? But
yeah, I'm pro smaller government, as in more localized governments. I don't like the Fed in a lot of situations, like the Department of Education. I don't like the Department of Education. I don't like federal government. I like smaller localized government, and then them having a high amount of authority in that smaller area.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about deporting somebody who is not from El Salvador to El Salvador to be imprisoned?
Well, if he's a criminal from Venezuela that came over illegally and the only prison that's going to take him is El Salvador, then yeah, send him to El Salvador.
How do we determine he's a criminal?
They have a bunch of processes that they go through. They monitor them. They watch they're watching them ever since the Patriot Act. They're monitoring these people. They're not just like scooping up Abuela and taking her to El Salvador. They're getting gangbangers.
Okay,
these guys, you think they're not watching them and they're not monitoring them?
Okay, so the problem is, right, if they were watching them and monitoring them, that means they monitored something that confirmed to them that these people were criminals, right?
Yeah, them breaking the law by coming here illegally.
No, okay, because then this is the other part about it, right? This is the other part about it. You're not just arguing, sure, the illegally entering part is a crime, but you're not just saying illegally entering here is the reason they should go to prison in El Salvador. That's not the crime that people will use to justify them going to prison in El Salvador, right? There has to be an additional crime or gang involvement.
Yeah. Do you think all the people we're deporting are going to prison in El Salvador?
No, I never made that claim. But do you think?
I know, that's why I asked. Do you think that?
No, of course not. But do you think the people that we are deporting to prison in El Salvador we should think that they've committed a crime other than entering illegally? There should be something additional, right?
Yeah, and the additional thing is being involved in gang activity.
Yes. Okay, got it. So the gang activity is the thing we're addressing, not just them coming over here illegally. The gang activity or violent crimes is the add-on that's going to justify not just deportation, you'll argue for anybody that enters illegally, but deportation to a prison in another country, we would need to argue for an additional crime. Okay, so we've established that standard. This additional crime we're talking about, why they've, with stuff like the Patriot Act, you're saying they can monitor them and they can see what they're doing. Assuming that's the case, that means they've seen some evidence that that enabled them to determine that this person was a member of a gang, right?
Yeah.
So why not publicize that evidence?
Maybe they don't want their well, a lot of it has been publicized. Tom Homan has talked about the methods that they use to track these people and follow these people.
He's been incredibly vague. He hasn't except for this guy that the senator recently went to visit. They have like given like virtually zero specifics about the specific people deported. I think it was like what 200 something, 300 something, and lawyers, family attorneys have had to pull teeth to get information about what led to their deportation. So we only have information pertaining to a few higher profile cases. We actually don't know what was determined to send certain people away.
Family lawyers, is the family hiring American lawyers to defend terrorists? Like what?
Okay, but
what do you mean family lawyers?
Wait. Okay,
are there family lawyers in Venezuela?
No, the family will get lawyers to argue for
American lawyers,
bringing them back,
hired by a family in America to defend somebody who came over here illegally and got sent back.
Wait, but they're not. The problem is we've just agreed they're not just being deported. We're not talking about your regular deportation. This is a new thing. I don't even like using the word deportation here because deportation implies a guy comes from like fucking Guatemala. You're sending him back home to Guatemala. We're taking people who come from a different country and we're outsourcing them knowingly to a prison in El Salvador. That's not deportation. That's a new thing entirely.
The other countries won't let us send them home. And these are people that got released from prisons in these countries. Like El Salvador was dumping Venezuela was dumping their prisons.
Okay, so if we can't send them back to Venezuela, sure, let's say, okay, I have an even better idea. Let's say, you mentioned Abuela before. Let's say Abuela did come from Venezuela. Abuela, and I know this isn't any of the people deported.
Is Abuela MS-13?
Okay, so it is gang members. It's not just that it's not just that they're illegal, and it's not just that we can't send them back to El Salvador.
But I'm saying that since they're illegal, they don't get an American lawyer. They don't get American due process. The due process, the process that is due to them is to send them out of here. Get them out.
If we're just deporting them, I agree. You're not going to need to give a full-blown trial to every single person that's being deported.
Yeah. So who cares what the lawyer says?
But they're not. But the issue is they're not just being deported. They're being outsourced to a prison. We're essentially sending them to prison. We're just doing it in another country. And if you're sending someone to prison,
not all of them.
Okay, not all of them. I'm talking about the 300 that were.
Okay. And if those 300 were violent gang members,
but we don't know that.
I think we know that. I think you're denying that we know that to try to find like an out for why this is the right thing to do.
You determine that through a trial.
Like
we've always determined that through a trial.
What's that guy's name that all the lefties are always whining about?
Yeah, he got a traffic ticket. I know.
He got a traffic ticket. He was confirmed MS-13 in an immigration court and an appellate immigration court.
Because he had like a tattoo, right?
I'm not sure the whole details of the case. I know in 2 courts they confirmed that he was MS-13.
Yeah, but wasn't there like extenuating circumstances that led to him being allowed to like keep his residency permit?
Yeah, Obama was the extenuating circumstance.
Well, actually,
sanctuary cities was the extenuating circumstance.
Wait, hold on. You realize deportation still happened under Obama, right? Obama was deporting a ton of people.
But he was also setting up sanctuary cities and moving people into flooding America.
Yeah, wait. But what does a sanctuary city? What does a sanctuary city have to do? His residency permit isn't handled by the city, is it? His residency permit isn't handled by the city, so that would have nothing to do with why it was rescinded or why it wasn't, right?
No, sanctuary cities will arrest somebody for a violent charge, an immigrant, and then release them, and then not report it to immigration and not assist immigration with deporting them.
But that's a different. What you're talking about right now is a different issue. We're talking about why did the judge decide, despite confirmation that this guy apparently had some links to MS-13, why did they still think he was fit to maintain a residency permit in the United States? You said sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities have absolutely nothing to do with your ability to keep your residency permit. What those are used for in this context is if you don't have a residency permit and you're at risk of being deported, you would claim refuge in those cities. But he did have his residency permit, so that wouldn't even be necessary.
Right, and I said he got his residency from Obama in what, 2018, or when did that happen?
Yeah, but. Because he wasn't.
I'm sorry, not 2018, 2016. I forget, but
did he?
Yeah, under Obama.
And then after, did he have any felony convictions in the United States?
Well, he might not have had felony convictions in the United States, but he had a conviction of coming here illegally.
Yes, but okay. You guys revert back to this. You said if we're sending someone.
We revert back to this because you say crime rates are lower among illegal immigrants. Yeah, because if you come somewhere illegally, you're gonna lay low. So yeah, they're not doing violent crimes. I'll agree to that. But They are 100% all criminals because they came here illegally. So the best answer is send them back.
So
And if your country won't take you back, then we're going to send you to El Salvador and they can give you due process there.
So JS, why do you think when we started this off, I was questioning you so hard on should people just go to El Salvador because they came here illegally, and I got you to confirm that they should go to the prison in El Salvador if they came here illegally and they're in a gang. Because every single time I have this debate and we argue that we don't have proof of a violent felony conviction, everybody goes and reverts back to, okay, well, they are here illegally. Okay, you would argue that if we're talking about deporting them. We're not just talking about deporting them. We're talking about sending them to a prison. And you agreed that additional
all
qualifier.
the people that came illegally should be deported.
Yeah.
But the ones that came here illegally that then our government gave them ways to stay here, we're going to monitor those people because we can't get them under Biden and under Obama. We can't get rid of them right now. We're going to watch them. And then when Trump comes in, okay, we know who these people are. These are the people we've been trying to deport for like the past 10 years and we weren't able to. So now let's get them out of here. And then they do it. And those are the ones that are getting sent to the prisons. Those aren't just like the people we're just deporting back over the border. Those are people, if they're getting sent to a prison, I think that.
All right, folks, sorry about that. It took a while. Mission's accomplished. Windows shut. We're going to be here for hours. Hours, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here. I'm back. What's up? What's up, people? Who's still here? Who's still here? All right, we got almost 100 people. Not bad. What's up, folks? Aiden's gonna come back before the good part. Problem? You could go watch the stream. For some reason, it's still not coming up as live. I don't know why. I don't know why that's fucking happening. Aiden does like to win. Is there anybody that doesn't? But yeah, we'll check out this second video.
Mamamax cancellation response video. This is a very dense video, so I've divided it into 5 main sections. Introduction and recap, Night Docs, Nexpo, and Mudahar.
Oh, so our recap was pointless because he gives us one.
Spencer's allegations, personal questions, and Belfgor. With that said, let's go and have fun.
Belfgor?
Hi, hello. Why should we trust you? There's 2 sides to every story, and I'm sure you've gotten hundreds of one side.
Tay Perks, I'm sorry. Tay Perks, look away. Look away from the screen, Tay Perks. Look away from the screen. Can you react harder? Can I react harder? What? Nothing's happened yet. By the way, if you quick shill, if you guys want to help out, you could donate. We have super chats now. You could donate through the Streamlabs link, or if you can't, make sure to like, make sure to sub, support the channel.
But there's still a whole other side you haven't seen yet, but that's going to change. What happened? That's a lot to explain. So, a survivor reached out to me for help regarding a case of an alleged cult leader and child predator.
That's a mugshot. So, what was Camden actually got arrested for something? What was this arrest for? Because he didn't present any proof, right, of Camden's predation or anything, right? So what? If this is super misleading, if this is a mugshot due to an unrelated crime,
and asked me if I could platform them to tell their story. So I was just going to start a new format where we platform the survivors and let them have a voice. But I quickly realized that we needed help given the gravity of this case, and the purpose of our campaign evolved to find more survivors in order to build a criminal case against the accused party, since he was still active.
Can I speak to Officer badge number?
And so I reached out to institutions, journalists, lawyers, and experts in the field of cult psychology.
The leader uses these techniques to gain.
I wonder what a cult psychologist would have to say about Mamamax. I'm actually very curious. Because I said this before, I've had this like long time theory that like there's cults like still exist. There are recent cults, right? Like NXVIM, Love Has Won, etc., etc. But like I feel like a lot of people that very well would have been like cult leaders in like the 1960s and 1970s ended up becoming like YouTubers instead because they could get the same like satisfaction and control over people through the way they engage with their audience and channels. And Mamamax certainly is probably the best example of that in the sense of like a fucking Machiavellian, a Machiavellian that wants like total control over his audience and has them do his bidding. And he literally called his shit like God cult. plausible deniability is just irony, but he loves the power. He gets off on the power.
An undue influence over his or her followers. We've often referred to this as brainwashing or mind control.
But most notably, I reached out to my peers on YouTube. The most influential among them was Charlie, who has helped me in the past.
This also comes into play with Mamamax's video, if you remember that controversy that happened. I imagine most people who don't know the situation and don't know Mamamax will see this and just be like, what the fuck is going on here?
His support has always been invaluable, and since I've seen him fight corruption before, and he is one of the most respected voices on the platform, I truly believed he could make a difference. But it was difficult to get anyone...
How has Charlie ever fought corruption? Charlie has brought awareness to, like, various situations, but I've never seen an example, and I could be off on this, I'm not a regular viewer of his, but I've never seen an example where he is the one that is, like, spearheading the investigation or making the claims. He's kind of the guy that covers other people's coverage, or, like, the main source. And when Mamamax came to him, asking for him to cover this, he asked something very similar to Mutahar, and Mutahar said to him, there's nothing concrete here, which is just true, whether you like Mutahar or not. So it's like, you're expecting him to cover it when you haven't... He covers things where people have already done the work. And you haven't done the work. You haven't proven your claim. So why are you expecting him to cover it, unless you're expecting him to do the work for you? Like, I don't understand what Mamamax was really looking for from Critical.
To just listen to the survivors, and so I created artificial drama to get people's attention. I could literally cancel you, Charlie. And to be clear, I
could cancel you, and I choose not to. Like that, he gets off on that. He gets off on that, like, power.
Is upfront that the drama was fake.
This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation.
And that worked. Until it didn't.
Stop ignoring Mamamax. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way.
I still don't feel good about that decision. But then, the people that I trusted, the people that I looked up to, the people that I considered my best friends, they all turned on me.
Yo, JPM, thank you so much for the $4.99. It's funny that Max censors Spencer's face in the video, but her face has already been revealed. Yeah, like, it's already on the internet. Maybe he doesn't want to bring more awareness to it, even though he himself has, like, shown her face in previous videos, right? Maybe that's, like, a specific request she's now made of him, and he's honoring that. But, like, maybe he doesn't want... But I'm assuming, like, almost anyone who's going to be watching this video has some familiarity with the previous circumstances revolving this guy and has seen her face. So he's not really hiding it from any, like, amount of, like, additional people.
In an attempt to protect their own reputations, because they saw what was happening to me. And then they resorted to creating their own deceptions around me. So that way they could bury me. No one will ever believe what I say. I'm a fraud, I'm a liar, I'm a manipulator, I'm a deceiver, I'm a monster. And then they wipe their hands.
Is he denying that he's a liar? He's, like, talking about these claims as though they're, like, absurd, when we have proof that he has lied about various things. I mean, have we received any, like, proof that this KC person, this person that he alleged had, like, taken their own life, have we received any proof that she even existed? Right? Like, he has lied about several things.
Their hands and pretended like I never existed. But I do exist. And I do have my own side to all of this.
If I were them, I'd pretend like you never existed either, because it is, right? It is a bad reflection on everybody who associated with him, because it's not like Mamamax fucked up in one big event, okay? The Camden Gerard Davis stuff, that was one thing, but people in every video you're going to watch covering him at the time of his drama, they're going back through years of videos, years of criticisms, and it's like nobody who was, like, associating with him, going on his, like, shows or podcasts or whatever, none of these people had done their due diligence to verify that this guy, like, was making any meaningful contribution, or catching predators, etc., etc. And in fact, it was the opposite. He was doing things that more than likely was, like, aiding predators in learning from their mistakes, not getting anybody caught, you know, lying, doing things that were borderline, if not outright, slander and defamation. So if I were them, I'd pretend like he never existed either, because this is also, like, a very negative reflection on all of them.
And that's what I'm doing now, is clarifying some things, presenting some new information that some of you might have not known. And hopefully in the near future, we will resolve all of this drama, so that way we can get back to the more important work. Do you acknowledge that you've made mistakes? And if so, which? Of course, I've made mistakes.
I'm almost certain, and I'm about to eat my words, I'm almost certain he's going to do the easy concession. He's going to concede on points that are very easy for him to concede on, so it looks like he's taking accountability, and then continue I'll totally eat my words if I'm wrong on this. Things that are not going to be like have a detrimental effect on like how people would view his character. He'll make concessions on those to look like he's taking accountability. I bet you that's what's about to happen.
And I think one of my biggest mistakes was covering dangerous content at a time I was too immature and uneducated on the subject matter.
What did I tell you? That's such an easy concession to make. I was immature and covered things I probably shouldn't have covered. Like, if that's the only criticism of you, that's something it's very easy to fucking move on from. I was too immature to be handling this. Okay, that's not really a big reflection on your character.
It's important to note that I did not have a mentor. I did have some military training, but I was mostly learning as I was going. And I felt what I was doing was much too serious to ignore. The amount of child exploitation that is happening all over the internet still does not get enough exposure to this day. And that leads me to another big mistake, which was mixing fiction and non-fiction for cases that are too volatile for dramatization. At the time, I felt I could do no wrong.
Aiden, what's a fair apology to you? You acknowledge what you no extra fluff, okay? No the emotional crying, whatever. And I've looked into this. I've realized a lot of YouTuber apologies like are never accepted. So it's like, what would be an example of a good one? Probably one of the better examples would be PewDiePie's, right? But albeit in his case, it's nothing on the level of what Max has done. And Max would probably never be able to engage in the type of content he was engaging with and maintain any credibility with what we know he has done. But a good apology would be you acknowledge objectively the things that you have done wrong. You just state them, no excuses at the beginning, and then you explain why those things are wrong, the effects that they've had on people without going into detail about the effects they've had on you. And then if there's any false stuff amongst that, you could save that for the end while admitting that doesn't negate the things you had genuinely done wrong at the beginning. So you acknowledge objectively with none of the extra bullshit.
Wrong if entertainment helps bring awareness to these very real issues.
A problem with a lot of the apologies is like, what would be a good one? You have like people like, what's her name? Laura Lee. It's like crying, I'm so, this has affected my life, etc., etc. Nobody wants to hear that. They want you to own up to it without any of the fucking sprinkled on bullshit.
Issues, but retrospectively it just creates confusion around what's real and what's not in the long term. But I have been quite transparent about this since the very beginning.
All information was hidden or censored, names and identities were altered to protect the privacy of non-consenting parties, all dramatization of the individual's dialogue are fictional and meant for storytelling purposes.
How would you explain that? It's like half fiction, half kind of a story?
I call it hybrid, like documentaries, because it's like...
Yeah, you can't do hybrid fiction, and I've said this at the beginning. This is the cope he's going to fall back on. He's a filmmaker, he's an artist, so he's of course engaging in fiction, and it's like, that's fine. But when you're claiming to be like a real predator catcher, when you sprinkle in any form of fiction, if you're not explicitly clarifying that it's fiction, you're misleading people. And you can't use that cope because when he was seriously asked about this KC person who was more than likely or almost definitely a fictional character made up for a story. When he was asked about her, he didn't say, outside of the video, he didn't say to his fans, oh yeah, she was fake. He said, yeah, she's doing well, pretending like she was real and adding more credence to the notion that she genuinely exists.
Yeah, it is half fiction that is parallel to the real story, and then there's just the real story.
Which is why the full investigation was publicly available in the mega drives that were linked in the paste bins of my video description.
Once again, he's falling back as well on the idea that the average viewer is going to go look at what he's linked. Your average viewer is not, people do like the bare minimum of research. People watch a lot of videos so they could shut their brains off, okay, and to expect the average viewer to then go and look through like all 70 links or whatever the fuck you have in here and then decipher what in your video is fake and what is real. This seems like you just added it in here so you could have some form of like plausible deniability. You blatantly like lied in videos that were supposed to, when you're handling something as serious as exposing a predator, which is very serious allegations, life-ruining allegations, the filmmaking, the fictional storytelling, you have to fucking set that aside. That's a horrible mix. That's a horrible mix. Those are two things that do not work together at all.
That were then reported and taken down, with claims that they contained CSUM. But there was no CSUM, it was just documenting predators and their interactions with me. The entire investigation, from accessing the platform, creating an account, interacting on the site, speaking with predators, speaking with victims, and everything that happened from beginning to end were present in OBS screen recordings on those mega drives. There
Who the fuck is this guy?
is so much information that I would include in this very video pertaining to previous investigations that I now cannot present because these drives have been taken down. I did not create a backup.
Did you really have to include that for your B-roll? Did you actually have, was that necessary, Max?
Because I was not comfortable keeping all of this evidence of predators on my personal computer. So my team helped me upload it and let it go to the public. Mega is quite clear that you can report objectionable material. Because our end-to-end zero-knowledge encryption means we do not know the nature of content that is uploaded, Mega is only able to take down content when a public link has been reported to us. And since these were videos of predators getting naked and masturbating under the impression that I am a minor, I don't necessarily disagree with this decision, but that was the only source proving that these investigations were real. And since they are gone, it has been very easy for everyone to say that they are just fake. But obviously they are not. These platforms and predators are very real. Some of these same creators have covered them with me on multiple occasions.
Okay, have you gotten any of them? What have you actually contributed in the course of these investigations? Hasn't he admitted that he has not got a single person actually caught? Like, he has not gotten a single person caught, which is the only meaningful end result, because if they're caught by law enforcement, right, and I'm kind of repeating this because this is the part that's going to go in a VOD, right, if they're caught by law enforcement, that's the thing that can actually stop them, or at least is purpose to. It doesn't always work like that, but is more likely to stop them from future harm to children. Because, as I said before, if they're put in the sex offender registry, they could have their access to telecommunications monitored or, I think, outright prohibited by a judge, if that's the means that they're trying to, get with minors on. And if you're not getting them to that point, then your investigation is completely useless. Totally useless.
So some of you may have seen the video that both myself and Ryan did, but most importantly Mamamax did, on a website called kidschat.net. It is a haven for predators.
We made reports to the FBI and NCME.
Kidschat.net? That's such a horrible idea for a website. What the fuck? What? Why is that a thing? Why is that a thing? Do they do age verification to get into that site? That's like the worst idea I've ever heard.
MEC together. And I don't know how anyone can think that the predators are fake. No, these are not paid actors. These are child predators. Some of them even have records.
And the sheriff says admits to sending pornography to a child is now charged with pandering obscenity. Wayne Barnett is 60 years old, and the sheriff says Barnett sent the images to a 12-year-old.
Now, I'd like to clarify that I never actually claimed to personally get these arrests.
You went on and you said this guy was arrested. It was because
did he not outright call himself like the pedo catcher or the pedo hunter? How are you catching anybody if you've not contributed to an arrest? How have you caught anybody? He called himself the pedo hunter. How are you hunting anybody? What are you doing to meaningfully stop these people from, when they're done talking to you, going and doing the same thing with another minor, or a real minor?
Because of me, it was because of my video.
But I never said this.
So you did find out who he is. You did find out who he is, but you didn't put him in jail. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if we put him in jail, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And anytime a predator is arrested, I always...
You obviously led people on to believe that you were getting people caught. He very clearly led people to that belief with how he framed it. Maybe he didn't outright state it, but this is like framing. He's emphasizing certain things or omitting other things that lead people to a false conclusion, which in essence does the same thing as lying, right? He calling himself the pedo hunter, the pedo catcher, or whatever. What would you, with the way he's presented his investigations, etc., what would you believe that he's doing? What would you believe the end result is of his videos?
always credit my audience who do the legwork.
And it was all thanks to you.
And finally, I think platforming survivors
And also, as I said before, letting your audience do the legwork is a horrible idea.
before we were ready to handle the public was a huge mistake. I did read books and reach out to experts and institutions to educate myself on the subject matter. I did get the consent of the victims who appeared in these videos before releasing them. And I did ask my peers for feedback, which most of them did not have anything negative to say.
Ooh, I like it, man. Not sure how to assist with the view. It's very different from anything I've ever done. Sort of difficult to see exactly the point. Still feels like an ARG, but it is good as fuck. You're trying to get you were just trying to get Charlie's attention. I mean, this is a private statement, so like I'm not gonna hold Oompaville super accountable for this.
Say until after the backlash, but clearly none of
Obviously, like, you're gonna do way more due diligence if you're endorsing somebody publicly versus like, yeah, it seems good and like private.
us were ready for what ended up happening, and I do take a great share of responsibility for what happened, and I don't feel good about it. Those are just a few mistakes out of many, many more I know I've made, but I'm always
Yeah, so the accountability section, as I predicted before, he's just taking L's in areas where it wouldn't have, and a lot of people do this, right? They're accused of a bunch of reputation ruining things, and they'll frame it like, yeah, I did make some mistakes. And then the things that they will concede on or take accountability on are the most like minor aspects that don't really have a huge detriment on like your judgment of them. Like, yeah, I was young, I was immature, but I did my best. I did my best though, because even when he's conceding on the small stuff, he's still trying to explain and make it like less meaningful, right? Being like, I never said technically I was catching them or getting them arrested, even though you did frame it that way. So yeah, he's not actually really like apologizing for anything.
learning and trying to do better. Genuine question here. Why did you betray Night Docs despite all that he did for you? Is he lying or is he telling the truth that you made false allegations concerning him? I actually really want to talk about this. So just for some background, I met Jim Pagel, creator of Night Docs, at PAX South 2020. This is where I also met Nexpo, Mudahar, and some other YouTubers. This was my first experience meeting other YouTubers, besides a random collaboration with Official Duck Studios in 2019.
Welcome! Go!
Okay.
Faster!
Anyway, this was my first
Was that necessary to include?
real friend group with other influencers. And I was a bit awkward, to say the least.
Probably can speak to it. Yeah, I can speak.
But I became very close with these people, specifically Night Docs and Nexpo.
So, no! And guys, whoa, guys, what the fuck? Guys, I said stop, drawers, stop. The drawers, not my drawers. Give me the fucking camera.
And Ruby and I ended up moving in with Night Docs when he invited me. And from what I remember, Jim was a very kind person and an extremely loyal friend.
Max and Ryan, Nexpo, like, those guys are as close to being my brothers as you can be without being blood related. I mean, I would do anything for those dudes.
And I have so many fond memories with Jim. But Jim would often get on Ryan's nerves, Nexpo, when we would film together. I remember this happened with pretty much every episode of Cringe Kitchen, as well as Ben Drowns Again that we all filmed together. And I think it was because Jim has ADHD. He is prescribed Adderall and often drank a lot of energy drinks.
Why?
On top of a nicotine addiction.
Wait, what? Why are you sharing all of this? Wait, you're like totally fucking this guy over. Is Nexpo like public about this? Why are you revealing what medication this guy's taking? What the fuck? What is the purpose of any of this? And why are you saying that people didn't like making content? Well, like, wasn't the nature of the stuff he had accused Night Docs of? And in the recap we did, that kind of got like brushed over. But if I remember correctly, wasn't Night Docs like accused of some like more serious shit by Max? So why are you saying? And people didn't like making videos with him or whatever. Like, what relevance does that have? What relevance does that have to anything? He's violating his HIPAA? No, he's not. No, he's not. That's not how HIPAA works. HIPAA is applicable, I think, to medical care providers. It's not applicable to people that just for your own knowledge, if you go and disclose to somebody that you're on certain medication, they're not going to violate HIPAA if they go and tell people that. So you probably shouldn't go around telling people that, because that's not how HIPAA works.
So Jim would often get lost in whatever he was doing, And this would result in Ryan getting pissed off and venting to
That's obviously a how is that? There's people that actually HIPAA is one of the most like misunderstood. How is that? You understand HIPAA is like one of the most misunderstood things. Like people constantly like cite it and they don't know what they're talking about. Like, so it's not really like that unbelievable for me to think that this guy's like seriously making that claim.
To me about Jim.
Probably bring maybe Max and Expo along too, if they're up for it. I know Max will be all on board with it. Max is like always like, whenever I ask Max about anything, he's like, yeah, dude, let's do it. Come on, let's go. Like, he's really awesome that way. Ryan tends to be a little busier, and all that, so not as easy to get a hold of. Not as easy to get a hold of Nexpo all the time. He also shuts his phone off quite a lot too, so he's hard to get a hold of unless he wants to be available.
Okay, dude, am I gonna have to just hide chat for like the VOD? That's such a crazy message. Can we just like tone it down a little bit, guys? I'm trying to, this is a segment I am trying to turn like into a VOD. So can we maybe not type things like biggest blunders putting in the chat?
Ryan and I would become closer than brothers. I think just
What is the point of this? I don't know. This guy's like your mentally unstable, like artsy film student type, and I feel like he just needs to turn everything into a fucking movie. He's not good at it either.
because he was a year older than me and our opposing personalities.
Actually, I'll be charitable. He obviously like is like creative and he is good at like creative storytelling, but that's what he should have done. But that's not what gave him like the power he wanted. He wanted to feel like he actually was like having influence. So he felt the need to like if he had just gone the fictional route or the storytelling route, etc., I'd reckon he actually would be okay at it. The problem is he tried to integrate that into doing like serious work on a very serious subject, which is child predation.
Mixed well. And there were times when he would ask me questions about living with Jim. And I told him I would help Jim care for his girls when he was busy.
What is that?
I want him to be.
Who do you want to be here?
Max.
You miss Max? Well, I'll show Max this. You want to tell anything to Max? If Max is sitting right here, what would you tell Max?
Max, I want you to come back.
Now let me be clear. Just because I would supervise and feed the girls on occasion does not mean I think Jim is a bad father. Jim is actually very kind and loving. From everything I have seen, his children are very happy with him.
What does this have to... what?
I am just explaining my side of what was happening when I lived with him. So when Ryan and I would hang out without Jim, he was always very curious about what was going on at his place. So he would ask me questions. Ryan always loved talking about Jim. Anyway, I fell in love with a woman who was helping me hunt predators, and Jim graciously let me invite her to stay with me for a week.
So even in this video, he's saying he hunts predators. How are you hunting them? How are you hunting them? And oh my God, dude. How do you... Listen. I don't mean to call on... I'm assuming this is... No, because his deodorant is there too. So I'm not gonna make this a thing specific to women, but how do you move around with that many fucking... How do you move around with that much shit on your counter? How do you move around with that much shit on your fucking counter? That's like... How do you even turn the sink on? You've got... What? That's some very nice, what is it? La Nuit YSL cologne. Degree deodorant. But dude, you got so much shit on there. Clean your fucking counter.
And this is when I started hearing the first rumors about Jim from
That's a very good cologne, by the way. I highly recommend.
This girlfriend, because she was chronically online and spent most of her time on all of our Discord servers and participated in a lot of the gossip that happens on these servers. It wasn't anything serious, it's just that Jim was very flirty with women.
Also, why are they filming like every aspect of their life? Why are you filming him like sleeping on you? Or why is he filming his kid? What is this? This is like, I saw somebody make a joke about this the other day. It's like when the protagonist's love interest dies at like the climax or whatever, and he has to he like is like sitting in bed like sad watching all the old videos of her, and it's like old like footage of like she's like, stop it, stop filming, and he's like sitting in bed crying. This is like what this video reminds me of.
Which isn't a crime, so I didn't really care. But again, when Ryan would ask me questions, I would answer him honestly. And since he was also hearing...
Okay, biggest blunder. It's nothing personal, man. I'm gonna just for like an hour or so. I'm gonna keep you out of the chat. Nothing personal, buddy. Wait, I don't even have an hour option. Okay, never mind. 30 minutes.
Some of the same stuff from his own Discord server, we would compare notes and discuss what we've been hearing. And then we started witnessing firsthand how Jim would behave with women in real life, saying some pretty inappropriate things that would create some awkward situations. And it's not like he was hurting anyone, but I think because of that, and the rumors, and some other personal stuff, over time we started to distance ourselves from Jim, and eventually we just stopped talking to him. That was the extent of my relationship with Night Ducks, but things did not get that bad for him until VidCon 2022.
You're gonna have to specify what weird stuff are you like talking about. You should probably specify. You shouldn't leave that up to audience interpretation. I think he might have previously clarified, but that's like a really weird thing to like leave the audience to figure out, because that could mean any number of things. Like, yeah, give us some receipts or proof or evidence. Yeah. And I understand he's giving his side, so I understand you don't have evidence of everything. Okay, I get that. But, like, if you're making a public statement on this, you probably should have some things that can be corroborated.
When Ryan told Mutahar about all of this, and that's when Jen, Mutahar's wife, told us about her experiences.
Lunatic, crazy person, psycho.
With Night Dogs.
You know, in regards like Night Dogs. The whole situation is like, you know, you hear some things and then you're trying to figure out where they're coming from, and then you find out, you know, it was originating from Max the whole time.
Yeah.
Not that Night Dogs doesn't have fault of things of his own.
Okay. Come on, buddy. Let's not. Let's not. Do I have any fucking mods in the chat? Oh, there we go. Thanks, Galactic Dumpster Fire. Much appreciated. My strongest mod.
Now I'm gonna leak her DMs that she sent during my cancellation to a witness who will be speaking shortly. Hey, I remember a couple years ago hearing the whole Jim and the waitress story and that you felt uncomfortable. Was I remember things wrong? It was some joke from Jim about him and I potentially spit roasting with a—
His side is worthless if he can't provide any evidence. Yeah, I get that. Okay, I get that, but this is obviously something he's under scrutiny for. And if you can't give evidence. I'm totally against Max on this, by the way. I think this has been a super disingenuous video so far, but I hate this thing where it's like, people expect you to provide evidence of every aspect of a story. That should be the expectation if you're going to believe that. But people could still share, like, I could tell you a story about my interactions with somebody that I have no proof of, right? And I agree that that should really make you skeptical of it, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to share it, especially if my relations with this person are under some form of scrutiny, because you're not recording every fucking minute of your life. But with that being said, I know they accused him of some pretty serious shit, so they should have evidence of that. For the more minor stuff, like if he's adding that, I'm not going to assume he's lying or anything, just because he doesn't have evidence of every single fucking detail. But he has been proven to be an unreliable narrator, so in his case, I am skeptical of everything he says, especially the shit with no evidence.
The waitress that talked to us there, it came out of nowhere and it just surprised me, on top of me thinking it was just weird and disrespectful. Lol. He's saying now the waitress was into it. From what I remember, it was just weird and disrespectful. Lol. He's saying now the waitress was into it. From what I remember, she wasn't around at all when the joke was made, and I can't recall him talking to her directly. Unless it was while I was in the bathroom, I don't know.
So he made, I assume, some sort of sexual joke behind a waitress's back with his friends?
I mainly remember everyone there just being like, what the fuck, when he said that to me. I can't speak for the waitress if she'd be into that, talk or not. I'm just trying to piece together some things because cool, it's not a pedo, I
He
get.
was still out of pocket and obnoxious? I mean, also, if they're at dinner, or was this lunch or dinner? Like, he could have been, that doesn't excuse certain behavior, but if he's not making a joke to her, and these are with his close friends, that genuinely just might be like locker room talk, and there could be alcohol involved as well. Like, that's not like a super, like, huge thing, depending on the contents of the joke. Like, if he's not making it to her face, and he's just making it to his friends, doing fucking locker room talk, yeah, you totally can think that's weird. But based on my recollection of, like, the reaction, it seems like a bit severe how they reacted to this.
Yes, he was still out of pocket and obnoxious. I feel for the dude. I feel like it's textbook divorcee dad behavior. As for the other claims, I have no idea. He got too pushy with me before I met Muda.
Big difference is that Max accuses this guy of being a pedophile. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the shit he would absolutely need to provide proof of. I totally agree.
he can't read a room. So just for everyone to be crystal clear on this, Mutahar and Jen were already saying, and I quote, Night Docs is a fucking creep. Even Mutahar himself admits he did not hear any of the rumors from me.
In regards to Jim or Night Docs, there were 2 allegations.
Yeah, but creep, like, kind of a guy that makes, like, he talks dirty behind a waitress's back is way different than a guy that's a fucking pedophile, right? So even if they conceded on that, like, you called him a pedophile. You made some serious allegations against him.
One of them, which had come from Max, allegedly, in amongst a friend group, about him not being necessarily the best dad. There were 2 key things. One of them was him being asleep most days, and then the other was that Max would have to step in and feed his children cereal or whatever else was in the house. This is something that I heard, again, not from Max, but through our internal friend group. And while this one definitely raised some questions about, okay, you know, you gotta be attentive if you're the dad, it wasn't necessarily the most serious thing. However, what was more serious was the allegation where he had allegedly started unzipping himself in front of a minor, exposing himself over a Discord video call. Now, I actually confronted him about this one specifically.
That's a claim you absolutely need to substantiate. If you're going to start telling people about that, that's a claim that absolutely needs to be substantiated. That's like pretty serious shit.
Specifically because I wasn't exactly, I need to know the bottom of this truth, or I need to understand or at least get his side, because obviously I met the person in reality. Me and my wife confronted him, and in this situation, Jim obviously categorically denied that he had done anything, but I didn't have any evidence for or against Jim, and you know, in spite of all that, I still decided to, you know, hold back my connection, not talk as much anymore. We weren't necessarily the most talkative people anyways, but this absolutely sealed the deal, and that's just because I don't really like to interact with somebody that even has that kind of an ick on them. Or
well, that's okay. Okay, people are gonna analyze, and I'm not sweeping for Muda here. Muda has, I'm not a huge fan of his or whatever. If you hear an allegation against somebody and there is no proof, that's going to affect your public statements on that. But if you believe there's potentially some credence to it, or like iffy about it and believe he could have, there's a possibility, and you personally decide to like disassociate with him, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, that's your choice. But the proof and all that is really, sure, if it's a good friend of yours, it is kind of a shitty thing to do. If you're not being presented any proof, and then you're just deciding to cut them off over that. But like, the proof, all that shit is going to be needed when you're making public statements about this.
Or that stain, because again, I don't know what's true or what isn't. In this situation, I just decided to dial back the friendship that I had. Obviously, considering everything now, I'm more inclined to believe Jim at his word, given the other party.
So let's break this down. Mutahar claims that there were 2 allegations. One of them, only one of them, had come from me, allegedly, which was that Jim was a bad dad. And then Mutahar even admits he did not hear this rumor from me. It was from an anonymous source within the internal friend group that he intentionally does not name, who was spreading these rumors to him.
Yeah, but didn't you perpetuate this? Why you can't put the burden on completely on somebody else if you're the one that perpetuated these rumors as well, right? Even if you weren't the initial one to tell them about it, right? Didn't you also push them behind the scenes? So that doesn't really make like a significant difference.
Then the other allegation, which Mutahar has already implied, did not come from me, because remember, only one of them came from me allegedly, which was that Jim was exposing himself to a minor over a Discord video call. So if these rumors did not come from me, who did they come from? It was Ryan who spread those rumors to Mutahar. And from my memory, Mutahar and Jen spread those rumors to everyone else, telling every other YouTuber that Night Docs is a predator who abuses his kids. And I was like, okay, I guess that's what these people do. For the record, I was not even present while this was happening. But you could say we were all responsible for spreading rumors about Night Docs. But of course, when I start getting canceled, they reached out to Jim and pinned all of these rumors on me. My statement on the Mamamax video just...
Hold on. Real quick, I am way too... We need to do a quick recap on this one. On the Night Docs shit. Hold on.
Like, this is the...
Really quick, because I don't have this part entirely fucking memorized.
Like, this is the full evidence.
Alright, and this guy's Magnetar. Which part does Diorio talk about Night Docs. Was this in the second video? I think you already made 2 videos.
What?
2 videos, okay. Fallen Friendship, got it. We're gonna check this one out real quick.
Forward and testify.
So
against
she
him.
has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent.
He does not have his dick pic.
So what does she have that she could come forward with?
Just her memory. But just because Anthony Field doesn't want to admit he's a pedophile doesn't mean he didn't do the things.
This is Magnetar. Okay, I want to get to the Night Docs portion.
Has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent.
He does not have his dick pic.
But like I said, we all knew that already. What we weren't able to do last time was establish a pattern of behavior. Ladies and gentlemen, are you familiar with the YouTuber Night Docs? I heard you mention that you do like stuff with like politics and stuff. Like, I have no idea what kind of content you make. Typically, that you don't really follow under the same like genre as him.
We are definitely, there is a huge overlap in the audience for myself, Mamamax, Nexpo,
yeah.
Barely Sociable, all that.
Yeah,
so
Nexpo,
it's more
Mamamax,
dark, it's
they
more
make
dark documentaries and stuff.
Night Docs, or Jim, was a proud Mamamax supporter during the Pick a Side YouTube campaign. So much that he called in to actually debate me 2 years ago and defend Max's character from scrutiny. But do you...
And to be fair to Max, Max does emphasize in his response that this guy was a loyal friend. Okay, so that part is like honest. This guy did call in and defend him. So I'm gonna give him the bare minimum of credit on that one. Yeah, he is acknowledging this guy's loyalty to him. But that if Max did genuinely believe this guy had engaged in some sort of like sexual misbehavior or whatever the fuck, that's gonna be irrelevant.
I think like referring to it as like YouTube and saying stuff like the pedophiles that YouTube loves. I think one of the ones was that did he call them complicit? Like
the spirit of what he was saying. Yes. I know. I understand this. Part of my response to this, I need further clarification from you though. What is the problem you have with him saying that? Like what
I see it as
damage is being
misinformation.
done?
Like Max and many of their mutuals, Jim is a video essayist who makes long-form content. He was also firmly in the friend group of Max, Nexpo,
Yeah, we already saw that one.
Happened to this up-and-coming YouTuber with all of these widely successful friends and connections. The reality was, Night Docs was cast out of his social circle because Max spread rumors that he was a bad father, a creep to women, and worst of all, a pedophile. You are one of Mamamax's biggest defenders. You even debated me on a live stream 2 years ago. But you've even told me offline that he lived rent-free in your house for months. Can you explain the allegations that Max has made against you to the best of your ability and respond as necessary? Yeah.
His allegation.
I watched the video. He brought receipts on this point. This is a point that actually doesn't to lend credibility to Max, and this is why I'm looking more into this. This is a point I'm actually totally more willing to believe Max on, that other people were equally as guilty as he was. That doesn't negate. If we get rid of the Night Docs stuff, let's say hypothetically I grant him all of that, right? When I was first doing a recap of him at the beginning of this stream, that wasn't even like one of the main criticisms being perpetuated against him. That's a pretty big criticism. So Max is totally in the right to refute that if he'd like to. But without that, my judgment of his character still like essentially remains like the same. But let's just continue on this quick recap here.
Allegations against me range from I'm a neglectful parent to I am a creep, that I'm a pedophile. Essentially, the one that I was most bothered by really was when he was calling me a pedophile. He wasn't saying it publicly. None of the allegations he had against me were said publicly. He was doing it all behind the scenes with the people that I was closest to. I mean, I opened my home to this guy. I let him live not paying a dime in rent. He didn't do any chores. He didn't pay any rent. He really didn't do anything. So like if
Max is awake, I'm pretty sure he would call in. He's not shy. I don't have his Discord. I'd call him.
Complaining about how one time he fed my kids breakfast or whatever. He owed my kids breakfast, lunch, and dinner every time I had him. And he never once offered to compensate me or do anything in return either.
You heard that correctly. Not only did Max allege to have a predator friend that you never heard about, Max lived in his home by choice and rent-free for months. So how does it make you feel that he called you a
Did Max believe he was a predator at the time he was living in his house? Because like, even then, that's totally irrelevant to the allegation if Max had believed he was some sort of predator, like what would be relevant is, like, if I found out or genuinely believed that a friend of mine, was a predator, I'd still have an equal view on them being a bad person, regardless of if they had been charitable or kind to me in the past. So the question comes down to, what did Max believe at this point in time? And Max's previous, living situation with this guy is like totally irrelevant.
File, and I'm pretty sure you have, I don't want to say specific ages, but you have like 2 younger kids in your house.
I do, and they are pretty little. One is 10, the other is 7. I honestly figured after what Ryan initially told me that him calling me a pedo or whatever was like, that bothered me, but like, I know the facts are on my side on that and everything, and there's really nothing that anybody could really say with any kind of credibility that would even hint at something like that. What really bothered me is he seems to have told everybody who will listen about what a bad dad I am.
Did he ever confront you about your parenting? Did he ever like take you aside and say, hey, I'm kind of concerned about your girls?
Not once. Never.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the thing to Max's detriment, right? If Max was the one, and this would be a thing that Max, if the allegation was Max had to give his kids breakfast, there'd be no way anyone would know about it unless Max was the one telling them. So that would be an allegation that absolutely would have been perpetuated by Max. And if that, like, what the fuck? What was the last thing? I just lost my train of thought.
Did he ever take you aside and say, hey, I'm kind of concerned about your girls?
Not once.
Yeah, so if that was the thing that was being perpetuated by Max, if he had reason to believe at that point in time that this guy was like being so neglectful that it was worth mentioning to others, this is absolutely something you should have confronted him, that he should have confronted you on. If you believe a child is like being neglected in any way, or there's bad parenting, if your friend's being a bad parent, like, you should absolutely, and you're living with them, you should absolutely say something.
Never. He never confronted me about anything, especially the stuff that's been coming out of the woodwork that he's been telling people behind the scenes.
How did you find out he was saying this stuff about you? Did Max ever confront you directly? And if he did, how did you talk him out of covering this story on his YouTube channel? Because, he's like a wild hunter, right?
I never had a chance to confront him because he never...
By the way, is my audio peaking?
Brought it to my attention that he had that perception of me.
Much like his allegations against Anthony Fields, evidence was never released by Max that would implicate Night Docs at all. Unlike his allegation against Anthony Fields, these weren't even made in a public setting, almost as if to damage Jim's business relationships exclusively.
All of my friends, he told them pretty soon after...
I mean, that's... like, the people that he told... Okay, this is a point that's really, like, less strong against Max. And the reason is, right... If I genuinely believed somebody that I knew was a predator and we had a mutual friend group, but I didn't have like enough proof. If I believed it, but I didn't have like enough proof to really make a public case, me only telling our close friends about it is not like something you could, like, Nick is painting this as like malicious. It was to harm his business relationships. I don't feel like that is really like a super substantiated conclusion, because the business relationships were people that were in their mutual friend group. So if this was a case where Max did believe this to be true but didn't have enough proof to go public, the people that he would confide in would be these people, because that's the mutual friends. So it's not like he's explicitly seeking these people out due to like business relations. These are just people that the both of them know. So I think that's like not really a super like substantiated interpretation of why Max was talking to like Muda and Nexpo specifically about this.
He moved out and was then using that planted perception that he gave them to further drive a wedge until they were up in Buffalo or something. They were on a trip, and Ryan told me the story that he basically brought me up out of the blue and went off on this rant in the middle of the night saying, we got to cut Jim off. It's only a matter of time before he gets canceled, and you don't want to be associated with him because he's into all of this. Now, I wasn't there to hear the specific things he said. Every impression that I've been given.
Wait, okay. That even adds more credence to Max's story, because a lot of the information we're getting about Max's behind-the-scenes engagements to smear this guy are coming secondhand, right, from Nexpo. So if the allegation was Max, Nexpo, and Mudahar were all mutually engaged in, like, the private kind of accusations against this guy, and now Nexpo and Mudahar are the ones trying to pin this on Max, right? Nexpo's word is the reason Night Dogs has been led to believe this. So that could be like very fitting In that could be very fitting for the behavior that he's accusing them of. So I don't know.
Is that there really wasn't anything concrete that he could point to that supported his claim, only a predisposed feeling he had that he would then bolster with various stories that he felt he could tell to bolster that narrative.
So for the last question, don't answer this as like Night Docs the YouTuber or the filmmaker. I want to hear from Night Docs the father. How does it feel to be called a pedophile or someone?
This is obviously less relevant. Okay. I'm more willing to be charitable to Max on this because the people he's accusing of mutually engaging in this, people who themselves have admitted that they believed it at the time, right? We have their word to go off of that this is Max's fault, and Max's claim is that they're trying to throw him under the bus, but they were all mutually engaged in it. So this specific situation is like really a he said, and I'm more inclined to believe this point specifically. Yeah, Night Docs is of course the victim here. But damn, that's a long, but this, even if I give this to Max and I'm charitable on, about this specifically to Max, that doesn't really negate like the bulk of the criticisms against him, right?
It's released today by Nicholas Diorio, where I explain for the first time what Max did to me. I'm grateful to Nexpo, Ordinary Gamers, and others who listened. I'm grateful to you. Night Docs will return soon. I know people have been wondering where I went and why I fell off so abruptly. My comment section is full of questions. The truth is that over a 3 to 4 year...
Dude, chat is dead as hell. Is anybody still here? How many do we have watching? We have over 100. If you're in chat and you're real and you're not a bot, type something. Say something. Whisper sweet nothings into my chat. I'm still alive, I promise. I'm asleep. No. It's 1 a.m. I probably should have saved this one for a daytime stream. Fuck. What timestamp are we at? 1942? So should I go right to the Lerix drama and then save the coverage for the rest of this for tomorrow? It's probably what I should do. Okay, for the VOD, we're just gonna fast forward. 1 day later. I'm probably just gonna skip to the Lerix shit. I'll cover this tomorrow. 1942. I'm laying down, soaking in the content. Based. Daily show. If you guys want to support me, as always, we now have super chats. Make sure to like, make sure to sub, make sure to join the Reddit, make sure to join the Discord. And I will personally come to your house. All right. So Rose Muley, somebody that I have actually some prior experience with. I've spoken to her before. She's absolutely fucking unhinged. She's made some like crazy statements regarding like rape victims and rapists. She made a video on Lerix, and I said before, and I was spot on this, but this wasn't really hard to predict, that Lerix is cultivating an audience of like 15-year-old fangirls or whatever the fuck, and they are like the least tolerant of edgy jokes on the internet. He cultivated this fan base in a week, going from an edgy audience in the span of a week to a audience of people that would eat him alive if they knew about his edgy jokes. He did, whether he denies it or not. There was an attempt to kind of disassociate himself from this and kind of cover it up a little bit. But I was saying it was a ticking time bomb, because when the new audience finds out about the old stuff, which the old audience was trying to do, trying to tell the new audience about it, his community very well may implode. And when that happened, I was wondering, okay, well, what is this guy gonna say? Rose Malay, I guess, made a video on him. Why? I know, my keyboard's still fucking broken.
What accusations?
Content warning: rape, pedophilia, and suicide. Oh boy. Oh boy, we're getting into...
Rose Malay saying?
Rose, if you don't say it right now, I'm gonna fucking rape you.
Colton is base. Colton was the only one who was bringing the content. He was sending me voice messages saying, "I want to rape you. Bend over."
Okay, go ahead.
You know, if anyone's listening to this conversation, Rose Malay, if you want to, you know,
What the fuck?
she wouldn't defend herself. That's all I'm saying.
Fucking awful person. Yeah, you know that. You say shit like that, and that's just supposed
It's a
to be
meme.
like okay.
It's a meme.
Rose,
It's not. No, it's not a fucking meme. That's
what? It's not my loam. My loam? No. No, he would never.
When I was 15, I was groomed. I coped in a lot of really unhealthy ways.
I don't think rape is okay, but I don't think you solve it by hurting more people. I want to be raped because I deserve it.
And during this time, a lot of content creators exploited my situation for laughs. Liam was one of these creators, although he went under the name Lerix at this time. What he said to me on that stream deeply bothered me. But I never spoke about this for years because I figured that people would just blame me because of the things that I said. But something still felt deeply wrong about the fact that this man was using his platform to make fun of me, all while his audience was cheering him on for making these comments at my expense. Why is it that in 2017, when Rice Gum said a very similar thing,
guys, if you want to rape her, she won't sue you, so
everyone universally agreed that it was wrong, and yet here we—
The fundamental difference is, Rice Gum was saying that in reference to somebody telling him about being raped. Lerix was saying this in response to you repeatedly running cover for rapists. Being sympathetic to rapists. So he's mocking you because you've given some like pretty disgusting opinions on this subject. So that's him mocking you. That was Rice Gum mocking a victim. This was Lerix mocking somebody that was speaking at the detriment of, like, victims of rape. So this is probably the worst, like, example you could have fucking used.
We are 8 years later, and I'm out here feeling crazy for even having an issue with it. The rest of that call continued, and I tried taking the moral high ground. I tried being nice in response.
Rape trauma makes Rose cope and seethe. This is out of context too. You know what this is more than likely in reference to? She's upset at other people's rape trauma. Unless I'm misreading this. This is being like presented in a very like misleading light. Unless, am I misinterpreting this? Is this not them saying that other people's rape trauma makes her cope? Am I misreading this one?
It didn't occur to me until later when I rewatched the stream that one of Liam's friends sent him a clip joking that he was going to rape me.
I'm gonna so bad about him sitting in a jail cell for 20, 30 years.
I'm gonna rape Rose Malay.
Okay. Wait, Rose.
No, genuine question.
I never said
that says
anything
Colton.
about this.
I know it says Colton. Calm down. Calm the fuck down.
I just let it go. I moved on with my life. That was...
Oh, you misspoke while reading the names. I know it says Colton. Calm the fuck down. Oh, this is like Chronic's like special interest. So he's going to be sparking about it the whole stream. Read the comment. It says Colton.
Until one day I saw a video on my YouTube recommended from a guy called Liam Donovan. And I clicked on it and I saw his face. I was very confused at first. This is Lerix with a brand new channel. And as soon as I saw that, I went over to his subreddit page. I wrote a long, emotional post.
This is who Liam really is. He and his friends joked about raping me on a live stream back in 2023 on one of... Okay, I think he wasn't the one that proposed that joke, right? It was responding to somebody else's joke. And you are somebody that has, like, repeated, like, in an unironic context, spoken out in sympathy for the rapist, and called, like, correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't Rose Malay's take that, like, people who were raped were, like, evil or whatever if they responded to being raped with violence. Like, she's relying on people not knowing who she is to present it like Lerix is just mocking some, like, random, like, victim. That's not, like, the context at all.
Where I was going to come forward and talk about my experience. That post was never made public. It was held for review and was never posted. I got banned from his subreddit for writing that, and immediately I start receiving a message from Liam. Part of his response was to tell me that It was just stupid, dumb content at the time, not anything serious. First of all, I found it very fishy.
All right. Why does he always do this, bro? He runs to message people not thinking they're gonna post it. Hey, I saw your weird Reddit post. I don't know what your deal is. Nobody was seriously making remarks or like serious jokes about raping you. Jesus, man. I don't have anything genuinely against you or anything. It was just you've said crazy things before, especially about rape. Yeah, that's the aspect that he was mocking her on. Not that she's a victim. She is somebody that has like gone out of her way to like minimize rape. She's a rape minimalist at the detriment of victims in an unironic context. But I don't know. We're just talking / joking about it on stream. Wasn't ever to personally affect you or anything. But yeah, I hope that clears anything up. It was just stupid, dumb content at the time. Not anything serious, which I thought you like got / knew. But yeah, it's never been anything against you personally.
The fact that he had the ability to ensure that nobody on his subreddit saw this post and then DM me, and so I responded. So it's stupid, dumb content when it's from you, and I'm horrible for even saying that I was bothered by it. But when I say dumb shit, I'm just supposed to be okay with being laughed at and mocked for it for eternity.
You've repeatedly argued for dumb shit, and it's not like you've changed. Wasn't she like as recently as like a few months ago making like very similar arguments? I could be off on that. It wasn't like you were joking around. You've seriously gotten into debates that have tried to like put an insane burden on like victims of rape. What are you talking about? Yo! Thank you. Biggest fucking donation of the night. Super generous. Cats a flockin' with the 10 Canadian. Rose is 100% a crisis actor. Yeah, she knows exactly what she's doing. I doubt she gives a fuck about any of this. She just knows this is gonna get her attention.
It's the double standards that bother me. I'm having a hard time feeling sympathy when I feel like that sympathy was never awarded to me. You brought me on your stream to...
But the difference is he's making a joke. You've, as an adult, seriously made arguments at the detriment of rape victims.
Laugh at me because of shit I said years ago. You were never going to give me a real chance. Not even a sorry. All the content on stream is never that deep. A few weeks pass, and I make a tweet that like 10 people see, where I kind of just subtweet about the whole situation. And like clockwork, Liam... 10 people see, where I kind of just subtweet.
I can get Brad to expose him because he's blatantly just stealing his style months after publicly shitting on it. Stealing his style? Stealing his style. That... Couldn't you argue that Brad is stealing from fucking Anthony Fantano? Like, even though you're doing things in the same genre and borrowing aspects, if your takes and opinions are original, like, that's not really theft, is it? Like, if the first guy to do YouTube reaction videos, the people that then went and also did reaction videos, that's not theft. It's a very vague, like, genre of content, right? Also, you're kind of fucking over Brad, because hasn't Brad, like, gotten into a ton of shit for associating with Rose? And then he, like, acted like he was distancing himself, but she is, like, now revealing that they're probably still talking behind the scenes.
Tweet about the whole situation. And like clockwork, Liam goes into my DMs again, which is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know why he's running to her DMs, though. That's really stupid.
And like clockwork, Liam goes into my DMs again, which is crazy because we don't really talk like that. And whenever he messages me, I kind of feel bad. Like,
how'd you find this so quickly? I'm gonna delete those tweets.
Oh no, like maybe I shouldn't have.
Have clips of you admitting to wanting to invade the space. How is that a bad thing? If I see a genre that's working that I'm interested in pursuing, like me saying, yeah, I'm gonna fucking invade the space, I'm gonna get big, etc., etc. There's nothing bad about doing that, right?
I've brought this up, but I feel like that's kind of the point. At the end of the day, I do think he's just trying to keep me quiet about the whole thing. On April 13th, Liam...
To be honest, yeah, I would agree with that sentiment. Like, I think he does want to keep her quiet, but, like, I understand why he want, like, but I actually don't understand why he wants to keep her quiet, because it's such, like, an absurd allegation on her part that, like, let her go out and then address it and make her look like a fucking moron. Like, that's all you really need to do here. I don't know why you are seriously trying to, like, keep her quiet on this one.
Messaged me once again, acting confused as to why I would have an issue with him, thinking that our brief conversations that we had squashed all the beef. And apparently it's weird that I still, have feelings about all of this.
Let me down. I brought him Rose Malay, the tar. Oh, you're such a fucking bitch. Come on, put the testosterone back on. No more.
Now wait a
bitch
minute, Lerix. See, that's not cool. Saying that's not cool.
It's a meme.
So I responded to him. I just saw that Content Cop was coming back, and I saw that clip and it reminded me of that, so I just vented. Nobody saw that though, and I think
you saw that Content Cop was coming back and it hold on, let me move. I'm gonna move my cam up. One sec. Yeah, Cam told me earlier that my cam was too low. The fuck? Okay. Saw that Content Cop was coming back and reminded me of that, so I vented. Nobody saw that though, and I think it's crazy. Somehow your friend found out that random tweet of 100 tweets I post per day. Sorry though. Are we cool? Do you want us to be cool? I mean, pretty much our interactions are you making fun of me, lol. Like, I feel better about you now than I did before. I do believe in moving on and growing as possible. I have a big music related video about the worst samples in music if you want to be a part of it. So she seemingly doesn't really take much issue with this anymore. She seemingly doesn't take much issue with this anymore. So then what happened between then and now that led to her making a video?
It's crazy.
She wants, even to the point where she wanted a collab with him, despite this like past shit she has so many problems with.
That somehow your friend found that random tweet. Sorry though. Are we cool? Do you want us to be cool? I mean, pretty much all of our interactions were you making fun of me, lol. Like, I feel better about you now than I did before, and I do believe in moving on and growing as people.
But Lerix is like DMing her as if she has like some actual dirt on him. He seems like, it seems to be like a very like premature kind of like rush to sweep this under the rug response when like there's no real dirt here. He probably didn't want to have to deal with the hassle of it coming out, but like, that's not doing you like any like real favors to like be going to her behind the scenes and like kind of anxiously DMing her about it.
I have a big music related video about the worst samples in music that I'm filming if you want to be a part of it. Even up until this point, I was willing to build bridges. Who am I to be the person to call somebody out or cancel somebody for something that they said? But then this morning, one of my mutuals on Twitter sent me a DM. This guy is stealing Brad's video concepts, and now he's doing your video idea.
So that's what happened, supposedly. Okay, so the issue comes down to theft. All right, let's see what was stolen. Wait, was that the idea she proposed? I have a big music-related video about this was on April 15th. Oh my god. Okay, so he did take her idea. Okay, so he did take her idea, but that's such a vague... This is like, if you're a fucking YouTuber, like... Okay, I believe her on this one. He obviously got inspiration from her. But this is why. There was a similar situation back in the day involving Dr. Skipper and Pie Man or whatever. But this is why you don't go and announce your videos before you do them. Because at that point, it's a matter of whoever is the quickest to do it is the one that gets the topic. Like, that's kind of like a universally understood thing.
Video about the worst samples in music that I'm filming if you want to be a part of it. Even up until this point,
Lerix asked me to take my video down, and I did. What video?
Was willing to build bridges. Who am I to be the person to call somebody out or cancel somebody for something that they said? But then this morning, one of my mutuals on Twitter sent me a DM. This guy is stealing Brad's video concepts, and now he's doing your...
I'll put it in topic suggestions. I mean, when I was applying to college, I did the same thing. Like, if there was like a video, I had people temporarily during the applications process private it so I could fucking get into, because I was like paranoid that like a college was gonna find me like making an edgy comment and then like reject my application. It was totally unfounded paranoia, by the way. But I did the same thing. And I wasn't actually, at that point in time, I wasn't ever planning on coming back to the internet. So at that point in time, I didn't really have like a reputation that needed to be defended online. But then what he did, what Lerix did as a result of that, was Lerix like knew about it and he started poking fun at it on stream. So it's like, if you he did the same thing, except in his case it's worse because he's doing it while he is still online. My plan was to just like not come back, and I was doing this for personal life shit. I'm not justifying his actions. I'm saying that that makes him a total hypocrite.
Puberty? Like, how old is this guy? 12? 13? Is he still a fucking freshman in high school?
What is this?
How about you fucking become a man, son,
how old
and then
is he's
rejoin the
19?
rest of us on the fucking internet? This fucking broccoli retard cut
They're talking about me.
talking to us about the latest Bobby drama. What a home!
Okay. Wait, I thought Queeman was gonna say something. I thought Queeman was gonna say something because they're sending me a clip of Queeman reacting to me reacting to that. Wait, hold on. I gotta show you guys. The clip is really funny. Hold on. I have to show you what Queeman's zooming in on when this happens. I can't sweep. No, but there's nothing like morally wrong. If for whatever reason, like there's nothing wrong with asking. I have an issue if you're going and DMCAing people shit. Like if you're asking, that's fine, but it's a pussy thing to do. Like if you're, hold on. Where's media player? Where the fuck is it? Why isn't it opening?
Puberty?
Fuck, this is taking too long. Why is media... Okay, this is ridiculous. We could just skip the clip then, I guess. You should be able to just drag a downloaded video into your browser and play it. Like,
how old is this guy? 12? 13? Is he still a fucking freshman in high school? How about you fucking become a man, son,
how old
and then
is he's
rejoin the
19?
rest of us on the fucking internet? This fucking broccoli retard cut talking to us about the latest Bobby drama. What a homo!
Dude, Queeman is so dirty for zooming in on that. Queeman is so dirty for zooming in on that. Aiden, can you sing me a bedtime song? I know a few old Irish lullabies, buddy. That's about it. They're in Gaelic or something. For all I know, they could be like songs about killing you. I don't know. I don't want to sing them. I'm scared. I don't know what they mean. Where is the Liam DM? All right, let's move on. Aiden got owned? You're so wrong on that.
Video idea, it seems. I had never talked to this person about Liam. This person did not know about all of the conversations we had previously had, but that conversation that I had with him recently, where I had mentioned, hey, if you want to make up, I have this video that I'm filming. That was my worst samples video. So for him to make a community post about how he's making his own worst samples video.
That's the game. That is literally the game. I've had topics when I was doing like, this is essentially the same thing, just involving music. But when I was doing like reaction commentary, Sniper Wolf uploaded the same video as me with almost a verbatim fucking thumbnail. I'm pretty sure she downloaded mine. A few days after the fact or something, and her video got like 20 million more than my did. My video still got like 21 million views. So that's, you know, I'm not complaining. But that's just the game, bro. That's just the fucking game.
Without me, that was a step too far for me. I literally filmed my own worst samples video days before he filmed his video.
That's why you don't tell people. Unless you should ask if he wanted to collab on a video idea. If he then says yes, then you could go and give him the topic. But this is just like a learning lesson. People don't own topics. And if you're sure, it's like a shitty thing to do. But if you're giving people, like, you just shouldn't give it away.
I had been talking a lot about it publicly. I had even mentioned it to him privately. You know, it was enough for somebody who not even involved in the situation to realize, hey, this guy is stealing your idea. And on paper, I know it's a little silly, right? Like, I didn't...
That also is a pretty vague kind of concept. You could still totally make Like, I don't know why you would be upset about this. Like, you can totally make your videos still, right? Because it is just such a vague concept. Right? It's just, he's going to get submissions. You can do different songs that are not a part of the submissions that he got. Like, this is a video that multiple people can make.
Invent videos about bad samples. But it's just the timing of this that is just really sketchy.
A good sample is entirely unrecognizable. For instance, this is
also, what I find funny, this bastard guy, he hears Liam comes and asks him to take down a video. He's like, yes, sir. And then I say, hey, Blaster, can you stop putting me on Kiwi Farms? And he's like, nope. And then just like keeps putting me there. What's the deal, man? Are you a Liam op? Are you a Liam op or something?
is unrecognizable. You can't even tell what the original song sounds like because it's being used in a creative.
Why is she filming this on train tracks? What is this video?
And transformative way.
Usually my general rule about samples is that I like it when they're transformed. I like it when artists transform the sample in some kind of way. Like they do something to it, they alter it in a certain way that makes it unique and they make it their own.
Hey man, can I copy your homework? Can I copy your homework? No, you can't copy my homework!
And you know, the more
XQC, okay, so this isn't even like an original idea. Yeah.
I thought about it, the more that I realized like this dude's entire
and she's like speaking on Brad's behalf, but Brad is probably going to be more upset that she's still like publicly letting people know that they're associating with each other because Brad got into shit by virtue of associating with her in the past. So she's now announcing it further and like speaking as though she's like Brad's representative, taking it upon herself to call him out when Brad probably understands that he's not original in the way he's going about this. He doesn't own this like genre.
Channel is a copy. The format of the prompts lifted from Brad. His poorly aged songs video lifted from Brad. I mean, he even put Fred Durst in the thumbnail because Brad did it. I want to be charitable. I want to be fair. He does have videos of his own original ideas. The problem, though, is that the whole idea and concept and creation of this channel was built out of bad motivations. This next part is hard.
What are the bad Huh? What? To engage in a super broad genre of content?
Because this is not something that I wanted to share publicly, but I have...
Yo! Good stream, 80 from Autism 420. Thank you so much, buddy. Super, super, super fucking generous. Oh my god. Really fucking appreciate it, man. Really appreciate it. Infixed. Oh, sorry, I missed your donation, buddy. Infixed coming in with the £4.99. Thank you so much, man. Super, super generous. Much appreciated. Goes to a good cause, i.e. my wallet, and you'll be my best friend.
Talked to Brad recently, and the things that he has said to me are deeply concerning. I don't think people fully understand just how much he is impacted by what happened last year. I mentioned...
You should do a music stream just to spite everybody? I couldn't. It would be super awkward. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd just be sitting there listening to music, being like, what am I supposed to be doing here? And I'm very picky with music, so most of the song recommendations I get would be utter garbage to me.
All of this because while Brad was struggling, Liam was out here laughing at him while he was crying.
It's been very funny to see his downward spiral, though. This is funniest breakdown.
Okay. Fucking losing it. It's like so pretty.
Lerix, does this guy actually have some drama, or are we just reacting like some fucking guy crying? Dude, I kind of feel bad doing this. I kind of feel like a piece of shit. You should feel bad. Yeah, thanks, Edwin. 10 out of 10 segment.
I don't understand what pushes people to see stuff like that and think, oh, this is really good content for my...
To be fair, I had a friend that was making a video on Brad behind the scenes and he stopped because this guy was super mentally unwell. But that's like that's optional. That's optional. That's not like mandatory. So, I mean, sure, you could say it's cruel, but like when you're putting yourself out online, especially when you're being super emotional, like you're opening yourself to scrutiny, which you're gonna get. So, I mean, yeah, it is a little bit in poor taste, right?
drama channel.
Dude, this thumbnail.
I don't even know what you get out of reacting to that, to be honest, because like that's a really awkward. Like this guy's having a fucking mental breakdown. Like it's not even particularly funny. He's just crying.
So awesome. Look at fucking Brad in this thumbnail, dude. What the fuck? He looks crazy, dude. He looks insane. All right, guys, it's not just brutally making fun of someone for crying. That's not what we do over here. Like the guy
That is what he's doing, by the way. That's absolutely what he's doing.
is clearly just like mentally disabled. There's no hope for this guy, dude. The blackmail? His dick pics. Yeah, I think it's his dick pics.
But the worst part of it is immediately after he starts laughing at Brad, he sees that Brad is at the lowest point of his life and that his mental state is impacting his ability to do content, and a light bulb goes off in his brain. This is my opportunity.
Dude, I gotta steal the fucking market, okay? I'm telling you. Music review channel could be on the horizon, okay?
He obviously already had this idea in his head. Okay, that's why he's probably bringing it up. This was probably something he's previously thought about. I don't think this was like the moment the idea came to his fucking mind. This is probably the moment he's like kind of shopping it with his chat.
Okay, that could be a new business opportunity, you know, seeing a gap in the market to try to invade. I don't even know what he's complaining about right now. Dude, this guy is such a fucking good gig. This guy is such a good gig going. This guy live streams and people pay him thousands of dollars to see his reactions to listening to album of the week. All you have to do is live stream. People pay you for a specific album. People pay you to just listen to some shit and give your retarded thoughts. Dude, this is what I mean. This is such a fucking good gig. I gotta invade the space. Dude, I gotta invade the space. Come on, man.
Yes, that is correct. The entire Liam Donovan channel was created by Lerix because he was upset that Brad was complaining. It was such an easy gig.
That's obviously not why. This is just the moment he brought it up. You're taking it. I think covering Brad was a factor. It probably implanted the idea, but it's not why he did it. I think that's a bit ridiculous. I'm sorry, but the really dark part of me would love to see his new fan base watching old clips. Yeah, obviously. No shit. See, this is the thing, right? And Queeman makes fun of me for talking about this. It's no secret I have a little bit of fucking troll's remorse, okay? It's no secret. I've kind of realized, dude, you're 20 years old now. You're in college. It's no secret I've been, like, a bit less edgy. I'm certainly not, like, safe edgy, but I've been less edgy. But I'm never going to sell out to the extent where I'm willing to, like, get rid of the jokes I like to make completely. And I'm never going to sell out to an audience of 15-year-olds that are going to eat me alive over those jokes. I'd love to keep my same kind of audience that I have now. Outed. The problem with Liam is he's transitioned to two super antithetical fan bases in the span of a week. Which, if the new fan base finds out about his activities to appeal to the old fan base, he's not really going to have anything to fall on. Rose Malay isn't criticizing him for being edgy here, though. She's attacking him, but being misleading while doing it, so he could easily refute this to his fans, and they'd probably believe him because they're already more sympathetic to him. He can also attack Rose for her unhinged statements. Dude, this stream was shameful. Whose stream? Are you talking about mine? Aiden said, I'm 20 years old now. I know everything. I'm not 20 years old now and I know everything. I'm 20 years old now. My sense of humor has changed. And I realize, like, some things are just, like I was... The problem is I've been online for so long. It's just, like, some things have gotten super old for me. Like, I was around for Leafy, iDubbbz, the content cops between them, etc., etc. And it's like, I moved through, like, that phase. And it's like, I've kind of, what I find funny is, like, matured a little bit. That's not, like, to denigrate anybody who doesn't have a super mature sense of humor. Comedy's subjective. But I feel, like, I can feel as though in that aspect I have grown up a little bit. But I wouldn't ever sell myself out.
And he saw it as easy money. I know that there are clone channels out there.
How does that not make sense?
Never in the history of YouTube have I seen somebody who was entirely motivated out of spite, out of greed, and utter contempt for the person that they're stealing from. I tried.
He's not motivated out of spite. Brad might have implanted the idea in his mind, if I'm being super charitable, but he's obviously doing a music channel because he wants to become a musician and thinks this is going to be his pathway to doing that, even though those two things don't really translate. People liking you for your music takes or whatever is not going to make you a successful musician, especially if we have no reference to, like, your musical abilities. Aiden learned empathy. I did not learn empathy. I don't have it, okay? I don't have any empathy. Issue?
Bringing this to Brad's attention, but he's very much in a state right now where the last thing that he wants is to be involved in drama. I did not tell him that I'm making this video. He is not involved with this video, but I wasn't just gonna let this stand.
Rose Malay,
I wish men
please.
weren't so afraid of raping me. Wait. It's like a self-report, kind of like nobody wants me.
Rose Malay is one of the most pro-rapist YouTubers that's ever been on the platform. So when the rape jokes were clearly mocking that aspect, not that she herself may have been a previous victim of something, which I didn't even know.
Enough to rape!
Rose remembers.
Why is it that you say like the worst stuff to me on Twitter and then you invite me to these things?
Because you're a retard and you joined to make so people make fun of you.
Rose remembers.
Brad Taste is so unlikable. We are Team Rose Malay. Dude, I came around on
Is Chud going live today, by the way?
Rose Malay. Usually I was just joking about her. What about Rose? It's not Rose Malay. No fucking way. He's talking about Rose Malay? Oh, wait, really? Oh, that's really interesting. Rose Malay was not in that vid.
Rose remembers.
But you know, let's be charitable today. I mean, maybe my comments just really upset Liam. Maybe.
If he releases music, his audience will stream it like crazy, not to any extent where he's gonna go professional over it, and he thinks that eventually he's gonna be able to quit the music reviews and completely translate to being a musician. And if he's not doing Liam Donovan anymore, there's no way his fan base is gonna listen to his songs in such frequency that he's gonna be able to go professional doing it. I highly doubt that.
He just really...
We have absolutely no basis that this guy has any, like, musical talent. I know he can play a piano, I know he can play a guitar, but that a lot of people can do that and never make it in music. So for me to understand if this is a good idea or not, I need to hear his musical abilities.
cares about rape.
You know what R. Kelly is trying to do there in that song? Literally bring women from Ethiopia to America so he can commit some of the worst crimes on earth to those women, and sometimes
the worst crimes. Dude, he makes me want to defend R. Kelly.
Surely he wouldn't go on and have a debate where he downplays sexual assault. No, he would never.
He self-admits that he stopped.
I don't know.
Yeah, but she said that he tried to force her head down Lerix.
Just because he didn't go through with the rape, Lerix, doesn't mean it's not sexual assault, dude. Just because he stopped
so what she said
doesn't mean that he didn't do it, bud.
Dude, Michael, I don't think we realized how... Has Michael admitted... I'm gonna be, like, respectful here. I've had my beef with him in the past. I'm not, like... I don't have any strong feelings about him now, even though he still has me blocked on everything. Right? He's obviously, like, a groiper moron. Is Michael a drug addict? I mean, I've always known, I've laughed, like, him being skinny. I get called, you know, skinny or whatever, but this is, like, really, really fucking, like, thin. Like, super, super, super thin. His hair looks like it could weigh down his body.
Also done moral fag.
What do you mean moral fag?
Like, look at that.
You're more fagging about this whole situation.
Yes.
So to try to ruin
his hair looks heavier than his body.
Ruin this guy's life over being a dick.
We're gonna ruin your life now
when trying to get head from his girlfriend. To ruin this guy's life and act like this is sexual assault, a huge morally
You get called fat, Aiden? True.
weighted claim is absurd. I'm now making the conclusion that this disgusting bitch is trying to ruin this guy's life.
Bitch.
Absolutely. This is the easiest bullet I have to bite.
Don't talk about women like that.
Lerix, when you come out swinging, when you're calling her a disgusting bitch and that, it's not sexual assault, it's a common sexual mishap. You're being awfully vicious. I do think you can call that rape apology, yeah.
But look, I get that people like you just try to dismiss this as having a dark and edgy past. Where's the joke, dude? Where's the haha, the funny?
What situation were they referencing here again, by the way? I do remember Lerix, like, I was always against, like, the take, like, we need to immediately believe all accusers when they come out, right? But what I remember, and this was a criticism I had for Lerix, is that Lerix then immediately went to the other extreme, and he was, like, so skeptical of people who were alleging things that he seemed to always, like, want to take the side of the person being accused. Oh, Super Mega, you're right, that's right.
defending rape. Any criticism of anything that I've ever said applies to this guy 10 times over. I said the shit that I said because I was groomed. What's your excuse?
Wait, is that... Huh? Is that really what... What? So all the years of, like, debates being sympathetic to rapists, that was all because you got groomed? How old is this person? How old is Rose Mallet?
But believe it or not, that's not even scratching the surface of the worst stuff that Liam has ever done. Liam often has a pattern of saying weird things, getting exposed, and then running brand new YouTube channels of people that don't know his history. So come along with me as I take you on a journey to find out why Liam was once nicknamed Lolicon Lerix.
Joining you.
I was one of the people that called him that. Dude, it sucks that, like, listen, this is not just me taking credit, but, like, it sucks that I was one of the biggest spearheaders of that nickname.
Once again, to apologize for my crimes, to address the allegations that have thrown towards me about how I did it to that small little girl. And I know it's just, it's really disappointing, but I have to admit that I did do it. I did. I bent her over, no consent.
Lerix fans be like, he's just making an unfunny joke, so it's a, what? He's making a joke about an adult. He's talking about an adult here.
Joke, guys, please. That was obviously a joke. Please trust me. I would never do such a thing. I would never even think about doing that to some, like, child. Okay, what the fuck? How old are you?
14.
14? My favorite. What's up, beautiful? How old are you?
I'm 15.
What's up, cutie? How old are you?
15.
How old are you?
I'm 16.
Wait, Tommy, based on what you know about me, would you trust me around your kids? Yeah. You would? Yes. Okay, let's fucking go, man.
Yes.
Hey,
Well, now I won't. Let's go. Where? Get the fuck out of
here. He was so based. He was so based. This is like the... I couldn't care less about this specific aspect. He's obviously, like, being a fucking edgelord. With the Omegle shit, he's being he's being super stupid. He's just talking before he knows their age. Like, and that's optically a nightmare to then go and upload that. But, like, in general, I'm not, like, super critical of these clips.
It's about your degenerate lolly likes. Is that what this is about? What is it?
Technically, yeah. Dude, I just got some base
Do you see that? Do you see that?
It's about your
Do you see that? It's me, guys. It's me.
Degenerate lolly likes. Is that what this is about? What is it?
Technically, yeah. Dude, I just got some base taste in fucking anime girls, and people just can't handle that shit. And they're like, oh, they're children. Yeah, they might be children, but you know.
And the anime decides to bring to life these thoughts with what feels like an illegal scene of her changing into some string panties. Oh yeah, and you can't forget the random-ass naked bath scene of a 12-year-old. And it would be one thing if it was just pointless fan service, right? But sometimes it's literally just part of the plot. Like how Sagiri needs to see these underage girls.
I read Lolicon for the plot.
Panties to take her drawing.
That's not what he was saying, by the way. I saw this video. I had to not watch it because I didn't realize how bad it was gonna be. It's an optical nightmare. I don't think there was anything morally wrong with this video he made, but like it's a fucking nightmare.
To the next level.
Why make this video to begin with? This show is literally made for pedophiles. Who the fuck wants a serious review of this? What are you getting out of watching a show like this?
Yep, that was a video from...
It's me, guys. It's me. I'm... Okay, the contrast there. No, I still stand by that this was a show made for pedophiles. I still totally stand by, like, this was a show made to appeal to pedophiles. I actually stand by all of that. I don't think that's why he watched it, but that was the intention of the show.
Liam's old channel, Lerix, where he reviewed anime. The dude got exposed for having his entire page of likes being young anime girls.
All of his likes on Twitter, by the way, every single one is an anime drawing.
I never thought anyone was gonna go searching with the likes column on fucking Twitter. Who knew this was even an option? Why are you looking through my likes on Twitter, dude? Why did Twitter make this a thing, dude?
I got exposed for a similar thing way back in the day. All of my likes were gore related because I couldn't tell that people could see what you were liking. So there was like a lot of like beheading shit and like people cut open and stuff. It wasn't drawings, it was like real videos. So I got into controversy, so I am sympathetic. Sometimes you're just scrolling and like liking stuff and you don't expect anyone to see it. And that was just like the kind of stuff, like I didn't think it was like a huge like deal or whatever. But I got into a bit of controversy with that back in the day. But it's like people do that. So it's like I'm kidding. It's a joke. You fucking retards. That never happened. That's a fucking joke. Yeah, I was just like scrolling through videos, like people being like blown up by like IEDs, and it's like, it's just my likes, man. What's the like body parts all over the fucking ground?
Dude, why are people just able to see all the things that you like?
Yeah, Lerix like Lolly on Twitter. This guy's a known fucking degenerate.
Okay,
you know?
but it's
like,
like, but when you come out, when you
Like, what's your actual stance on Lolicon?
If I'm not getting my stance on Lolicon,
More recently, Lerix went on a debate with Stardust.
You definitely did something like that in secret. Huh? Did what? Are you accusing me of murdering somebody? Oh, you're accusing me of watching. Have I ever seen a gore video before? Yes. Did I seek it out? No. Unfortunately, when you're young online, people would be edgy and post that shit to Twitter and Discord. It's fucking disgusting. Did I ever seek it out? No, I think there was one time. Where curiosity got the best of me, and I looked up some ISIS shit, and I didn't make that mistake again. Well, I'm thinking back. How old was I? I mean, okay. I did it like one time. On about 25 different occasions. On about one time on like 25 different occasions. And yeah, okay, I liked it. Okay, in the moment, I liked it. Okay, yeah, I did travel to Syria and like kind of make contact with these people for a while. But that's just like goofing around and stuff. Like, I don't understand like why people are so judgmental of like people's interests.
Because she was upset that another YouTuber was calling racist jokes based. How does Lerix respond to this? By calling her an insufferable bitch, of course.
Like saying insufferable bitch. I'm just calling her an annoying fucking bitch.
If you called her an insufferable bitch and she would have completely freaked the fuck out. She didn't.
No, it's true. It's true. I aim to be an insufferable bitch. That's kind of what you aim for. I don't think I was really bitching about it really much, except I think that he is
You were
not
whining and
consistent.
crying.
Whining and crying, okay.
You're just a whiny bitch. That's literally my
Okay.
fucking critiques. And that was because you laughed at that fucking joke of that guy like telling you to blow up your country.
The problem wasn't that Stardust got upset. The problem was never Stardust got upset. Yeah, wait, she clarified. The problem wasn't that Stardust got upset at the joke itself. She took it out on Bunk. That was the issue people had.
It wasn't that he laughed at it. He called it based, right? And he said that it was so cool that
This
it
is
was
so
totally.
fucking dumb. Oh my
Wait,
god,
wait,
am I
wait,
really about to
wait.
hear you whine about how
But
he
you
laughed
asked
at a
me.
joke and called it
Do you
based?
want me to just to give you some backstory? This is somebody who has called me a.
Wait, was that me? Can I? What do you? What do you? What do you? I just without night.
Oh, cool!
This
That it
is
was
so
totally.
fucking dumb. Oh my
Wait,
god,
wait,
am I
wait,
really about to
you-
hear you whine about how
But
he
you
laughed
asked
at a
me.
joke and called it based?
Do you want me to just? To
I
give
mean, if it did happen, this is the problem that gets me into trouble. I sometimes like will make like shocking bits where I like word it as like seriously as possible in the lead up. And I think that's where like half the rumors about me come from, and I just need to stop doing this because the whole like internet is like super autistic, and somebody is gonna like be like, "Did you fly out to Syria to try to join ISIS? Did you really do that?"
give you some backstory. This is somebody who has called me a brown, savage, disgusting animal. Somebody who said I deserve to get nuked has called my lineage a bunch of savages, has called my grandparents savages.
That you think that him by saying based and laughing, he's endorsing it.
Yes, he did endorse it. He said it was he liked it because it pissed me off because he thinks I'm annoying. I think it's weird to justify racism just because you think I'm annoying.
Justify racism. Do you not see like a difference between laughing at something and fucking meme calling it based?
Did you watch,
like you have any context about this
did
guy?
You watch it?
Like honestly, she's just a
Unironically, a solid actor. When I was a kid, I got training and I was in a student film, and that's the extent of my acting career, which I could have been if I
He did endorse
I'd
it.
stuck with it. Maybe I would have been in the movies. Who knows? Who knows?
He said it was he liked it because it pissed me off because he thinks I'm annoying. I think it's weird to justify racism just because you think I'm annoying.
Justify racism. Do you not see like a difference between laughing at something and fucking meme calling it based?
Did you watch,
like you have any context about this
did
guy?
You watch it?
Like honestly, she's just a coping Indian bitch.
Yeah, that's the clip.
You see, Liam's entire online history is filled with instances of him harassing people.
Lerix, you constantly make accounts to troll me. You're a fucking weirdo, bro.
This is a Cheeto talking about me when you put AG4L in chat.
Not even mad. You just fucking weird me out. You creep me the fuck out.
Could have been an actor. I still can. I live in LA, bro. Maybe I'll sign up to be like an extra or something.
Man's made anti-Semitic comments. You're such a weirdo, bro. Honestly, kill yourself.
Yeah, people got angry that Lerix like replied to me with like the happy merchant. Like people were like exposing him and got like 50K likes on Twitter. I've said this before. Like, it's not, I don't believe in like the pass, but like when he was making those jokes to me, it was very obvious that that was like we both poke fun at each other for like it's like banter. It's like banter. It's not rooted in like any like genuine actual hatred, which is why like in my server I have like a rule like you are allowed to make like edgy comments to people. It just depends on the nature of those comments. Like if you're going at a guy you don't like for his race, like consistently, that's like the thing you're going at him for. Yeah, that's probably not going to be allowed because that's not coming from like a good place. If you have like a Mexican friend and like a fucking Chinese friend, and like the Mexican, if the Chinese friend is making deportation jokes to the Mexican, and the Mexican is making like COVID jokes to the Chinese guy, and they're both friends and it's banter, like that's fine. So it's like a different, like it's the context that matters.
You're such a F word.
And threatening people.
I have your face docs. I still have that. So I'm not threatening. I would never make threats.
His harassment, or I'm sorry, trolling.
Okay, I've made jokes. I made a joke like that the other night.
As he calls it, even extends into his real life.
One of my good friends, I'll refer to him as Tyrone in this video. It's definitely not race related at all, guys. Big black. So my mission was to order like a ton of just random shit to this guy's house. It'd be 2 a.m. I don't want this to be on my name. I don't want to be the one blamed for this. My piece of shit ass decided to put in the name for who was ordering the pizza as the girl he was fucking talking to. I could have got away with this, or at least I could have blamed it on someone else. But dude, I was fully in for the fucking meme. I FaceTime him as soon as the fucking...
He was talking about Smaggle too. Yeah, that was such a nothing burger. He was making a joke about leaking Smaggle's face, and everybody in Augie's like community treated it like it was a serious threat. It was a funny fucking joke. And then people were like being like super serious about it. Or it was like when Weast. We need to bring these jokes back in style. But like Weast was like arguing with some guy in chat. And he's like, chat, pull up this guy's IP. Get me this guy's IP. And people are like, you're really Weast trying to get chat to get a minor's IP? A Cheeto was criticizing him over that. And it's like, that was obviously a fucking joke.
Guy pulls up to his door and he says to me, Lerix, what the fuck did you do? And of course, I was just laughing the whole time on the call. I just couldn't stop fucking laughing because it was so funny. And then he blocks me on all social media. I couldn't contact this guy. I tried to call him on his phone. He blocked me, but he tells me, you need to apologize to my parents. They want an in-person apology. And I'm just thinking, what the fuck, Tyrone? Really, motherfucker?
You know, just harmless trolling. You see, Liam, over the years, has found himself making a lot of enemies.
But chat are asking about Lerix.
Oh, I blocked him. There's a lot of reasons.
When he came back, okay.
I don't hate Lerix. There's other stuff involved there, but I just don't want to be around him, frankly.
And you know, I could go on about this all day, but I think it's important to note how Liam is purposely hiding his past in order to cultivate a brand new audience.
Will you be keeping your humor? I've noticed a bit of self-censorship on your Liam channel streams. Okay, dude, here's the thing. There's not just gonna be slurs, because that's like... Yeah, Augie's disappointed in the chat. They don't know you're racist over there. I'm not racist. I'm a very nice person. This is bad. Your version of being sentimental is
The problem is he's denying it. There's literally nothing wrong if you want to like go and like fucking change. There's nothing wrong with that. But like compare it to me, and I was saying this before the lyric shit, right? I'm open and honest with you about it. Like I'm not gonna pretend like I was never edgy or whatever. Like I obviously have, like I said before, I obviously have changed, right? I've obviously changed a little bit. But the problem is he's like acting like it's all the same, and it's just not. Right? I don't think anyone, at least anyone from who watches my streams, the people watching here, I don't think anyone's gonna get mad that he doesn't want to say slurs anymore. Like that's just like a good professional decision to make if you want to like grow outside of this kind of niche audience. That's like a fine decision to make. The problem is he's now completely like in denial that of who he used to be, and then he's like doing the coat pretending like he's the same person. I'm Scottish. I am just Scottish and can never be racist. So true. I'm mad. Of course you are, Toki.
Doing N-word towers in the chat. I'll be over on Liam Donovan Music. Okay, you can sub to there.
See, the thing is, Lerix's audience, if I made this video, would never take me seriously, but the music reviewing audience is very different. This stuff does not fly.
So there is like some.
I'm making this video because a lot of people are uninformed and buy into this image that Liam is currently selling them. And look, I'm not the only one to notice that Liam is hiding some stuff, but when I went over to talk to another YouTuber about the situation, this is what happened.
Hello, I'm making a video with Liam, and I'm curious if you want to have a recall.
Caught it, Toki. Thanks.
I do, Rose. That's why I fucking DM'd you, you fucking retard. I saw your fucking message, you stupid piece of shit. And now you're in my fucking chats, you fucking stupid, dumb fucking retard. You fucking worthless, ugly, dysgenic retard. You know what? Never mind. No. I'm sorry. It's all reported that we killed Leo, okay? We have to have this minor disagreement passes by.
Dude, Parry is trying. I'm not telling Parry to like totally moderate himself, but this guy is gonna like be Big Bungie. He's gonna be Big Bungie. His channel is gonna get banned. If he does well, his whole channel is gonna get fucked. Is this the best picture she has? Unironically, yes. Yes, this is the best picture she has.
Hi. Well, I'm thinking of doing, Rose. I think I'm going to watch your video off stream, and then I'm going to repeat your talking points and not mention your video.
The Trolls Remorse narrative he's trying to sell doesn't really hit when he was making nuclear jokes the week before he made the full switch into music. I agree. That's the problem. He should have taken like a year off. That's the problem. What I will say is those two things aren't contradictory, right? He is appealing to whatever audience he's actively talking to, and the edginess genuinely just could have been an attempt to be like a chameleon and appeal to his present audience. And now he has a new audience and doesn't really care about continuing to make that stuff. But then don't pretend like you're remorseful over it. It's just not what works anymore, so you have moved on. He doesn't have to take that long off. Sorry, a year is an exaggeration. Yeah. Or you wouldn't even have to take off. Like, we would just see the development. And to be fair to him, I don't know if it's anyone else, he did get less edgy over time, right? At least when it came to, like, racial jokes, right? He did get a bit less edgy, like, as time progressed, but... The Rose Malay person is insane? Yeah, I have experience with her. I know she's fucking insane. Dude, is everybody just waking up? Oh, yeah, it's like 5 in the morning. On your guys' time. Parry got a warning strike on his video. It's not going to be the last one. What he needs to do, and I'm saying this, he needs to get his shit together. He can still be funny without making like calls to kill people. He needs to delete his VODs, put them on like an archive, link them so his channel can watch them, and then going forward, either do like more professional streams on YouTube and then be his normal self on Kick, or just moderate himself a little bit on YouTube. You are a dysgenic freak. Dude, CV, why are you... CV's been spurging in my DMs again. I thought I finally was, like, rid of her. I hadn't heard from her in, like, a long time. And then a few days ago, she's just back in my fucking DMs. Threatening to kill me if I don't accept her friend request.
Video, and then I'm going to pretend that I came up with them. And that's not even a joke, by the way. I know you're like laughing at me like I'm being serious. I'm gonna do that. Go fuck your...
I love Parry, but he takes things a little too far sometimes, and I really don't want his channel. His channel will get removed, yeah. Dude, it's not just his on-stream persona. I told you guys about the... I love Parry, but he is like dude, it's so unhinged. I've told you guys about this. I don't know if Morale was there. Morale might have been. It was an off-stream VC between me, Jay Stock, Kelly Jean, Queeman, Parry, and I think Morale might have been there. And Parry was making it was funny, but it was the most unhinged comments to Kelly Jean. It was like borderline sexual harassment. How disgusting. I don't remember. Queeman remembers the jokes, but even Queeman was getting like a little bit uncomfortable with like the jokes Parry was making. I'm like, dude, you've lost Queeman. That's like super hard to fucking do. That's super hard to do. Even Queeman was like he's like, I wouldn't do that or some shit.
Yourself, you clout leech, disgusting subhuman, dysgenic fuck. And as soon as you upload your video, I am going to upload a video with a similar name, a better thumbnail, and what's going to happen is when people look up your video, Rose Malay, I am going to get the search results and people are going to watch my video instead. I'm including this in my video.
What the actual fuck? Anyway, I did have genuine conversations with this Liam guy. He told me that this music stuff was more positive for him. I'm all for growing and changing as people, but I'm a little skeptical, and I think that's more than fair. I'll end this video off with the last message that Liam sent to me.
The other thing too about growth is like people need to be able to see it, and there was no like progression, so it looks disingenuous, as we said before, because it was overnight. With me, you can watch, and people have pointed out, I haven't really harped on it, but you can like watch clips from like when I was like a 14-year-old, and I still am a spurg, but like from like 14 to now, and it's clear in like certain aspects. Yeah, I have matured, I've grown in like certain aspects, and it wasn't an overnight thing. It slowly kind of develops, or whatever the fuck. And Queeman is not comfortable insulting a woman. Parry is. I can't even relay what Parry was saying because even censored, it is blocked. Is this how Parry talks to a girl on a date? Probably, dude. Aiden doesn't stream late. People don't stay up longer. So fucking true. So Liam did a response. Liam, you devolved. Okay. Alright, it's 2 hours long. I guess we can... How long does he go before he does... Okay, so this is worth watching. Just to be clear. Dumpster fire of a VOD? Okay, we're gonna check it out. I really gotta go fucking pee real quick. I'll be like 2 minutes. So, I'll be right back. If you guys are enjoying, we're gonna check out his reaction. Make sure to like, make sure to sub. You could dono. We have super chats now. I'll read those when I get back. And make sure to join the Discord and join the Reddit. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Alright guys, I'm back. Hold on. What's good? What's good? Sorry. I'm here, I'm back. Sorry, it's my bad. You know, being a human being and all. Alright. let's check this out. Let's check this out. Hopefully, too many people didn't tune out because I was gone for like a minute and a fucking half. Did you wash your hands? Did I wash my hands? A known fucking germaphobe. Did I wash my hands? Yes, I washed them for 20 seconds. Yes. Yes. And under the fingernails, and between the fingers. Bro didn't wash his hands. They're still fucking wet. They're literally still wet. I'm still drying them all with a fucking paper towel. My hands are still, like, literally wet.
Hello, hello, hello? Are we live? No intro song today. Hello, okay, let me just make sure we're live. Hello, hello. What is up? What is up? We're live. Hello, everybody. How?
Alright, I don't need to... The recommended time is 30 seconds.
Be pretty honest about stuff, but what is up? Mr. Sen 2.0? Oh my god. Look at this. The gig's up, Liam. Pack this gay music mumbo jumbo up and bring back Lerix Mamamax return. Thank you, Comic Cop.
True. True. We could tell you're unhappy.
No, just a quick thing, just unfortunately, but you know, just gonna be talking about it. Let's get right into this.
We all knew this day was coming. We knew this day was coming, and I am so glad to see
Let's
it
get
here.
right into this. What is up, guys? So just like a short stream today, talking about stuff. And because this girl Rose Malay, that you may recognize from some kind of form in the internet, on the internet, mainly known, I know her from Brad Taste and the.
Did you wipe your bottom? Who needs to wipe their fucking? Who needs to wipe their ass when they piss? Are you pissing out of your ass, you fucking freak? Are you pissing? You're pissing out of your asshole? You should probably go see a doctor for that.
Kind of crazy things she said online. She said on Twitter. So she made a video. This music YouTuber is hiding his past on me, and there's a few people confused or wondering on the subreddit on like why or like what.
My theory is he pre-watched a little bit of the video and was like, "Lol, this is an easy dunk," because he genuinely gets flash banged by the later half of the vid a little bit.
What's going on? So I'm gonna do a quick stream talking about it.
If you're responding to allegations against yourself, there is nothing wrong with pre-watching.
Like giving context and whatever. And if Rose Malay does want to call in at any point or talk about it, I've reached out to her to see if she wants to talk. I've reached out to her. She could call.
I mean, I'll moderate a discussion between the two of them. I'm pretty unbiased.
In and talk at any point of time.
I mean, me and Rose, you know, I've been cool with Lerix. Me and Rose have had relations. We were dating in the past, so it's like I kind of have a connection with both of them, and I can let them kind of hash it out. Aiden, don't know women pee out of their ass. I don't think that's true. Yeah, I gotta keep them clean when I come over, little bro. You guys didn't know that Rose Malay was my ex? This is news to you? Yeah, I've been pretty open about this. Fell for it again award. Fell for it again award. Lol.
About to go live and address things. You are more than welcome to join and talk about anything.
Yes, it's a joke, you fucking moron. Yeah, Rose is like how much older than me? How much older than me is Rose? Rose is like late 20s, right?
Staying involved. Would like to settle this genuinely, but do anything you're comfortable with. So Rose Malay, I don't know if she's going to be calling in. She's kind of an unpredictable person. So she may call in, she may not call in. We'll see. I'm not just going to call her out of the blue, but if she wants to, you know, she can. I had these dishonest commentary people. There's a reason she got chewed out by Tommy C. Well, we'll get into it first and foremost. So she just made a video, and it's just brutally, like, just insanely, like, clipped out of context, and just, you know, of course, frustrating and annoying to deal with. But there's some certain things.
I'll give him this. There were parts that were out of context. He's completely right. But like, there were things where it's like, yeah, you did do that. Like, no context is gonna make a whole lot better. But like the beginning segment where she's like like trying to pretend to be a victim, yeah, that was super out of context.
Things I do want to talk about genuinely as well. And if anyone has any further questions too, we could talk about it. Mamamax is responding. You're making a music stream. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not concerned about Mamamax responding. I'm not. That stuff's the past me. I'm sorry, Spondyle. Unfortunately.
That shit got him. Do you understand how much money he'd be making if he talked about Mamamax's response? Like, wasn't this the thing that like made him?
That stuff's behind me. I can't. Boo. I'm just not that personally interested. But just quick short stream tonight. But let's see this first and foremost. So yeah, Yeah, I've heard she really isn't a reputable source, but I was a bit heated up. Yeah, there was a post on, how do I pull this up? What is r/YouTube YouTube drama? What is that? It got posted there too, and let me just quickly pull this up. Like her video, I don't know if it was like her self-promoting or whatever.
She, by the way, oh, we got the fucking SJWs here that are gonna like the fucking conservative pronoun police. Cats a flockin'. Victims often victimize. I can believe she groomed you. Don't repeat the cycle, Aiden. Good one. Thank you so much for the money, though. Much appreciated. We're almost halfway to goal. Thank you guys so much for all the support. What is up, Aiko?
Whatever. I haven't looked into it to know who exactly posted it. Could just be somebody, but let me just
I missed the allegations. What did Lerix do? In essence, Lerix had like an edgy online persona, switched to a new channel, tried to kind of sweep away the past, was a bit disingenuous about it, and then he, Rose Malay is saying that he was like making fun of her for her rape or whatever the fuck, or making fun of. We'll just watch it. He's gonna check it out. He's gonna talk about
just
it.
Pull this up real quick. The new thing, yeah, whatever this is. Let me just get this on screen. Rose Malay, yeah, this is it. So, Liam Donovan / Lerix / Laraza exposed by Rose Malay. Rose covers her personal interactions with Liam, how her coverage of Brad Taste was motivation for launching a music channel review. Claims he steals content ideas directly from other creators. Oh, man. Including herself.
Yeah, like content theft is like that whole idea. Ideas are fair game. This is why you keep them close to your chest. But like, as I said before, content theft is only really like applicable if it's like a super specific idea you told someone in confidence. She has a very broad fucking idea that could reasonably be made multiple times by multiple people, because it's up to like subjective taste and the videos you kind of pick. It could even be turned into a series. It's like reacting to bad music samples, and it's like you could still make a video on that even if he does. What are we watching now? We're watching Lerix's response to the allegations.
Okay, yeah, so we'll get into that. Crazy. I did not steal any.
Why do people call Aiko a schizo? What is going on? Aiko has always sounded like a very level-headed person to me. I've always been told this is like an insane person, so I was like expecting, when I first saw Aiko, I was expecting a lunatic. Aiko seemed like a reasonable person. What's this hate about, man? What's the hate about?
Any ideas, and interesting enough, from Rose Malay. I know, you know, a lot of people were thinking that. I mean, that's kind of like the most, like one of the worst or just like nothing points of the video, but we'll go over that. It's annoying how people are taking Rose's points without looking up any context. Yeah, but you know, it's just a quick thing to address. Of course it's annoying, but you know, you get out of the gate anyway. So, don't you ask your viewers for ideas? Yes, I do ask my viewers for.
Talk to the Don. I mean, I feel like I remember there was some personal beef between them. I don't even remember what the fuck it was, but aren't they like cool now and shit?
Ideas. I do that all the time. That's where kind of like the main a bunch of ideas actually come for the channel anyway. And I'm pretty sure someone even suggested in one of the streams for like the worst samples of something. So, but yeah. As well as looking into his inappropriate history under previous channel names. So talking about like the previous commentary channels that I used to run. So, and already this got like terrible reception on r/YouTube drama.
Yeah, there's no way he was going to react to this had he known that Rose, I agree with Shelby's analysis. There's no way he was going to react to this had he known that at the end, Rose is going to discuss like the Kai stuff. I'd like be very skeptical. I'd be very fucking skeptical that he would willingly react to like the lolly stuff, the Kai stuff. I'm enjoying there being more independent creators nowadays. So am I, honestly. That's like the fact that it's not super like circle jerky. I do like the anti-cabal memes or whatever the fuck, but I am serious in that aspect. Like the fact that we're not all like associated with each other and like sweep for each other, and you could just kind of be like your own person that can go after whoever you want for whatever reason. Like, I do like that a lot.
Which at least this was kind of relieving to see. Why is the dono glitched? Why is that dono glitched? Wait, can I fix that? Alert. What the? Can I get this off screen? Okay, there we go. Sorry, there's another thing. Everyone was going 180 on you. Well, I don't think that's the case. I think it's just like a loud minority of people who just like aren't familiar, just asking questions. So that's all I'm just hoping to like clear up any out of context or annoying things. You know, that's the only thing you could do, is just come forward, you know, talk about it, be honest. But it was expected. Well, you know, to a certain degree, but you know. Let's see though. Yeah, so already the reception of this was completely shut down by r/YouTube drama, which I mean, at least that's relieving and cool to see. Rose Malay's the last person who should be exposing someone else. Don't bother watching this slop. Ah, yes, Rose Malay, a true beacon of morality. Fuck Rose Malay.
I knew this was gonna happen at some point. The thing is, though, he kind of got the ultimate dub here he could get because I said it was a ticking time bomb, but the person to light the ignition, and I'm not saying this makes her arguments less credible, but to how the general public is going to perceive it, if you're throwing stones from glass houses, they're not going to take the criticism as seriously. But it's good for him that the person that set off the bomb was Rose Malay, of all people. It lets him get out of it easier, or attack the points easier. He hardcore dodged the Kai stuff when 90% of his chat was asking him, why does Tom hate you? What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff is... If my personal... Even if I was, like, cheating or whatever, or helping someone cheat or whatever, which I wouldn't do, but if I was... And it was, like, private relational stuff that then went public, I probably wouldn't talk about it either, because it wasn't something I really ever wanted public to begin with. Call Lerix, he's sleeping.
So that was just like the top comments or whatever. It's 2 upvotes, but you know we'll get into the full thing. There was some Reddit posts. I guess I should go over first. Where does it start? Aside from the normal fan art, okay. Not really going to be going over the normal fan art today. I'll do it tomorrow, but not really that fitting. Just want to do this quick thing. What is a Rose Malay? We'll see. We'll talk about it. But let's see. Where is the ones when people were genuinely talking about it? Let's see. Yeah, so Omega in the chat, which this is somebody you're way past. Yeah, Omega in the chat, which when I saw this, I was just kind of like annoyed because like, damn, like kind of like a regular in the chat who at least has this opinion. So then I thought, okay, this is someone who's genuinely like concerned about this or is asking questions. And if there is anything that somebody has a question about, I genuinely do just want to clear it up. Talk about it. I don't think I could continue watching your content. I always try to assume that.
Oh wait, this seems like a gem. Hold on, I need to full screen this one. Wait, no, we gotta full screen this. Fuck this game.
Best out of.
This seems like a gem. Hold on. I was waiting for this to happen. I like feel bad for him on one hand, but on the other hand, it's like I am kind of like evil like that, and it is like super entertaining to watch. Aiden, ban CV? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of cringe. I'm not gonna ban her. If she's being like super annoying about it, I'll ban her.
I thought, okay, this is someone who's genuinely like concerned about this or is asking questions. And if there is anything that somebody has a question about, I genuinely do.
I don't know. CV's annoying, but he's somebody where I can just tolerate. Or actually, I'm very intolerant of his annoyances, but it's not enough for me to full on ban.
Just want to clear it up. But so Omega, famous chatter. Let's see this. This is important to me at least. I assume you've seen the video by Rose Malay, and even if you haven't, you probably know what it's about. If you don't talk about it, I don't think I could continue watching your content. I always try to assume the best out of people, but I can't do that here. Hope you talk about it because I like your content. But if you simply delete this post, I'll just take it as an admittance of guilt. Okay, edits. 56 comments. Okay, everyone take a deep breath. I don't know how many comments there were. Yeah.
Just ignore him. All he wants is attention. I agree.
I think it's just like people replying to each other. But we'll settle this on stream this evening. I'm still learning new things about this whole deal, and I don't know how to feel. This wasn't an accusation as much as a request for an explanation. I'm going to give Reddit a pause. My PC is overheating. It's a shitty PC. See y'all later. Just a real quick, just real quick, because I feel like it's the biggest thing. Evercafe gave me this regarding the lolly accusation. Okay.
So that's the part. That's going to be the part that he's going to have the hardest time debunking in Rose Malay's video. The stuff at the beginning. By the way, can somebody... What does Lerix use to display his live chat? This is not Streamlabs. What is this? But that's going to be the hardest thing for him to debunk. Because it's true.
This is just completely fucking like bullshit and saying that like this part. Where Rose Malay takes this... It's just so annoying.
CV, sir, I'm going to need you... Sir, I'm going to need you to calm down, okay?
Rose Malay takes this old anime review that I did, like reviewing this anime, and in the anime review, I denounced the weirdly sexual parts that, unfortunately, a lot of anime suffers from, and so many people just take this annoying...
Yeah, I don't think that video, like, painted him as an immoral person. It's just super fucking cringe that you would review an anime like that, which, in my opinion, is explicitly trying to appeal to pedophiles. I don't think that's the reason that he watched it, in particular. And I don't think that video like paints it like the best evidence would be maybe his Twitter likes, but like that specific review is not like it's like something that's like hilariously cringe, but it's not like a serious. I don't know. That's not really going to be your like strongest point against him.
thing out of context. It's very frustrating. That's what Rose Malay does in the video, but we'll get to that too. It's just frustrating. Of course, you can understand how it's frustrating because in the same video that I'm giving the review on and then I'm fucking like watching, of course you could say it's pretty cringe, like you're doing an anime review. But
it's called Lolly Chat. Thank you for the recommendation.
Denounce and say how weird it is and like borderline pedophilic and like what kind of writer would write something like this in the video, bro. Yeah, didn't you do a whole video addressing the shit after Mr. Sen? Yeah, so that's the one like annoying thing. So that's the situation where I just want to immediately talk about it, but then I'm not going to be caught in a situation where every stream like you're just reiterating the same things. So let's see. What do we got next? The new channel was him. So yeah, just reading some of these comments just to get a feel of how people are saying, in case any questions, first and foremost. The new channel was him taking his leave from commentary. The crux of his final lyric stream is him admitting that his previous persona didn't represent him anymore. Hence the Liam Donovan music channel. He wants to leave it behind based on how he carries himself now on stream.
Okay, just to be clear, I agree that the channel doesn't... People are misinterpreting this statement. I agree that the Lerix channel doesn't represent him anymore. He clearly wasn't getting a lot of interest out of doing commentary. But people are like now twisting this statement to be like, it's not a representation of his personality, like the jokes and like way of handling himself. That's not what he meant or anyone meant by that statement. That's like this is like a post hoc kind of reframing of what that statement meant. That statement meant he just didn't enjoy that genre of content, not that like the jokes or the personality is the thing that doesn't represent him anymore.
Sure, though, there were wild jokes in there, but I'm choosing to stick around because it was never that serious and I enjoy the new content. So Penguin Zero saying this, I mean, yeah, I agree with this. Good to see like somebody actually kind of understands a little bit.
No, this is not, this Penguin Zero guy, there is like a defense of you, but the Penguin Zero guy is misinterpreting it. His previous persona didn't represent him anymore. What he meant is he wasn't interested in making that genre of content.
Bit better, isn't it? Just like freaking out. This is exactly how I feel about it. Yeah, that was the reason why I stopped doing commentary content, and also just I didn't want to do it anymore. Didn't feel like it really represented me. So it's been annoying. Yeah, we've been knowing. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! I know what he's doing right. This actually is a good move. This is a good move. He's like kind of making that vague statement like fit this narrative, but I know what he meant when he made that statement. It had nothing to do with the edginess.
Didn't really care, but let's see. Yeah, so I then responded to this while I was out too. That's why I'm streaming late, unfortunately. But haven't seen it yet. Wasn't planning on it. I've now like seen through it, and I'm also going to go through it. But if there's anything specific, I can clear anything up. This isn't really what the subreddit is for, though. But basically, yeah, I've made jokes and comments in bad taste before on stream, which I don't engage in anymore because I don't really think it represents me and was a version of me that I don't want to be. But nothing said was ever anything further than jokes. Just pretty straightforward, and that's the reason I act the way I do on stream now, because it represents more who I am. Yeah, so that's all. If there's anything else I could clear up, it would I will do that, but would not prefer to give that Rose person any attention because she is unhinged given my interactions with her.
Did I not? I could be misremembering this. Did I not literally like ask him on stream that he was like, if he was like kind of disassociating from his edgy past or whatever, and he's like, it's not really about that. I'm the same person. I'm just making a new genre of content. Did I not like, am I like misremembering? I feel like we had like this exact dialogue. Have you tried getting a convo with him? Yeah, I mean, he's one. He DM'd me a few days ago, because he was watching my. I didn't know he was watching my stream, but he was watching. He heard something I said. The real me is on the music channel. This is cope, dude. I get why he's doing. This is probably a smart move for like self-preservation, but it is total cope. And it doesn't work when the I don't think a lot of people realize like how quick the transition was.
Which, this is all very true. And if, again, as I said at the beginning of the stream, if Rose ever wants to call in, I'm all ears. She could call in at any point.
You confronted him, but you immediately backed down because there wasn't any. He wasn't making like blatant statements like this yet. He was being kind of unclear about it all, and it was like there wasn't really like a super strong criticism against him at that point.
If she wants to have a genuine conversation
Yo,
about
what's up, harsh shit?
This, but
just look to iDubbbz to see why this isn't the way to go. No, I'm not saying this isn't the way to go. It's actually totally okay if you want to be less edgy. There's nothing fucking wrong with that. But don't pretend like it's because I've grown if it's not. I mean, it could be because you've grown, but that's like a gradual process. That's not like a week-long kind of thing where you've now completely changed your personality. It's obvious you're doing it because you want to appeal to a new audience. And it just is disingenuous the way you're going about it. I really could care less if he doesn't want to say slurs anymore or some shit. I don't care. That's totally fine. But the reason is disingenuous.
To address any quick questions, what is this? I do believe you should watch the video, not necessarily on stream. But there were certain things that should be addressed publicly outside of the jokes, i.e. the rape defense. So there was no rape defense. This is all like horribly taken out of context.
I agree with him that Rose Malay's initial like part was taken out of context.
This is the unfortunate thing about Rose Malay too, man. She just cut this video in an insanely manipulative way because
at the beginning, yeah, I agree.
Like, just Rose Malay, for some reason, and I'm going to go into the DMs too, like she's just unhinged and she goes back and forth with the way she thinks about something and then just maliciously cuts so much shit out of context on this channel for some really mysterious reason. It's really weird. And you know, I've had conversations with her on how she wants to move on from her past as well of saying like stupid stuff. So
she is doing the same shit, and her cope is even worse, by the way. Rose Malay's cope, she was the worst person to deliver this message, okay? But her cope is that she got groomed into, like, defending rape. She was groomed into she was literally groomed into defending rape, according to her.
That I was actually sympathetic towards that. And I'm like, hey, if genuinely you want to move past your past, like, I understand that. But then she then takes this and uses it against me and maliciously cuts a bunch of shit out of context when this is, like, the shit she was saying. This was...
If we hit goal, I will try to secure an interview with either Rose... I can get an interview with one of them. I'll get an interview with either Rose Malay or Liam for the next stream. Oh, wait, I forgot to set goal. I'm not used to this super chat thing yet. Rose Malay, Liam interview. There we go.
Was like the reason I even talked about Rose Malay in the first place is because she was saying crazy shit on Twitter of please rape me.
You're finally appearing under my live feed. Let's go. So base.
Saying same. Consent is stupid. Rape is natural and necessary for a happy and healthy society. Why is the modern world so miserable? Because rapists are treated as criminals instead of cherished for their masculinity.
Yeah, this would be his easy refutation of this. Which is not a valid refutation, but this, in like the eyes of the public, this would be satisfactory if you could discredit the person that's making the claims about you, right? That shouldn't be the case. Like, a claim is true no matter who it's coming from. It's either true or false. But this works for some reason.
So this is the reason I ever talked about Rose Malay, because she was saying this crazy fucking shit. And then she's like taking the responses I had back to her out,
yeah, that's what I said in the beginning.
Without mentioning the whole context behind the reason I brought this up.
It's true. No, this is true. That's what I keep saying. Him talking about her and rape or whatever is mocking her take on rape. Not that she was raped, and she did take that out of context. I agree.
It was because she was saying rape is actually epic and natural. Dude, it's just so frustrating to deal with. And then people like see the out of context clips of me responding, not knowing what she said in the first place, and like, whoa, this is a really bad look. Which certain things, I do agree. That's why I like act the way and conduct myself the current way I do on stream now, just because I feel like it more aligns with the person I am and will want to like continue to be.
Oh my God.
And that's just genuinely the way I feel about it. But come on, like you just can't cut context from these old things when like this is what I was responding to. Come on, man. Who is she?
I could agree that maybe like it is true he doesn't want to be like as aggressive, but like cutting the edginess out, that's totally like a career decision. I don't think that's like reflective of all about his personality and what he finds like funny. That's like totally just a career decision. Which, as I said before, there's nothing wrong with. Like, if you don't want to say slurs to get the bag, fucking go for it. That's an easy fucking choice. But like, be honest. Don't be like disingenuous about it.
Might know her the best from new viewers wouldn't know about all this.
Actually, I'm not expecting him to get up here and say, yeah, I changed for money. That's also a really unreasonable expectation. I have to think about this one a little more.
Context, because it was buried instead of addressed in the first place. So it's kind of crazy you guys are treating this like we're stupid. If you're talking about me, that's not the case. But you know, I'm happy to clear anything up.
Can we read the comments under this VOD sometime later? I bet it's looking insane. Why later? Let's just do it now. Later? What is it with you and later? You've grown out of your past self, which is a sign of maturity. You've grown in a week. This works. This really does work if it's over time. Like, I've grown from when I was 14. He's grown in a week. You've grown in a week. I learned empathy in a week. Sort by newest? I don't know, man. That clip of you saying a man forcing a woman's head down to do oral sex is not sexual assault is just awful. Yeah, if we're acknowledging... What was his take on that? If the take was that, like... I don't remember the situation super well. If it was, like, she was giving him head, or whatever the fuck, and then he kind of put his hand on her head, thinking, like, she was actively in the process of sucking his dick, and he kind of put his hand on her head, thinking, like, that was okay. That's not necessarily sexual assault, but when you say force, that means she was not wanting it and, like, giving indicators or whatever the fuck, and that's obviously sexual assault. If it was, like, a mistake of, like, she's sucking his dick, he puts his hand on her head, and then she kind of pulls away. It's like, what? And he stops. He's like, fuck, I didn't realize you weren't into that. And then they move on. Okay. That's fine, but, like, if he's, like, forcing it while she's trying to pull away, that is totally sexual assault.
Up real quick, but of course, you know, it is frustrating. And then she continues, fuck feminism. I wish men weren't so afraid of raping me. Hashtag make rape legal. Hashtag make rape legal. So, okay, this is the stuff that I was talking about. This is the stuff that I was, like, responding to. So just show the full context.
I forgot, we were reading comments. Maybe stop giving her more attention. Worst case scenario, 77 people have a bad opinion of you. No, it was smart for him to address it after his fans started taking it seriously. I agree, Chronic the Hemp Hog. Admitted I was a very harsh critic of you back when you crashed over the anime stuff in 2022 and didn't understand why the community accepted you back despite it, but I genuinely believe that you've changed a lot since then and completely understand why you wanted to move on. I myself used to be entrenched in drama content at one point, but I've since grown out of most of it and don't really find the low-tier edgelord humor funny. All that stuff just comes across really desperate and immature to me. Granted, I'm 25 years old, so it makes sense that I aged out of it. Not gonna knock anyone who still... Yeah, this is actually, like, my position. Not gonna knock anyone who does still enjoy that kind of content, but it's just not for me anymore. There's nothing wrong growing out of something you used to enjoy, and I'd argue that your music channel is... Okay, I wouldn't agree with that, or the beginning of this. But, like, how he's describing himself, that's probably what I would agree with. But, like... changed a lot. He's been doing this channel for 3 months. True. You've grown out of your Alright, we read that. Hey, sorry, I just saw this. Why did you need to... Okay. I'm really proud of how you've dedicated yourself to what you're actually passionate about. It makes me incredibly happy. Okay, well, that's... He is dedicating himself to what he's passionate about. Man, I feel bad that all this happened. Besides the joke in the chat, I'm pretty sure 90% of the commentary audience understands why you switched. You pretty much explained it on stream. Hey, my bad, white boy. Okay, there's nothing really, like, super damning in these comments.
Just so clipped out of context, it's very frustrating. Very annoying. I don't understand why it's illegal for a dog to lick my pussy when gay men lick each other's asses all the time and it's perfectly legal. Oh, okay.
Are people having a debate over Kanye right now in my chat?
Pussy when gay men lick each other's asses all the time and it's perfectly legal. Oh, okay. And you know, at the end of the day, if Rose Malay wants to move on from these insane comments, and if she's, like, changed as a person or whatever, that's cool.
This is irrelevant, though. This is, like, totally irrelevant. No, this is relevant if you're presenting it in the context of, this is what I was referring to when I made rape jokes. I was referring to her ridiculous fucking takes about rape. But it seems like he's presenting this just to discredit her. And that's not really how you go about discrediting a claim.
I want to address everything. So, let's see. This is so bad faith, dude. No, she flipped something out of context and without what I was responding to. But we're going to go over everything. We're going to go over everything. Yeah, and then Omega...
If anybody's, like, a serious take about Kanye, like, I just think it's, like, he's just, like, obviously, like, a fucking mentally ill guy. Like, I don't think, like, he's super talented or was super talented, but, like, people who are, like, seriously trying to debate, like, or the ADL talking about him, he's spreading harmful sentiment, and it's like, sure, I could agree, but you're not, that's not, like, the take that this guy's, like, his bad political opinions. The take is he's just like gone fucking crazy. He's just taking on like a bunch of like crazy. There's no like serious take on him. He's literally like, he's a black guy. The whole like Kanye West has embraced neo-Nazi is like, he's literally a black guy. Like, there is something fundamentally wrong with him. He's taking on a fucking ideology that like wants to see, that would like see him dead gladly.
It says, if that's not who you are, apologize publicly. Admit what you did and said were bad instead of hiding them. So then I say, so it's pretty clear by my actions that I don't engage in the same ways that I did before. Rose is taking this to another weird level to make a hit piece on me, and even saying I'm stealing her ideas or something. That was another really weird part. So in regards to the combos with her I've had on stream, as I've said in private, if they genuinely negatively affected her, I do apologize. Yeah, apparently she then brains ignore Reddit, watch the video. Okay, yeah, we'll watch the video after this. We'll get into this. Fine, sure. Let's just do this, and then we'll go over Reddit afterwards.
If Kanye like got well tomorrow, I totally would be able to move on from like everything he said, because I was just clearly like not in a good state of mind. These weren't like actual like positions that he decided to reach. He's like super manic or whatever the fuck.
It's the allegations that have thrown towards. So okay, let's just get this started.
I like his music too. That doesn't really change. If Kanye just started making good music tomorrow and like moved on from this crazy shit, I'd move on. I wouldn't really care.
So, very frustrating, very annoying, but you know, we're worth talking about if people genuinely do have questions. Because if there are people who genuinely have questions in the fan base, I do want to clear up anything that I can. Let's see.
What accusations was Rose Malay saying?
I feel bad, but who I feel bad for his kids. More than I feel bad for his kids.
If you don't say right,
okay, first of all, what the fuck? Content warning: rape, pedophilia, and suicide. Okay, we got. That's a hell of a start. Jesus. Surely, she's gonna have some interesting things to say here.
He just made a banger talking about sucking his cousin off. What do you mean?
Jesus Christ, man.
What accusations was Rose Malay saying?
Rose, if you don't say right, I'm gonna fucking rape
Rose,
you.
On his HH song that he previewed, is it bad that like the beat was actually like, kind of good, and like the structure of, not the lyrics, but the structure of the song and everything, like it was not like horrible. It's just the lyrics are like insane. The lyrics are like totally insane, but like the way it sounds, if you're disregarding what he's saying, it like actually, it's a shame because it doesn't sound that bad. It didn't sound that bad. The beat was pretty good. Like
Colton is base. Colton was the only one who was bringing the content. He was sending me voice messages saying, "I want to rape you."
Yeah, good faith.
Bend over.
Go ahead.
You know,
I think I can play it, right? I think I can play it. I'll play the clip we have. Hold on. I think we're allowed to play it. I disavow, obviously, completely. Like, it's a fucking insane song. And it's a shame because they wasted, like, an okay beat for him to say some, like, crazy shit. I think I can play it. This is crazy, bro. Dude, it's like it's so bad because it's like an insane song, but it's kind of catchy. Like it's like, am I allowed to say that? It is catchy. Like, it's a catchy song if you're disregarding the lyrics, but you can't because the lyrics are just fucking insane. So you can't really disregard the lyrics. When he becomes sane again, he should just keep this song and just change all the lyrics and sing it in the same way and use the same beat, and it might actually do well. Federal rape theme song. That's an insane comment. Okay, well that's that. What's the Cousins one? I haven't heard that one yet. That's a cool sample. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Wait, no shot, dude. No shot. I'll get striked for it? MC8, it's so worth it. Okay, okay. I'll stop. I want to listen. You think I care? I don't care about getting DMCA'd. That's when I gave my cousin head. Gave my cousin head. Gave my cousin head. I gave my cousin head. I gave my cousin head. I saw you outside again, just hanging out with your friends. And I know these individuals about to judge me now started off when we was hanging out, told my cousin not to tell nobody. Please, no, do not tell nobody. People tell me, take it to my grave. Truth will set you free someday. I don't think they understand that I'm not attracted to a man. They thought I was gay. Nitrous don't help me. It just put me in a trance. I'm talking about euphoria. I'm not talking about a man. What the fuck? Told her don't leave me because I need you by my side. As long as you don't leave me, then I'll probably be all right. I'm getting a little bit emotional reading this. This is insane. Who helped produce this? Who agreed to this guy, by the way, was like had like I don't know if he still has a line. This guy had a line to the fucking current president of the United States. They were like to get he was in the Oval Office with him at one point, right? Dave Blunts wrote all the lyrics for Ye. Sneeko was in the studio. Yeah, I know he invited for the listening party. He invited like Sneeko, Neon, Aiden Ross was like kind of salty he didn't get invited, but doesn't take a genius to figure that one out. Look, I know about Dave Blunts. I know who Dave Blunts is. Smoking on promethazine. I can't put down the cup. Wait, you don't smoke promethazine. Why did sipping? Why did I say smoking? Sipping on promethazine. Why did I say smoke? You don't smoke promethazine. All right. Jeffree Star kissed me on the cheek at Warped Tour, and I've been traumatized. That is an insane sentence, and I totally like believe you for some reason. I'm not even being sarcastic. Like I completely believe you. All right, dude. I've been looking for the space I was in with Fuentes for a long time. It is like crazy that I'm 1 degree of separation from Donald Trump and Kanye. People don't remember, like, I had a line. I think I still do. I think he's still friends with me on Discord. I have a line to this fucking crazy dude, Fuentes. People don't realize that. All right, let's get back to this.
You know, if anyone's listening to this conversation, Rose Malay, if you want to, you know,
What the fuck?
she wouldn't defend herself. That's all I'm saying.
Lamau, I had a shit ton of nitrous 2 days ago. It's not like I remembered it wasn't called laughing gas for. I just fell asleep while oh, you were at the dentist. I was gonna be like, why are you doing nitrous? You're retarded. I need to document it all because one day when like the YouTube shit is like for some sad reason gonna be history, I'm gonna be like the grandpa that's gonna sound like he's lying, telling all these stories. I need to like that I played like Fortnite with Mr. Beast, Lindsay Lohan followed me, dude. I need to document it all. Hey Aiden, when did you come out of the Okay, thank you.
Person, yeah, you know that. You say shit like that.
So least out of context clips to make her look like just like this, like an innocent person. All this, where at the end of the day, I will say this is the reason why I don't engage in stuff like this anymore. Because overall, I don't want to be this person. I don't want to be this guy anymore. But all these were ever jokes or jokes that went too far. But what she doesn't bring up is that why I was making these jokes and the reason I was out of context is because what I was talking about here is her saying
was her takes about rape. Yeah, that was like to start the video off with. Like, yeah, that was super fucking out of context. He is totally right on that one.
Consent is stupid. Rape is natural, and all of these posts. So, yeah, that's it's very, very, very unfortunate. This is Rose's strategy. She does it for attention. There's a long list of like Rose Malay's past actions you could go into on how she does like a bunch of these things for attention, and it's very frustrating. But you know, that's not what I'm gonna get into all today.
That's just supposed to be like okay.
It's a meme.
Rose, and I'm even saying here, like acknowledging, like it's a meme, and just a joke. Okay.
Rose, no, it's not a fucking meme. That's an invitation.
When I was 15, I was groomed. I coped in.
Yeah, these spliced up chips looking, clips looking very good faith. And then she starts off the video right after those clips out of context to talk about how she got raped. Dude, I don't know this.
No, I didn't know this either. And that's what I said. Like, I highly doubt he knew about that, like, aspect of her. And she's framing it like that's like the thing he was referencing, which is like super fucking disingenuous.
Jesus Christ, I didn't know this. This wasn't the reason why I said this. She's painting this like I'm saying those comments because I knew that she was getting raped. Or I don't know. The only thing I was talking about is these tweets saying rape is epic, make rape legal. Those are what those jokes were about. This is so, it's just fucked up.
When I was 15, I was groomed. I coped in a lot of really unhealthy ways.
I don't think rape is okay.
Yeah, like she explicitly clipped it in the way she did and told the story in the way she did to make it look like those two things were linked. They weren't.
But I don't think you solve it by hurting more people. I want to be raped.
He told me I was cute, hugged and kissed me on the cheek. He said I was a bear in the gay community. That was you talking to Jeffree Star? Oh, that's a strange interaction. I once met Ice-T in a diner in New Jersey. And he told me I was very polite. That was a good interaction.
Because I deserve it. And during this time, a lot of content creators exploited my situation.
Oh, and Stan Lee, the guy who made Spider-Man. I waved to him once, and he waved back at me, so...
For laughs. Liam...
Exploited your situation? What do you mean by exploited your situation? Man, that's just so disingenuous. The exploited situation in question is you saying rape is epic and awesome.
They exploited her rape. Like, even Ali Khan, who wants to see this guy's downfall, is laughing. She was the worst fucking person for this message. I met Bradley Martin, and I didn't know who he was, and made him pay for a day pass at the gym I worked at. Based? I don't know who that is either.
You want to talk about pushing harmful things into the world, harmful rhetoric, bro? Are you kidding me?
Was one of these creators.
Yeah,
although
she's talking about I exploited. Come on, man.
He went under the name Lerix at this time. What he said to me on that stream.
But again, Vincent D'Onofrio at a Hooters in Texarkana. You ever see Texarkana? You ever seen the movie The Town That Dreaded Sundown? You ever seen that movie? It's a scary fucking movie. You should go watch it. But he's the guy from Full Metal Jacket, right? I am in a world of shit. And then he like blows his fucking private pile, like blows his fucking brains out.
Yeah, Rose Malay can call in at any time if she wants to have a conversation about this. The door's open, so.
Really bothered me. But I never spoke about this for years because I figured that people would just blame me because of the things that I said. But something still felt deeply wrong about the fact that this man
She's so manipulative. She's just mad that he took her topic. That's literally why she's angry, and she's now like trying to present it. I knew it was gonna happen, but this was the funniest. I never in a million years would have guessed it would be Rose Malay that was gonna be the one that was gonna like out him to his audience, and then she was gonna be like this manipulative about it.
Platform to make fun of me. All
Yeah,
of his audience.
and she's talking about just like the way that she coped with her situation, not acknowledging like, yeah, if you're gonna like come at me for this, the comments she made about rape were.
No one remembers. Nobody watched the. Far more people remember Full Metal Jacket than fucking the Daredevil. Like, I don't know what you're smoking.
Harmful to all women, not just herself. It's just, I don't know, annoying because these same standards that she's pushing onto me, she's acting like doesn't apply to her. Just frustrating and cutting context.
Was cheering him on for making these comments at my expense. Why is it that in 2017, when Rice Gum said a very similar thing,
guys, if you want to rape her, she won't sue you, so
everyone universally agreed that it was wrong.
I just feel like we should know better by now. First of all, very accurate comparison here. Again, all of this is just without any context that she chose to leave out of her talk.
What is Full Metal Jacket? It's a very good film. Do you agree that Netflix Daredevil is goated? I've never watched it. No, I haven't watched it.
About how she wants to be raped.
Just if you guys don't remember, by the way, the whole reason we know about the Kai stuff is because Lerix DM'd and confided in Jalen. So Jalen kind of fucked his career once, and now we got Rose Malay doing it. And aren't they like friends or something? Dude, this guy is gonna be like super if he wasn't already transphobic, this guy's gonna become the most bigoted fucking person they've ever seen. He's gonna become like transphobic Hitler.
Boys be boys, and I want a man to rape me. Okay.
And yet here we are.
Not say that Hitler wasn't transphobic, but he's gonna be like specifically that's gonna be his thing.
Yeah, this without the tweet context is crazy.
And I'm out here feeling crazy for even having an issue with it. The rest of that call continued, and I tried taking the moral high ground. I tried being nice in response. It didn't occur to me until later when I rewatched the stream.
He also leaked DMs with Turkey Tom, yeah, to Jalen, where Tom said, have fun, she's a wild ride. Let me just say, Tom was not wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom was not wrong about that one.
That one of Liam's friends said,
I don't want to conduct myself this way because I don't want to be that guy anymore. I don't want to be that guy. Does Colton want to speak for himself?
This is so fake, dude. This is so fake. That's not. You're adapt. I told you beforehand. Like, is this a concern of? The Colton sound clip is feral? True. Did you watch Queeman talk to Lerix? From when? I saw their other conversation. Did he talk to him again today?
All right, Colton, if you make this like too unserious, I'll call you real quick.
Why is he bringing Colton on now, dude? This is so unplanned. I'll watch the full 2 hours of this. I might skim through.
Biggest cluster.
Because it's getting to like 3 in the morning.
Fuck of an expose I've ever seen in my life. That says a lot, right? But where do I start? So she cut the voice note like out of context. Because I was also joking about the fact that she was saying, by the way, look at the dates on her tweets. She was saying that for like, what, 4 or 5 years? One of them's from 2019, 2 or 3 of them are from 2023. She like keeps saying...
I don't really care about this part. I mostly just want to see...
Bro, I let the double standard turn around when she's...
I don't care. She's obviously lying about this part. So we can skip the part where she talks about like the content theft and this kind of shit. I want to hear his reaction to... the latter stuff. He reveals that he leaks their DMs. I guess we can see this part.
As just, I DM'd you in a panic, like we had a genuine conversation, I thought, and I don't know why you are saying you can get Brad to expose me, because I'm stealing from him. Brad didn't create the concept of reacting to music. This is all really weird, and I don't know what it's coming from, but can you chill out?
React to the roar. Who's Rory? Wait, who is Rory?
Okay.
React to the Glup Shitto 88 drama. I expect me to know who the fuck that is.
Okay. So then she said, bro, how do you find this so quickly? I'm going to delete the tweets. I have clips of you admitting you want to invade the space. So now weeks go by. We're back to square one. And we're going to have the same conversation, I guess. As I said to the guy you're replying to, send them to me, and I'm just confused. I deleted all the tweets. Like, what is your deal? I thought we had a genuine conversation, but it seems like it was all just me DMing you in a panic now. Why did he send them to you, lol? Like, what the fuck? Because you were saying weird stuff about me. It's just weird how months ago you're shit-talking us, and now you're copying what we do.
Well, she's, like, clinging to Brad like a fucking parasite. Brad, like, she's, like, speaking up on his behalf. She's, like getting angry on his behalf, acting like you said you wanted to invade the space. This is a malicious statement. You're clearly doing it to get back at Brad or whatever. No, he's obviously interested in this and doing like the whole music channel thing. He is doing that like for genuine reasons. It's just the denouncement of his older self is the thing that comes off as a bit more disingenuous.
Okay. I never shit-talked the concept of making music content. Brad was in a drama, and I gave my thoughts on that. Yeah, that's what she's addressing here. Because remember when Brad Taste was having this like crazy shit of like begging his audience?
Like, Rose isn't mad at the edginess. She's only mad that he's tapping into this space and doing well. That's the problem.
For $10,000 randomly posting.
She's just very upset that he's doing well in a music space.
Countless apology videos and then taking them down. He was doing a lot of really weird stuff, and I was talking.
I bet you there's even a bit of jealousy because she got totally fucked by like the music community, the music community. It's like the fucking what the painting community, the talking community. It's such like a vague thing. The music analysis community. They found out about her old takes. They ate her alive. And she's probably a little jealous that he's doing well now, while she full well knows about his like edgy past.
About that and giving my
yo, one KQ with the $2 with the New Zealand $2. When are we getting memberships? I forgot to set that up. I should do that. I don't have stickers. I haven't got stickers yet. I need sticker ideas, and we can set that up. Thank you for reminding me. Much appreciated, buddy.
My takes on it. It was never the concept. I'm like, what? I've consistently said, like, I've
She's upset he didn't collab with her, I think. Well, yeah, that too.
actually been subbed to Brad
Not only that, she's also sad that he beat her to the topic.
for like years. I think like 2 years now. Like I watched Brad's content. So I was never shitting on making music content. That would make no fucking sense. But let's see. It's seriously that simple. And then she sends me this.
Dude, this is what I mean. This is such a fucking good.
Literally 40 cents, by the way. Hey, dude. If somebody's giving me money, if it's like 1 fucking cent or whatever, like, I'm not complaining.
Gig. I gotta invade the space.
That's very generous. You don't have to give me money. I'm a content creator. If you choose to give me money, that is very generous. Even if you're not really like giving me, even if you're giving me like 40 fucking cents.
Dude, I gotta invade the space. Come on, man.
Dude, this is what I mean. So I don't know what she thinks this proves, but this is me complimenting Brad by saying this guy's got a great gig. Wait, dude, this seems like an awesome, like fucking.
The only thing I don't like is if somebody gives me $1 and then tries to use that to like ask me to do some crazy shit. They give me like $1, like set yourself on fire. Oh, nobody's ever done that. Okay, that's only happened. A scenario like that has only happened like twice.
Bass, and I love music. You can already see that.
Yo, what the fuck? Nate coming in with the $20 fucking dollars. From Nate, no hard feelings, bro. Thanks for not revealing my 4th cousin thrice removed maid's MySpace page on Dickers the other day. True, dude. So it's funny. They're calling out Lerix for the They're calling out Lerix over the doxing Smaggle's face joke, which was a super light joke. And then the other day, Nate was like pulling up old embarrassing clips of me on Dicker's stream. So I tricked Dickers and everybody into thinking I had just doxed Nate. Wait, hold on, I gotta pull this up. It's so funny. We gotta find this real quick. Wait, this is really fucking funny. Show transcript, I think. Wait, yeah, here we go. I'm gonna pull this up for you real quick. I think it's like right here. Yo. Facebook. Here we go. Yeah, this is it. Wait, hold on. It might not have been as funny as I remember it being.
That's why no one talks to anyone.
Yeah. Okay, so I
Aiden
found
ghosted me after hiring me.
So I found this Nate guy's Facebook page. Can you
Wait,
pull this
I gotta
up?
move
myself.
No.
They believed it. Why not?
He's a chatter.
Okay.
Why would I pull up a chatter's Facebook page that you managed to find?
Because what? Why not? That's so weird. What is wrong with you?
They actually fucking believe. Only Kevin Malk was the only one who didn't fall for it. Yo, we're getting more donos. Hold on, let me read these real quick. Thank you so fucking much for the... Where is it? Yo, thank you for the... Tyler with 99 cents, much appreciated. And then 1KQ with another 40 cents from Benzin. Thank you so much, buddy.
He's a chatter.
Hello?
Why would I pull up his Facebook page?
Wait, what did he just? Whose Facebook did he?
Is there a rule? Is there a rule? Is there a rule you're not allowed to pull? Is there a rule you're not allowed to pull up chatters' Facebook pages?
Aiden, stop. People are gonna think you're serious. You're being
Wait,
weird.
hold on. I actually I have a family photo he took. Hold on, can you pull this up? Wait, here's his ad. I'm sending his ad.
Okay, you're saying this as if this is like
He got mad that I made this
the
joke.
most obvious joke, okay? But there are people in and around us who have done this.
Why is yeah, he's like actually getting mad about this joke. He's like, this could technically be serious. Aiden loves listening to himself. Issue? Problem? I do. What's it? I actually do. Your statement is, that is one of the most accurate statements I've ever heard. Problem?
I want to make music related content, and then I decided to make the decision that that was the best for me, that I wanted to do. Yeah, like, okay, this is such a stretch to say like I'm maliciously grifting. Like Liam actually doesn't care at all about music.
Listen, Nate took it like a good sport. He knew it was all in good fun.
He doesn't give a fuck. All right, he's just grifting into the space like Dax. He, as you could see from his content, he's only doing this for the money and nothing else. Yeah, only doing it for the money when all my videos get copyrighted. There's so many levels of this that's so silly. So then I just respond by saying, I was and still am a fan of Brad, and that's cool. Why'd you send me that clip? Is there an issue with it? And then she sends me another.
What? I don't even know what he's complaining about right now. Dude, this guy is such a fucking good gig. This guy is such a good gig going.
True.
This guy live streams and people pay him thousands of dollars to see his reactions to listening to album of the week. That's as good as it.
That's why you spend hours every day playing piano and guitar, studying music theory because you don't care about music. Yeah, very true. When I release my music one day, it's only gonna be for.
What? He gets donos? Who are you talking about? Dickers? Does Dickers get donos? Yeah, Dickers gets donos. Dickers does get donos. Dickers does get donos. Why is he acting like he gets no money because his videos gets oh wait, sorry, I gotta be honest, I zoned out. You're talking about Lerix. He just said that. I zoned out. My bad.
Listening to album of the week.
I know you mean Lerix. Sorry, I zoned out. I wasn't listening to what he was saying there for a sec.
That's as good as it.
That's why you spend hours every day playing piano and guitar, studying music theory because you don't care about music. Yeah, very true.
Oh wait, okay. So her criticism is that he's only doing it for money.
When I release my music one day, it's only gonna be for grifting. Okay, expect Dax posting. Expect conservative Dax posting. All right, I'm just like appealing to MAGA people. And that's going to be truly the new content that I make, music-wise, because I don't give a fuck about it. I'm just in for the money.
No, he does get money. He does get money for sure. But this is that obviously is a really stupid criticism because I think he was making like a comparable, if not a greater amount of money. I could be off on this. Queenman was critical of my take on this, but I honestly think he was probably from like the combined Lerix and Lerix, which he's both quit. I think he was making a comparable, if not greater, amount of money. I don't think this is for money. I think he does have a genuine interest in music. I think that is like a bad criticism. No, he does. People do donate a lot to him, but I don't think he's making like a considerable amount of more money than he was making. Like, I don't think that part is true.
Thousands of dollars to see his reaction.
Yeah, expect TX2.
To listening to album of the week. That's as good as it fucking gets.
So everything I said here is true. So at this point, Brad was in this really weird stage where he was complaining so much about his job. And I'm like,
why does this guy have so many names? Lerix, Leraze, Liam Donovan. I think he's making more money from it. Or sorry, for in terms of potential cash right now, he is a music channel in here. His videos are inherently going to get claimed. In terms of potential cash, Mariah's right. Regular posting on Lerix and regular streaming on Lerix, he would be making. I should word it like that. The potential earnings, I think, are much, much, much higher from Lerix and I can't fucking say it anymore. From Lerix and Lerix. It's higher from Lerix and Lerix compared to Liam Donovan compared to Liam Donovan.
I still have this opinion. Yes, dude, how the fuck can you complain about this job? You have people working genuine normal jobs, which fucking sucks. You listen to music and get paid.
I'm gonna ride to a bridge and jump off of it.
Over $100,000 a year. That's what.
I can't with this guy's names, bro. I can't.
How could you ever complain about that gig? How could you ever complain about that job? That is the take. So that is still true. I don't know what this proves, but okay. Let's see.
Like the he's in it for money criticism obviously is like the worst criticism you can make of him right now.
I've been friends with Brad since 2017. I know Brad hates commentary people, and all that shit has had an effect.
Yeah, that's fucking obvious, Shelby.
On him. I don't know how he feels about you specifically. I can try to build.
It isn't purely a grift, but the changing of his personality is. If he could keep the edginess from the old channel and review music simultaneously, he 150% would.
Bridge. So now this conversation takes a weird turn where now she's trying to be friendly with me, and she wants to build a bridge to Brad taste. I don't even know what's happening. This is just very confusing. I say, okay, question mark. I'm not really interested, to be honest. I'm just kind of doing my own thing. You're the one who made weird tweets about me, and I'm just confused why. And accusing me of invading a space with clips of me saying it's a good gig. Yeah, what is the problem, lol? I'm so confused. I love music, and I've been really enjoying making music content. Get Rose, we need Rose now. Rose can call in at any point. She hasn't reached out to me. But,
don't give Rose a platform to defend herself.
Let's see. What is this? So text. So what is this? You're blatantly copying his thing after shitting on him for live streams. You got to admit that at least looks weird, right?
It's not his thing. That's not his fucking thing. That's such like a broad. It's just reaction content, but in the context of music. That's like you're just filming a reaction to music. Like that's a human. You're just filming it like a thing people do. React to the media they consume. You're just recording it.
I'm sorry for impulsively tweeting about you. So then she apologizes.
I gotta head to bed, Aiden. Yeah, I'm gonna be like not making great commentary here. Like in a minute, I might end before we finish this. I've been going for like 4 hours, and it is almost like 4 in the morning. So you're gonna have chuds soon, anyways.
And this is the second time. I say, texting is too much effort. Can you do a quick call? Because I'm trying to get this shit over as like fast as possible.
If I go live tomorrow during the day, I'll be able to actually get people to call in and stuff.
I hate texting over something like so boring. So then we have a conversation, and it goes the exact same way. I didn't record this or anything, but it's the same thing as the first call, the first text conversation. We talk. She has like the same disagreements. Thinks I'm invading the space. I then give my reasons, like, hey, at the end of the day,
But look, I'm getting better. We were able to go like half the stream without playing fucking Hoi 4.
This is just the content I want to make. It's pretty simple. She then apologized.
Yeah, I don't have any. I'll save the rest of this for tomorrow. We'll do a 10-minute wind down period. I'm stealing this from Beckett, so I'll just talk to chat for like 10, 15 more minutes, and then I'll probably end. Do you guys like wagon wheels? I don't know what that is. I wanted to debate you on why Augie owns you. Lil bro running. Good one. Decent revenue plus channel popularity equals I can hopefully jumpstart my career on this channel with as little risk as possible. Yeah, but I think he's doing it for the wrong reasons because I don't think he's going to get the results he thinks that he's going to get. I don't think that the translation he's expecting to happen from a music review channel to an actual like musical career, I don't think that's like a evidence-based like thing. I don't think that's gonna work because those are two completely, just because they enjoy thing A, thing B is totally different. So this could be like a total waste of his time because he's only doing the music reviews so that it may hopefully translate into an actual music career. But if he musically he's fucking ass, and I haven't heard any of his original songs. I don't know if anybody has. That's going to be such a waste of time because nobody's going to listen regardless. And then he's just going to maybe inevitably, potentially, I actually will make this prediction. If the music career doesn't work out, he's just going to switch back to commentary. And the problem with that is, what are you going to do now? Are you going to be like, well, actually, I've realized I've changed again. I've grown. I've gone back to my old ways. I've grown. Like he's just gonna switch back again? Like it's not gonna work. And you know the stigma around YouTuber music? I mean, yeah, there were people who did get big musically through YouTube, but the only musicians I can think of who got big, the only musicians I know of who like got big, sorry, my shit crashed. The only musicians I know of who got big while doing YouTube first were YouTubers that posted their music to YouTube, not music reviews. So, or that's not true. You have Filthy Frank and Joji, but Joji could have gotten big without Filthy Frank. Like can you make the argument that Joji got big because of Filthy Frank? I mean that probably gains like additional exposure, but like Joji was just talented, so it was appealing to people who saw it, even if there wasn't a translation. Liam could be like mediocre as fuck, so there wouldn't be like a translation. Cyrus blew up and now goes under the name Wi-Fi Skeleton. I'm happy. Happy for him, man. My first buddy on the internet. That worked out great. I actually found on my PC the other day, and I was gonna bring this up for you guys. This is actually funny. This is a big throwback. I don't remember where I found this. For those of you that don't know, the week I hit 100K, I was away for the birth of a cousin of mine. And as a result, I wasn't like talking to my regular like friends from like Skype or Discord that I played games with. So the week I blew up and hit 100K, Cyrus was trying to make it as well as a small commentator. And I didn't talk to this guy for 1 week. And because we were so close, he had channel manager on my channel, meaning he could upload videos if he wanted to. So while I'm away, as soon as I hit 100K, he posts a video to my channel, and I realized I had to take it down, and he posted a video to my channel without my permission as I was blowing up. And I found the video, so we could check this out. I actually haven't watched the full thing in like 7 years, so I don't remember it very well. It's quick. It's like a minute. But like, think about how insane this is. Like, one of your good friends decides to like sees you doing well and decides to take the opportunity to like fucking sabotage that shit. It's like what, 7 years ago? Whoa. Alright, we could check this out. Dude, this is a great video. Aiden, I've got lots to talk to you about. You could have just like messaged me. You didn't need to like upload to my channel. We've known each other for nearly a year, but you've kind of changed, honestly. I changed in a week. Not saying I dislike you. Sure, whatever, I'm jealous. But you don't really deserve this attention. All you deserve was to get your money back. All this clout, undeserved, to be honest. It's like all the people saying about you is that he's a little 12-year-old who's been scammed. Yeah, I did get attention because of the drama I was in. That's why my channel died, like, immediately after. And then I, through my content, was able to get a more consistent viewer base that was, like, 7 times that. It's just like everyone's hyping you up and giving you clout because you're a... Dude, that's crazy. It's just like everyone's hyping you up and giving you clout because your age is as if the situation wouldn't be as big if you were older. It's annoying because there are so many people in this community who have been scammed, who work just as, if not harder than you, etc. And you're the only one being hyped up solely based on age. People have been working for years to get where they are, while you just get hella hype and clout because of your age. The fact of the matter is you were scammed and your fellow commentator. That should be all that matters, honestly. You seem to have forgotten where you came from. I've known this guy for less than a year. You and I were best friends. Whatever happened? Why did you let the clout chase you? You have to realize, like, when I first, like, got, like, big, everybody I was, like, friends with was trying to, like, fuck with me. Like, this was, like, the start of it, and it got, like, just 10 times fucking worse from here. So I went about it, like, in, like, the following years, I was, like, paranoid as shit. Was it a bit, or is he being genuine? It's not a bit. He seriously hijacked my channel and uploaded this. This was real. In his defense, he was like, what, 14, 15? Do you still talk to him? No, he engaged in sexual improprieties with a minor, allegedly. Why? It's like as soon as you start meeting YouTubers with 1,000 subscribers, your true friends stop being important. I was away for a week because my fucking cousin was being born. Okay, I wasn't talking to anybody. And you have to realize, I didn't know what to do when you blew up, so I didn't shut down my Discord. I didn't shut down my Twitter. So I was getting, like, spammed to fucking shit. Why'd you clout chase? Why did you let the clout cause you to leave me and your other friends behind? It's like as soon as you started meeting YouTube... Okay, we already said that. I know you didn't ask for all this, but don't forget where you came from. And there are other people who would kill for your position. Don't fuck this. I fucked it up. Oh, and you should close your DMs. It'd do you some good, just saying. That was crazy, dude. That was I didn't properly... But I was like, what the fuck is going on? Exposed, he read you like a book. True, true. Aiden was friends with a pedo. I don't know if he's technically a pedo. I knew him when we were both minors. Can you give him a TLDR real quick? I don't really remember it all that well, to be honest with you. I don't remember the Cyrus lore super well. There's just so many, like, aspects to it. I don't fucking remember. Like, I don't remember it super well. I remember personal situations from back in the day that never, like, came to light, that were when he was, like, also himself. He was only, like, 17. But I remember there was, like, allegations from back in the day, and this guy called Benji server, before Cyrus got big. I can't prove any of this, but we had a falling out because he had got mod in Benji's server, and there were allegations being made that him and this other guy, who's, like, a total piece of shit, were, like, saying to Benji's fans, like, if you show us your tits, we'll let you talk to Benji, or whatever the fuck. And then I think I, like, called him, like, a fucking psychopath or whatever, and then, like, stopped talking to him. And then he always, like, when I ended up forgiving him and everybody got back with him, I don't remember if he ended up owning up to it or not, but he would always rub it in. He's like, remember when you tried to ruin me for sexual improprieties? He didn't say it like that, but... How many views did that video get before you took it? What video are you talking about? I don't know what video you're I didn't make a video on him. I never made a video on him. Oh, you're talking about the video he did. I don't remember. That was like, what? This was technically, actually, this was 2017. December of 2017. That was like 8 fucking, like, dude, that's crazy. Where did the time go, man? Where did the fucking time go? Wasn't he an age regressor or something like that? Yeah, he had always been. He did. I'm not going to share the guy's life or anything, but he had a, like, I don't know how much of it was true, but what I knew about him, he came from because we were friends when we were kids. He came from a super, and this is where obviously I don't remember the exact nature of what he did. It doesn't excuse what he did, but I remember that he came from, like, an egregious fucking, like, childhood. Like, I'm not gonna go into detail, but, like, super bad shit. Like, he was, like, bound to be fucked up, like, completely fucked when he grew up. Not bound. You can totally overcome, like, coming from, like, an abusive childhood. But I wasn't surprised that he had, like, a ton of, like, issues. I heard he blocked Scrubby's toilet, too much gooning. I haven't spoken to Scrubby in like 5 years. It's funny, back in the day, the internet turned everyone to an Indian on an eternal quest for bobs. Okay. What? I never I didn't get it, man. I don't get people who come online looking for love. I don't understand it. You're not gonna fucking find it. Well, that's not true. You may find it here, but you'll end up with someone insane. When will you get the join button? I do have one. I just need to set it up. I gotta pick the stickers and everything. Do you remember that stream a few weeks ago? Someone was calling you incessantly. Yeah, David. People get lonely and desperate. I don't know. I don't want to say I'm judging them, but like, I've never understood why people can't just wait. Just wait for like the right moment or whatever instead of like forcing it. What's the rush, man? What's the rush? Yeah, usually just very lonely individuals. I mean, I don't understand like how like I don't understand how like sexting is gonna make you like less lonely. I don't really understand that. I don't know like how that's gonna make you feel like you have any sort of like meaningful connection. No, they were calling your phone and not on Discord. I don't remember who was calling me. I think like somebody, my number was on some scam site or something, because I get a bunch of fucking rando calls from like random ass places. Like fucking St. Petersburg, Florida and shit. Then why do you sext? I do not sext. Review Wi-Fi Skeletons music? I might next stream. Sounds like it just exacerbates their issues. Yeah, I mean, you can... Like, people... Being around people... I don't know if this is like a generalized statement, but it doesn't... It's not really like a cure to loneliness. Because you can, like, when you force connection like that, I tend to find it has, like, no reasonable... It's not like a reasonable cure for, like, being lonely when you're, like, forcing the connection like that, because... I don't know why that is, but like you could be around people sexting, but whatever. There's no that's not really gonna like help you unless there's like a meaningful reason you're talking to them. It's like the fucking people that think everything will magically be fixed the moment they get a girlfriend. Yeah, and then I have to be the one that like that they vent to that they broke up for like the 5th time, even though like I knew from like the fucking get-go that like it was gonna end in like a total disaster. It's still empty. Yeah, I tried it. I mean, I tried to do when I was in high school or whatever. I talk about this. I tried to like be the guy that got as many friends as possible or whatever the fuck, and it's exhausting, and it is like it is just as lonely as if you weren't talking to anybody. You just need like 1 or 2 good friends, and then maybe like a meaningful relationship. I guess I'm maybe projecting, but I don't really need 50 fucking friends. The feeling of loneliness, typically an internally fixed issue. Yeah, to some extent, yeah. What's the Lerix drama? Essentially, he tried to... We're about to end here in a minute, but essentially he tried to... What did he try to do? He tried to make a new fucking channel, and dissociate from the old edgy personality, and then this crazy former rape-defending YouTuber, Rose Malay, came out and tried to, like, post some misleading clips of him to, like, make his audience turn on him, and then presented some legitimate points. It's a whole fucking shit show. Total shit show. Alright, any final thoughts? Opinions? Sometimes the more people around you with little connection or intimacy only highlights the feeling of loneliness and alienation. It can be like feeling alone in a crowd. Yes. So fucking true. It's actually worse in some aspects than like being by yourself and doing what you want. Yeah, GG's, fun stream. Before we go, I think I am not going to quit for the summer. I think I'm going to be able to stay live for the summer if I can figure out a way. I'm probably going to go home for a bit, but I can stream from my house. It's just going to be a pain in the ass if like, it's going to be a pain in the ass if I go live like late because I'm going to be, you know, with people, but I can probably go live over the summer. I probably will be going live a lot. Read my chat. Dust Bunny is an ongoing gag that I hate Kanye when you don't because he fucking hates me. So that's where the discourse came from. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. All right. Appreciate it, guys. My best friend's going on a date with a rich LA girl that is like a model, and he's a good-looking dude who wants to be himself. What should he do? Cancel the date. He's gonna be miserable. Cancel the date. Rich LA girl, attractive. Cancel the fucking date. End the date. Cancel it. Run for the fucking hills. Cancel it, bro. He's fucked. He's totally fucked. All three of those things together, it's like, it is a red flag. All three of those things together is a red flag. Alright. Peace, guys.